All right, Frumley, we are back. Season 4 just kicked the door open and said, oh, you wanted answers, huh? Cute. Here's 47 more questions. And I'm not even mad at it because episode 1 didn't just move the story forward. It started connecting dots that have been sitting there since season 1 like unpaid bills. We got time travel vibes. We got the man in yellow moving like he read the script before the writers even finished typing it. We got Boyd already looking like he's one bad day away from flipping the whole table. And somehow, Ethan is still out here sounding like the only person who actually understands what's going on. And I'm telling you right now, after going back through all my notes through seasons 1, 2, and 3, some of these theories, they're not just theories anymore, they're patterns. And if there's one thing From loves more than murking people, it's repeating itself like a toxic ex. Normally, this is where I'd break down the episode title, but MGM Plus was like, nah, you good. Just watch the episodes for now. We'll talk all about the title when I find out what it is in the live stream. I don't know. They didn't give it to me yet. So yeah, I got a lot to talk about. Let's get into it. And surprise, surprise, this episode opens up immediately where season 3 episode 10 ended, with future Julie watching Jim get turned into a memory. And this brought back all the trauma. It's like bumping into that girl you ghosted back in 2024, all dressed in black with a new haircut, and you say, we have to stop meeting like this. All jokes aside, this scene is both terrifying and extremely important. From is out here answering questions in the opening minutes and is giving us a crap ton of information in just a few passing statements from the man in yellow. The man in yellow says to Julie, we have to stop meeting like this, followed by, when did you come from this time? Hold up. Stop meeting? That means this isn't the first time. This is like running into somebody who remembers you and you don't remember them. That's already a bad day. Then he follows it up with, when did you come from this time? Oh yeah, nah, this dude is different. This ain't your regular monster. This is management. In just a couple of statements, the man in yellow gives up that he and story walking Julie have met more than once before. It would lead us to believe that future Julie has met him at some point in seasons 1, 2, or 3, or maybe even before that. We don't know how long the man in yellow has been in Frumtown, and we don't know when a version of future Julie previously encountered him, which leads me to my next point. The man in yellow says, when did you come from this time? Which is interesting, very interesting, meaning every time Julie story walks, she's not just visiting the past, she's stacking herself on the timeline, like Kang, like the Reverse Flash, or worse, like a problem that never leaves, like student loans, like your internet bill, like Frumtown. Now, that's enough to make our head hurt. Let's keep going because the man in yellow ain't done here. No. Old boy Barney Fife here even echoes Ethan's exact words when he says, didn't anyone tell you? There's no way to change a story once it's been told. And this right here is why I've been telling y'all since season 1 to pay attention to Ethan. Because then he was talking about quests, saving somebody to go home, Norman, the Lake of Tears, the Chromonacle, all that stuff, and people brushed it off because he's a kid. Ethan ain't just a kid. Ethan is an instruction manual, and everybody else in this town skipped the tutorial. He just takes naps between chapters, and now the man in yellow is basically confirming that Ethan has been speaking the language of this place since day 1. Meanwhile, Boyd's still trying to brute force the game like it's Call of Duty. The man in yellow then stalks over Jim after future Julie vanishes. She taunts him a little bit and goes on into his villain monologue. We did switch to see a new player arriving in Frumtown. Here comes a new challenger. And it's easy to miss it here, but this priest here was traveling alone the whole time. So you see how they obscured the view into the car in this scene here? They got us good. We didn't switch to Fatima, Ellis, and Kenny, with Fatima continuing her exposition on the origin of the monsters. Fatima explains how they were people once, and they made a bargain for eternal life with something horrible, but she wasn't able to see what it was. Kenny's got sense and is trying to ensure his survival by telling them it's time to bounce. But Fatima is still feeling guilty for murking Tilly, and she's like, we have to wait for Boyd. Fatima can't walk, y'all. I don't know what she was thinking. Kenny stupidly volunteers. This man heard Monster Cave and said, say less. Kenny, no. Listen, because y'all not hearing me, right? Y'all didn't hear me the first time. Hear me when I say this. Kenny is North America's sweetheart. He is a treasure. He is essential. And I'm warning you, John, Jeff, Jack, my guy Kenny no kotar, muni anakni, furunaide kudasai, ching wu chu mo. Kenny, I don't care what language you speak. No touch, not him, not today, not this season, not ever. Because From loves deleting happiness. And Kenny is the last piece that we've got. You take Kenny off this board, I'm filing emotional damages. Thank you. Boyd gives the country a moment of relief when he sneaks up on Kenny and prepares to give his brave ass up out of there. When Kenny gets a glimpse of the devil and sees this man buttoning his shirt like he just clocked in for work. Same Smiley. Same one. The one Boyd deleted. The one that birthed the cicadas. The one we saw burn. And he's back like HR approved it. Which means one thing. Death don't mean nothing here. They out here respawning like it's a video game. But this is important because the show is not just introducing a new idea here. It's reinforcing some of the oldest ones. These things have known their names since season 1. They knew Julie's name, Grandma knew how to manipulate Megan, Kenny's dad thought he heard familiar people outside. So whatever these things are, they don't just hunt you. They get in your head, they get in your memories, they understand your relationships, your trust. These ain't monsters. These are therapists with bad intentions. Kenny is gobsmacked with Boyd confirming that that's his grandson now. It's confirmed. That's it. A little smiling Stevens. Break out all the memes and the holiday card photos of the Stevens family. It's official. We then switch to Christy being greeted by Donna at Colony House, wondering why they make it a one-legged woman run. Y'all couldn't send a text? A raven? Something? Christy, she gets a glimpse of Sarah sitting in the corner looking like she's cosplaying as Carrie again. And Christy figures this out before she even hits the room. She did it again. She did it again. Sarah all of a sudden cares about optics when she says she hears the folks from Colony House making their way back home and says, I should go. Donna's like, yes, get your savage ass out of here and don't say bye on the way out. Donna finally brings Christy in the room with Elgin crying in the corner looking like John Coffey in the Green Mile. Officer Acosta is in the room keeping watch, protecting Elgin, refusing to leave, leaving her to later suffer with me, you, and the rest of North America as we painfully watch Christy sew this man's eye shut. Like, the eye is gone. It's all the way gone. There's no putting it back in. Nope, that's done. And miraculously, this man doesn't need any sort of antiseptic, any cleaning, any antibiotics in the eye after having it gouged out with a rusty screwdriver. Just a little painkiller. What kind of Trump care is this? And oh man, they had my boy Elgin out here looking like Sloth from the Goonies. Listen, Sloth from the Goonies? I'm mad that I laughed, but I did. We then switch back to the man in yellow doing something bugging. Yo, this guy digs up a suitcase out of what appears to be some sort of ruins with a tree in the middle of it. Are y'all seeing this? The ruins are encircling a tree, but not just that, but the man in yellow pulls a reverse Smiley and starts getting undressed. Why is this part of the process? Who approved this? We then switch to Boyd and Kenny heading back to the police station with Boyd having a full-on panic attack crash out as he digs up all the bullets from every gun that's ever come into Frumtown, because if these monsters are immortal, then they need to decide how they want things to end. And this mother is broken. I mean, I understand. I'd be effed up if I had Smiley for a grandson too. But could you imagine Boyd taking him out on his boat? Boyd wants to know how many people are in town, you know, just in case. With Kenny confirming to the internet that the quota count for Frumtown is 47, with 47 people currently in town, not counting the priest. But Boyd is shooken, with Kenny miraculously keeping his resolve and gently tries to snap Boyd out of it, reminding him that if the people in this town see him all broken like this, then it's gonna break everyone. We then switch back to Cyclops getting his eye socket prepped for surgery, with the camera having no problem with giving us some close-ups of this horror. We then switch back to Tamaranda returning back to the Matthews children, with Tabitha doing what she always does, and she tries to bottle up the things that bother her. And she tells her kids, it's fine, when they worriedly ask about, yo, where the hell is our father? This is that writing that I hate in From. I feel like I'm at a fever pitch for this story to move forward, and this is a bad hint of that lack of communication between the characters that frustrated me in the last 2 seasons. Before Tabitha could piss me off any further, we see the priest's car speeding in the main street, making a bullseye for the sheriff's office, with Kenny and Boyd dodging just in time to not get hurt. Inside the car, we see Father Dead and the most miraculous faker in the world taking in the Walking Dead's most heartbreaking name as Sophia. And Tabitha, once again, is in a position to save everybody. Blade to neck. Clear shot. Game on the line. And what'd she do? Oh no, a blonde child in distress. Tabitha, you're shooting 0% from the field. Tabitha helps free the girl with Marielle, Randall, and some NPCs showing up in what I guess is now a working schmirking ambulance for Frumtown. They got an ambulance, y'all. Look at them leveling up and Victor shows up and stands next to his brother and sister and watches as everything is going down. This girl lies through her teeth, talking about how she was in the car, they saw the tree, and her dad started seizuring. And nobody here questions that. Nobody is just a little bit aware of the Catholicism to be like, aren't priests celibate? Damn! Tabitha's ass is over here smiling like she did good. No, Tabitha, you up again. At this point, it's consistent. We then switch to see Randall giving advice and helping open the car door for the guy trapped. And you know what? I gotta give it to my guy Randall because he's consistently stepped up to help people in danger. He ain't bad. He's just Boyd and Marielle talk to each other about how Sophia saw father dead seizing while driving, and that's what crashed the car. Everybody falls for it, with Kenny driving off in the ambulance to check on Sophia. Ethan's scary ass ain't even taking a moment to process, and the first thing out of his mouth is, where do you think they're gonna live? Tabitha comes to take his insensitive ass in the house when Julie asks again, yo, where's Dad? It's almost freaking dark. With Ethan giving a reassuring, I hope they're okay, and Tabitha getting ran up on by Jade, wanting to hash out their marriage and rejoin his family. Tabitha sends the kids inside and starts shutting Jade down, talking about, fool, we don't know if we really married. This is from town. Don't be stupid. Jade doesn't have a comeback. Really, honestly, this town lies to everybody, especially with Tabitha making it sound stupid to think that she and Jade have been coming back to this town for centuries to try and save the children that are already deleted. I mean, damn, Tabitha, why you have to say it like that? But hold up. This is confirmation. The reincarnation cycle has been happening for centuries. This right here confirms the online theories that this has been going on since at least the Civil War, and giving a little bit more credibility to my theory that this has been going on since the Pilgrims and Native Americans. Now, if you haven't seen my theory video, go check that video out. This is it. It's my master theory as to how From started and the cycles began. And this has been going on for a while. And most people agree that, hey, I'm not 100% right on this one. The writer should consider going with it. It's that good. I've been telling y'all, I don't just be talking. Anyway, Tabitha curves Jade for the last time when she tells Jade he needs to bounce till her husband gets home. Don't come around here no more. We then switch to Boyd meeting up with Acosta to try to make sure his secret is safe, with Acosta not giving an F about the rules and relationships in this town. And she thinks Boyd is a for what he did to Elgin, and she storms off heading toward town like the sun not about to set in 5 minutes. Boyd heads inside, chats it up with Donna, and then heads upstairs to make today the worst day of Donna's life. We then switch to see Acosta trying to wash the blood off her uniform in the diner when out of nowhere, the jukeboxes have a sense of humor again, and they start playing the Frank Sinatra version of Send in the Clowns. Real quick, Frank Sinatra's version of Send in the Clowns came about during a pivotal moment in his career. His 1973 comeback after a brief retirement in 1971, he returned to the studio to record the album Old Blue Eyes Is Back. To cement the song's association with his return, Sinatra performed it during his televised special, Magnavox Presents Frank Sinatra, which was in late 1973. This performance helped transform the song from a Broadway show tune into a great American songbook standard. The haunting, theatrical nature of Send in the Clowns mirrors the horror of From these three lenses. The monsters as performers in theaters. Sending in Clowns masks a disaster. The monsters in the show wear 1950s costumes, milkmen, brides, and they have permanent smiles, acting out a twisted performance to lure victims into a false sense of security. The farce of reality, the song mocks a situation that has become a ridiculous, poorly timed joke. The town itself is a stage set, wires that lead to nothing, houses that shouldn't work, making the residents struggle for normalcy feel like a cruel, existential farce. Missed timing. The lyrics focus on regret and realizing the cue was missed. Most residents arrived in town during a life crisis or a transition, and they're now permanently stuck in a loop, unable to fix the mistakes of their past. Essentially, both the song and the show find horror in the moment, the show goes wrong, and the audience realizes the performance is a trap. Anyway, we then switch to Christy finishing up her second shift of the day and inspecting Fatima's cootie cat after labor. You remember from the pregnancy that Christy said didn't exist? Because Fatima sure as shit remembers, and she asks Christy what she wants to know. What you want to know? Because before Fatima could finish giving Christy what's coming to her, Boyd shows up with main character energy, with everyone focusing on hearing what Boyd has to say. Boyd tells Christy to stay so she can have nightmares too. Boyd then starts nervously confessing like a husband who came home 2 days after saying he was just going to the store to get some gas. Boyd brings home the happy news that he was able to witness the birth of the newest member of the Stevens family, with Ellis especially in denial about whether the baby was his. And not just any old people creature monster, nah, they gave birth to a bouncing baby Smile. Congratulations, it's a nightmare. The tension gets interrupted by the sound of Victor acting like a neighbor in the Bronx and moving furniture late at night. Every building got that one neighbor. Donna looks like she glows a little when she sees Henry, especially after learning he's moving into Colony House with Victor, and gives them her blessing. Donna then heads back in the room to finish the episode of Shameless. It is somewhat interesting that the show intentionally forced our attention over to Henry and Victor for a moment. It doesn't seem significant at first glimpse, but shit, with this show, you never know. Fatima then goes on to explain how she saw a glimpse of how the creatures made a bargain to live forever with something, but she doesn't know what. Boyd tries to push her to try to figure out what it was, and Fatima justifiably crashes out because Boyd is acting like she didn't just try to warn them that something was growing inside of her, and all of them thought she was losing it. Well, y'all. Now she needs to go shower and wash the smiley off her cuda cat. I regret saying that out loud. I do, but we're here now. We then switch to the pastor being prayed over by Sophia, with Kenny and Marielle with her to keep watch. This dude is in a coma or something, and it's not looking good. Sophia asks for her phone, acting like she needs to call her mom, and she's going through all the motions. Kenny then pulls her aside and gets ready to tell her about how screwed things are here. And this is where one of my older theories starts looking real nasty in the best way. Now, I've been saying for a while that this town seems to recycle roles. We lose a bartender, somebody starts filling that space. We lose a spiritual figure, somebody else starts stepping into it. We saw hints of that with Tilly after Father Khatri, but now it looks like the man in yellow might be hijacking that whole religious lane, not just replacing the priest, corrupting the role itself. We then switch to the Matthews family, and we see Tabitha up waiting at the door for Jim. And this shot kind of echoes that scene from season 1 when Lauren and Megan were waiting for Frank to come home. Julie starts pressing Tabitha again, but Tabitha has psychologically reverted back to her coping mechanism of denying reality and fidgeting her fingers. She likes to play with her fingers. Tabitha continues to refuse to talk to Julie about what happened earlier in the woods, with Julie getting ticked off after raising Ethan by herself for half the series. Ethan bursts in and demands that they stop yelling at each other and asks if Jim is deleted. And anyone else notice that Ethan told them to stop yelling and they just did? This little man got authority now. Anyway, Ethan's sense of logic is on point, because clearly when people go missing like this, it likely means that they got deleted, even though he has survived some crazy stuff up until this point. Tabitha goes back into denial and assures Ethan that they'll see Jim tomorrow. Julie tries to help this grown-ass man named Ethan that they try to use tricky camera angles to still make look small. They got these camera angles fighting for their life, and then they go off and do something else. We then switch to Sophia and Kenny going over things again, with Sophia being remarkably accepting of the hellhole that she's in now. Now, what's super interesting is that the man in Sophia here starts quoting a Bible verse when she spits out John 1:5 and says, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness shall not overcome it." Kenny don't know nothing about that, but Sophia asks him to pray with her anyway. And what? This mofo is praying? And Kenny has a weird reaction to the whole thing. Maybe that's because that's not his religion, but maybe this freaking man in yellow did something to Kenny while praying like a ritual, because he touched him physically. I don't know for sure, but I sure as shit don't like any of this. Not one part of it. The man in yellow's the new religious character? You gotta be kidding me. John, you diabolical boy. You diabolical boy! We then switch to Donna returning to Boyd, letting him know a lot of people are going to want to know what's up, and that's when Boyd decides to finally let Donna know about the new car that arrived today and crashed into his sheriff's station. Boyd then starts being a downer again, whining about how he's feeling hopeless and broken. Christy tries to talk to him and reminds him that you ain't gonna have me stitch another eye socket and then crash out. It's not working. Ellis also decides to give it a try. He tells Boyd to man up, and Boyd takes this moment to teach his son that men cry sometimes too, and Boyd Boyd drops some thug tears for what this place has taken from him. Now, Boyd being broken is bigger than Boyd. If my old theory is right and this place feeds on hope, then Boyd isn't just another resident having a panic attack. Boyd is the town's main generator of stability. So Boyd breaking, not just a character moment, y'all. This is a system failure. Boyd's not just a man. Boyd is hope. He is structure. He is leadership. He's that thing keeping everybody from losing their mind. So if Boyd is cracking, then the town ain't attacking people anymore. It's attacking the source. We then switch back to the Matthews house, and they're inside chilling in the living room, huddled together when they hear a noise in the kitchen, and they see a pot of food got knocked over on the floor, and then a book goes flying in the sky, and then the cabinets start opening and closing, and Ethan is all of us when he asks, "What's happening?" My guess, this is like them flashing lights I was talking about back in season 1. Someone is trying to communicate with these people, but is unable to do it in a traditional way. Either way, we then switch back to the clinic with Kenny going to sleep and Sophia echoing her inner Sarah and pulls up on the sleeping patient with the crazy look in her eyes. Then she touches her hand on his chest and tells him to wake up. And he does. When we see by way of villain monologue that the priest was, so let me get this straight. Yeah, I saw it the first time. The priest was alone the whole time. Sophia never existed. That was the man in yellow the entire time. Riding shotgun, waiting, watching, choosing his moment. Yeah, this dude ain't just a monster. This dude is playing chess, and everybody else is still reading the rules. How the hell did the man in yellow knew that the priest was coming? Because that ain't luck. This feels like planning. Anyway, this fool goes through her entire origin story and talks about the next part is her favorite part, because this is when they tear themselves apart before she strangles this priest in his sleep. And end credits. So after looking at this episode and going through all my old notes, here's where I'm at. First, Ethan has not been talking nonsense in season 1. That little boy has been explaining the rules of this place through story logic the whole damn time. Quests, thresholds, saving somebody, stories that can't be changed once they're told, all of that. The man in yellow echoing Ethan is not random. That's confirmation, and I don't think that's subtle either, so I feel vindicated. I think Ethan understands this place through story logic, and I think Victor understands it through memory. One reads the rules, the other remembers the earlier chapters. And if Julie is now story walking, then those three together might be the closest thing this show has to people who can actually interact with the structure of the narrative itself. Second, I still think the town recycles roles, like a job nobody wants, but somebody's got to do it. We've seen it with leadership, we've seen it with hope, we've seen it with spiritual figures, and now I think the man in yellow might be corrupting the religious lane on purpose. He's quoting scripture, he's using prayer, he's hitching a ride with a priest and turning spiritual language into a trap. This doesn't feel subtle anymore. Third, Boyd is broken. And if this place really feeds on hope like I've been saying, then that is a much bigger problem than one man crying in a room. Boyd is one of the main things holding this place together. If he goes down, the whole system starts wobbling. Fourth, Kenny has some extended hand-holding time with Sophia, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. At first in the trailer, I was like, yeah, finally they stopped my man Kenny, and then I learned 1, she's 15, and 2, she's a man in yellow. I knew I said he was Nightwing, but Kenny is also Peter Parker of this show. No, hold on, not Spider-Man. Peter, never getting the girl, where's my rent, having your loved ones die, Parker. Fifth, anyone else notice that it's always a priest? I'm not ready to say priests are the key yet, but I'm absolutely side-eyeing the pattern. Father Khatri was central to town order. Kenny's family, I think, had a priest with them when they arrived. Tabitha met a priest outside the town, and now in season 4, we get another priest entry point, only for the man in yellow to hijack the whole thing. At minimum, the show keeps circling faith, ritual, confession, guilt, and spiritual authority for a reason. Lastly, I still believe Ethan and Victor are the two most important keys in this whole story. Ethan understands the rules through story, Victor remembers the older cycles, and now Julie is moving through the chapters. So if this show is really a story that's already been told, then these— Thank you so much. Look, I'm you've been on this show.
That's serious. Look at that.
Yeah. Listen. I'm excited. Look,
yeah.
I'm gonna pop some Sable for that.
Listen, I wish I had some.
But let me dive right in. So, at this point, 4 seasons in,
yeah,
what do you think frustrates Boyd more? Is it the monsters in the forest trying to break him, or is it the people around him making his job harder? And yeah, I'm looking at Elgin.
We're looking at you, Elgin. I think the thing that frustrates Boyd is the very thing that frustrates the audience. He just has no idea what's happening. He's no idea what's happening. And try as he might, try this direction, that direction. You could kill a mother and still they come back like he has no idea. And I think that's the thing that's the most frustrating and also kind of the brilliance of the writing. Do you know what I mean? Like people are like, I want to know the answers. Don't we all? Don't we all want to know the answers? And so I think that's the thing that's really kicking his butt the most.
I agree. I definitely want some answers, and I want to learn more about Boyd. I want to follow his story. I'm invested, but by the time we see him in season 4, he's in a really dark place, and he's making some brutal choices, including torturing Elgin.
Right.
But as a father, did that feel like one of those moments where you understood exactly why Boyd went there, even if it's hard to watch?
Yeah. Like, look, if you put it all together, right, and if you put it all together, you'll figure out why he's so fractured at the beginning of season 4. Like season 1, he shoots his wife. That's like, what are we talking about? And then at the beginning of season 3, he watches all night as they torture and kill Tan Shen while he's tied to a thing. This is crazy talk. His son gets married, they get pregnant, she has Smiley. You know what I mean? And in order to get to the son, there's this kid who you never want to torture a kid, you never do. But if you are going to hurt my child as a dad, you should be very careful. Because me, Harold, I don't really have, I start to lose my humanity there. It's like, you're not going with them. You're not, so you're going to tell me, or this is just not going to go your way. And so, in that sense, I really do understand. It's terrible. Don't get me wrong, it's terrible.
Well, when you look at him in season 4, what kind of man do you think he is right now? Is he still a good man that's just been pushed too far? Or has this place changed him into something else?
He's a broken man. He's a fully broken man. Like, he's broken not only just physically, he's broken spiritually, mentally. He's broken, but he keeps going forward anyway. Do you know what I mean? And that's because of that kid. That no matter what that kid does, no matter what he does or doesn't do, he's going to get that boy out of there. At least that's what he thinks. And whether he's a good man or not a good man, that's for everybody else to decide. He thinks he's a good man, and he's going to do the good thing. And even if he can't trust what his brain is doing, he's going to keep stepping forward until he gets them out of there. At least that's what I hope. I hope that way.
Thank you so much, Harold. I really appreciate your time. Anthony from the Movie Blog. I've met you a few times.
Man.
Looking forward to the next one.
How do I get that shirt, Anthony?
Say less. Listen, I'll reach out to your publicist and you'll get a copy.
Yeah, it's awesome, bro. It's awesome. And you are awesome, my man. Thank you so much for all the support, for all the time. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you.
I really appreciate it. 3 might be the only ones who can finally learn to read it. But hey, that's all I've got for this one. If you're new here to the Movie Blog, do me a favor. We're gonna be here every week. I know this season 4 episode 1 has us reeling. You gotta be on your heels after this one, and I can't wait for y'all to see what happens in the next episode, because that's the one we're gonna sink our teeth into. We're gonna sink our teeth into episode 2. Trust me when I say this, there's some stuff coming. Be back here next week. That's all I got for this one. Hey, if you're new here to the Movie Blog, do me a favor, hit that like button, subscribe, hit the hype button, watch more videos, watch my theory about how From started, and then come back next week so we could do it all again. Otherwise, I'm gonna check y'all all later. Peace. Hi, Fromly. Look, we got to talk about episode 2, because this episode didn't just move the story forward. It straight up changed how we're supposed to be watching this show. And that title, Fray, because that's exactly what's happening right now. The town is starting to fray. The characters are starting to fray. Hell, my mind is starting to fray. We've got relationships breaking down, characters making reckless decisions. And the second someone gets close to answers, effing consequences. Plus, this episode opens with some of the most diabolical acting I've seen on TV in a minute. And we gotta give Julia Doyle her flowers, for real. At first, I thought she was overdoing it. You know, I'm sitting there like, all right, you know, this is a little extra. But then the reveal hits and everything shifts. She's not overacting. She's performing a performance. So once you realize that she's the woman in yellow, it flips the entire episode on its head. Now you're rewatching every scene like, nah, she knew exactly what she was doing. It's like if the Joker was walking around Wayne Manor pretending to be Alfred just to study Batman. That's not overacting, that's strategy. And this right here is where the episode starts to connect to that title, Prey. Because now you can't even trust what you're watching at face value anymore. Not the characters, not the emotions, nothing. Everything is starting to unravel. So if you're into breakdowns, theories, and catching the stuff everybody else missed, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's get into it. This one starts off with Kenny waking up in the middle of the night and immediately feeling like something is off. Sophia is gone. The back door is wide open. And now she's outside crying like she just stepped out of a daytime soap opera. Because on one hand, she's still playing the helpless victim. But on the other hand, you left that door open at night in this town? You basically put a free entry sign on the house and said, come murk everybody. Luckily, Kenny gets her back inside in time, but that moment right there, that is not a mistake. And then she gives that little look when he's consoling her about the death of her father. Like, then we cut to Boyd and yeah. This is not the same Boyd anymore. Elgin walks out and he is completely shook. Boyd is calm and with no hesitation asks him to go back into the room where he lost his eye. And you can sense it immediately. Something has shifted. And he lays it out real simple for Elgin. What happened between Boyd, Elgin, and Fatima? Didn't happen. What happened to Elgin's eye? Didn't happen. What Boyd did to Elgin? Definitely didn't happen. Boyd ain't here to protect feelings. He's here to protect the system. And that right there, that's the shift. That's how you know this place is changing, Boyd. Elgin tries to, test the boundaries a little, and he hits him with the, and what if I don't? And Boyd says it slowly and plainly so his goofy ass understands. Then I'll tell everybody that you murked Tilly, and then I'm gonna put yo ass in the box. Elgin says to him, look, either way, the truth always comes out. And Boyd surprises me, him, and you when he tells Elgin, if I were you, I would make sure it does. And then he just walks off like an abusive dad. We then switch to Acosta getting woken up in the diner by the jukebox, and this time it's playing Good Morning by the Beatles. When you really listen to it, you might think it's a good upbeat song, but it's really about routine, repetition, people going through the motions, and that's a metaphor for this town. Every day starts fresh. People wake up, they try something new, and somehow they end up right back where they started, over and over again. The town gives just enough hope to keep people moving, but never enough to actually let people win. And when you really sit with it, it gets darker. The cycle's not accidental. In fact, it feels pretty well designed. Like the town needs people to keep going through motions, reacting, surviving, trying, failing, and then do it all over again. The system works because people still believe every day might be different. Damn. But yeah, we switch to see what's left of the Matthews family, all sleeping in this living room with Tabitha being the first one to wake up and quickly wiping the drool off her face. We switch to Boyd starting his day, trying to reset. And the second he steps outside, something catches his eye. There's a satchel hanging from the motel sign right in the middle of town. Boyd grabs the binoculars and yeah, that bag is dripping. That bag is dripping. And now the whole town is starting to notice. Jade sees it. Tabitha comes outside. Ethan even steps out and asks, what's that? And damn. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. Tabitha tries to pull Ethan back inside, trying to protect him. But Ethan's grown ass pushes right past her and starts racing toward it. Boyd intercepts him while Ethan starts asking, is that my dad? Is my dad in there? And that right there, that's the moment for him the fear becomes real. Julie takes Ethan away and it's just Boyd, Jade, and Tabitha standing there with this bag. They take it down and you can hear it, that wet, heavy sound moving inside the satchel. Tabitha insists on opening it herself. Build up, and it's goats, dead goats. And for a second, you almost feel relief. Like maybe, just maybe it's not what we thought. For those wondering, Ethan's goat didn't have any horns. That doesn't look like Alma. This is some straight satanic stuff happening here. This is something else. But then Julie opens the barn door and everything breaks. She screams. Tabitha, Boyd, and Jade race to the kids, and there he is, Jim, hanging upside down, tarot card style, completely hollowed out, no life in his eyes, just gone. And shout out to Tehran, because he was the first one who sat with us and had that nice, cool conversation about how From draws inspiration from tarot and translates that into moments in the show. If you haven't checked out that video with me and Tehran, then I'll leave a link in the description so you can catch up. It's definitely a fun watch. But poor Jim, poor Tabitha, and written on the wall, knowledge comes at a cost. And yeah, that's a threat. We then switch to Sophia's kooky ass looking more dangerous than ever while praying over the recently deceased father dead. Kenny covers the body and lets Sophia know that he'll talk to Boyd about a burial. And she just plays along, acts like she doesn't even know who Boyd is, like she's still learning the rules of this place, but we see it. Kenny then offers to take Sophia into town and help her find a spare pair of glasses from the storage room. Then we switch to Ethan, and yeah, he is done. He's not scared anymore. He's not confused anymore. He's angry, and he hates it here, and he doesn't want to be here anymore. That's a shift. Ethan has always been the one trying to understand the story, trying to make sense of everything, but now he's done and he wants out. And if you've been rocking with my recent theories, then you already know where my head is at with this. Ethan, he's a story writer. Julie, she's a story walker. And now suddenly, Ethan is reaching a point where he doesn't want to be part of the story anymore. This feels like progression, because if the story needs him to believe in it, then yeah, him rejecting it might actually be a part of how they break it. And yeah, I'm saying it. Jim getting deleted, that might have been the trigger. It really, think about it. That just might have been something big enough to push Ethan to finally say, I don't want to be here anymore. We'll get back to that. We then switch to Boyd, Jade, and Donna getting Jim down from the barn rafters and loading him into the wheelbarrow. Donna is visibly shaken by what she's seeing and pieces out to go check on Tabitha and the kids. Ellis shows up, sees the wheelbarrow, and immediately knows what time it is. We then move over to the church where they bring Jim's body, and yeah, the energy in this scene is heavy. Nobody's really talking. Not really. Not until Boyd mentions what was written on the wall. Knowledge comes at a cost. And he questions what it means, and Jade tells him they need to talk. We then switch to Kenny walking into town with Sophia, and they see Sarah. Sarah, in her own awkward way, lets Kenny know that they found Jim in the barn this morning, and he got murked. Kenny tells Sophia to head back to the clinic, but of course, she wants her glasses. And this is where things start getting uncomfortable. Sarah offers to take her to the storage room, and just like that, she flips into that everything's normal energy, you know, real polite, real friendly, I know where all the good stuff is, like she ain't done the things we know she's done. Kenny and yeah, me, I don't like this setup at all, because now you got Sarah trying to act normal and the Sophia in yellow watching everything, paying attention, watching how people move, how they talk, how they respond. And the second Sophia walks off with Sarah, it feels like a mistake. It feels like this is where they effed up. We then switch to Jade in the bar talking to Boyd and Ellis, and Jade explains to Boyd exactly what happened at the Bottle Tree. He talks about the 7 kids, the Bottle Tree, Miranda, and even tells him the phrase, Nkui. And can we stop for a second and talk about Jade's drawing on the wall? Because this is not just some dude going full beautiful mind on a piece of cardboard. This is one of those moments where the show is giving us the blueprint if we're paying attention. Jade is doing what Miranda did, what Victor's been doing, what whoever drew the cave drawings did, and he is organizing the chaos of his thoughts before the town can interrupt him. Look at what he's mapping out. He's got a vertical timeline, and down the middle he's trying to map this place across multiple eras. He's asking if This thing goes back to the 1600s, maybe earlier. He's marking the 1800s, the Civil War period, the 1950s, Victor's era. And now he's asking whether the bottle tree predates Miranda, whether the barn comes from an older period, whether the diner, the motel, the houses, was the town here first, or was something already here and the town got built on top of it? And that right there is the key. This place didn't start with the town that we know. The town is just the latest skin over something ancient. He even circles the important stuff that's been feeding all of our theories in the best way. The old stones in the cave, the red stones, the wards outside the settlement, you know, the scarecrows, the bottle tree, Tabitha dreaming about this place as a little girl, Victor still being alive after all these cycles. And the question that should make everyone sit up straight: if we save the children, do we get to leave? That's why this board matters. Is Jade finally drawing the same conclusion a lot of us have been circling for seasons? This place has patterns, it has layers, it has rules, and the bottle tree is not just a random teleportation gimmick. It is tied to the oldest part of the mystery. And this is where Jade accidentally starts helping my grand theory in a big way. Jade's board is basically arguing that From is a prison built in layers over time. I think Jade is clocking that this goes back way further to an older origin tied to the land itself. And once you know that, more things start to make sense. The bottle tree and the flight of the Chromonocle stop looking like a side quest and start looking like the true ending of the game. A story that different people across different eras keep interacting with, even if they don't really understand that they're in it. This is Jade saying that the mystery is bigger than monsters in the woods. It's bigger than who gets murked next. It's bigger than their most recent cycle. He's saying this place has a deep history, and if he's right and if I'm right, then whatever happened at the bottle tree is connected to the beginning. Boyd is on board with all of it, and he even mentions how Nathan once said, if we push too hard, something will push back. And then he wonders, what do they do now? Meanwhile, anyone notice that Boyd is holding his arm to try to get it from jittering? It's not just me, right? Anyway, Boyd just remarks something like, work harder, and then he heads out with Ellis. We then switch to Acosta in the diner with Sarah and Sophia entering. Sarah asks if Acosta is all right, and Acosta shuts her ass down quick and hits her with the "we're not friends." We then switch to Julie and Ethan. With Ethan taking a nap, Julie is having some intrusive thoughts and sneaks out when she peeps that Ethan is knocked out. Plot twist, he was just faking. He ain't sleep. Julie heads downstairs and sees Donna cleaning up. She says that Tabitha stepped out for a second. Julie wants to go for a walk, and at first Donna wants someone to go with her, but Julie brushes it off and just heads out. We then switch to Julie pulling up on Randall while he's outside doing pull-ups, and at first he's on his usual tough guy energy, but the second he realizes something is actually wrong, he switches up. Julie tells him about Jim, and instead of breaking down, she locks in. She needs help. She wants Randall to go back to the ruins with her because she thinks she's gonna save Jim. And honestly, I get it. At this point, nothing else matters. If there's even a chance to fix what just happened, this is the mission now. Randall is confused at first, but he gives in and asks what she needs him to do. We then switch to Tabitha in the barn doing her best to scrub the message off the wall about knowledge having a cost. Jade walks in and tries to talk to her about what they saw at the bottle tree, but this is confirmation that all of what they saw is real, that they're actually getting something solved, that they're actually getting somewhere with this. But Tabitha is not trying to hear any of that. She is at the peak of her grieving right now. Jade keeps pushing, trying to get her to focus, trying to get her to think about what this means, even bringing up her kids. And it just makes things worse because in this moment, none of that matters to her. Her husband is gone. Jade is still talking about the mystery, still trying to connect the dots. And Tabitha is looking at him like he's speaking a completely different language. And then she snaps. She tells him that it should have been his ass that got murked. Damn. We then switch back to Acosta in the diner, and you can tell she's not sitting right. She's running everything back in her head, clearly spiraling, and then she just hits a quiet screw it and gets up like she's made a decision. She marches straight to the clinic, hops in the ambulance, and decides she's about to drive out of town. Like that's gonna work. Christy and Marielle try to stop her, and this is where things get wild because Christy makes a choice that I'm still trying to understand. She gets in the passenger seat, locks the door, and just commits to being in that situation. I get that the show is what it's going for, right? She's trying to manage it from the inside, but this is one of those moments where you're sitting there like, there had to be a better option than this. Because now this situation just got way more dangerous for no reason. And at this point, yeah, things are starting to get out of hand. We then switch back to Boyd's station, and Kenny is in there doing something. And I'm not gonna lie, this moment feels a little off. He just found out that Jim got murked, but instead of being with everyone else, he's in there going through Boyd's desk, moving things around. And you know what I mean? It just feels off. Because before we can even figure out what he's doing or why he's there, Marielle runs in and drops the news. Acosta took the ambulance and Christy is with her. So whatever Kenny was doing, that got cut off immediately so they can address the situation at hand. We then switch back to Sophia in the diner storage closet, going through glasses like prescriptions don't even matter. She tries a few, settles on one, and then starts talking about how the room feels a little sad, but also kind of nice because there's still a part of all those people here. And Sarah doesn't know what to do with that. She's just standing there trying to read this girl, and nothing about this feels normal. Sophia spots a ballerina, reaches for it just for a second, and then stops and switches gears completely. Now she's asking if people get murked here a lot. And again, Sarah doesn't know how to handle it, so she just tells the truth. But then Sophia flips it again and starts talking about how her dad used to say it's better to be honest about things, and then immediately asks Sarah if she has any family here. And then she just moves on. And yeah, this little woman in yellow is diabolical. You gotta keep your eye on her. We then switch to Donna at the Matthews house, hearing a car outside and trying to figure out what the hell is going on. They see the ambulance fly by, and then Boyd and Kenny pull up and start explaining the situation. Everything is moving fast, everybody's focused on the chaos, and that is when Ethan makes his move. Grabs a backpack, quietly slips out through the back door, no hesitation. We switch to Acosta and Christy in the ambulance, and now we finally get a better look at what's going on in Acosta's head. She's talking about how she never went through the process, like the ritual. She didn't drive through town. She didn't get the full realization that there's no way out. She didn't go through the things that everyone else got to go through. And Christy thinks this might be about Elgin, but it's bigger than that. This is Acosta trying to make sense of a situation that doesn't make sense. And that kind of makes sense. Acosta did show up in the middle of the night, right? She saw enough to know something is wrong, but not enough to really fully understand it. And on top of that, she's a cop from like Boston or something. So she's wired to question everything. She gave these people the benefit of the doubt at first. That was till Sarah took a screwdriver and popped out Elgin's eyeball. That trust is now gone. And she's trying to verify things for herself instead of just taking people at their word. We then switch to Julie and Randall making their way into the ruins. Randall is still trying to understand what the hell Julie is talking about. Telling her to, slow down. Trying to get her to actually explain what she thinks is about to happen. But Julie is not trying to hear any of that. She's locked in. She's not thinking about whether this makes sense, whether this is possible, whether it's even safe. She thinks she can go back and save Jim. That's it. That's all that matters right now. We then switch back to Tabitha entering the church and slowly making her way back to where they're keeping Jim's body. She sees him laying there, and it takes us, this is rough, all right? She starts talking to him, holding his hand, saying the things she wishes she said before, and the scene just sits there with her in it. And I'm not gonna lie, moments like this always hit a little different. They do. I'm not where I was in my mourning phase of my mom, like back when we did season 3, but yeah, this is still a tough one to sit through. So we're just gonna move along. We switch back to Acosta and Christy making their way through town again. They've already looped through town twice, and at this point, Christy is over it. She's tired of going in circles, tired of not getting anywhere. Boyd steps into the middle of the road to try to get them to stop. And instead of slowing down, Acosta hits the gas when she sees it's him. And that tells you exactly where she's at right now. Boyd then tells Kenny to go get the spike strip. We then switch to Henry heading into the barn looking for Victor. And yeah, a lot is going on in here right now. Victor is off to the side, completely overwhelmed, trying to process Jim's passing. And he's not really doing a great job of it. Henry comes in and tries to calm him down. He asks if he checked on Ethan. He's trying to ground him in something simple, but Victor can't really hold on to any of it. He's spiraling. He's talking about how Henry could be next, and you can see it in how he's moving too. His hands are fidgeting. He's messing with the rope. He's trying to manage everything hitting him at once. Henry stays with him though, and he keeps his voice steady and tries to bring him back down, and it works a little. We then switch back to Julie and Randall at the ruins, with Randall still trying to wrap his head around what Julie is even saying. game. Julie tells him to try it first, just to see if he can do it too. Randall steps into the ruins, waits, nothing happens. And Julie clocks that immediately. She confirms it, that this is not something that everyone can do. She then tells Randall to give her some time before pulling her out, even if it looks bad. Randall doesn't like it, but he agrees, and this is where things pick up. Julie steps forward, and she story walks right back to the night of the RV. Boyd, Jim, Donna, Randall, all of them are there, and the creatures are closing in. And we also notice that the light is flashing again. Remember my little video about how it feels like somebody's trying to get a message to the characters with these flashing lights? Here it is again. Julie calls out for her dad, and Boyd almost hits her with a bullet trying to take a shot at the creatures. So now we know for sure a couple things. She's not just seeing this. She's in it. She's there. She could get touched. And she tries to get to Jim, but one of the creatures intercepts her and throws her to the ground. Back in the present, Randall sees her body reacting, gives it a second, and then pulls her out just in time before things could go any further. Julie comes back panicking and immediately wants to go right back in. She saw Jim. She saw him. Damn. We then switch to Tabitha returning to the house looking for Ethan, and he's not there. She checks around, calls out for him, and then it clicks. He's gone. She lets Donna know, and now the situation just got worse. And quick side note, I did notice the background NPCs cleaning up the goat guts and going through Father Dead's car. Just something to keep in mind. We switch back to Acosta and Christy making their way through town right after Boyd and Kenny drop the spike strips. Acosta finally gives us a little bit more insight into how she's thinking, talking about how her mom believed in hell, and going back and forth with Christy about whether this place is something people are just accepting instead of actually trying to get out of. And while all of this is going on, they spot Ethan walking down the side of the road by himself. He sees the ambulance and ducks off into the bushes, trying not to be seen. Acosta doesn't even slow down. She's locked in on getting out, and she keeps driving. Christy is the one who steps in and makes sure that she grabs the steering wheel to make sure they hit the spike strips. The ambulance stops, Boyd pulls her out, and he is done talking. He yanks Acosta out of the seat, cuffs her immediately, and starts going off on her. But before that situation could go any further, Christy stops the situation and tells him they saw Ethan walking on the road alone. We then switch to Ethan making his way to the Matthews' RV, heading inside, grabbing the radio, and tossing it in his backpack. And yeah, I already know how this sounds. Wild, but I'm standing on it. I don't care how little sense it makes on paper. I feel like this kid is making the right moves right now. So when Ethan steps back outside and he looks up and he sees Jim just sitting there on that tree, the look on his face says everything, because that moment just feels just as crazy as it looks. And I know a lot of y'all watched this and immediately started asking the obvious question, but I want to take it a step further, because the real question here isn't whether that's actually Jim or not. I'm already leaning toward that being Jim, or at least his spirit. But even if we accept that, we still have a bigger question. What the hell was he doing out there? No, seriously, what the hell was Jim doing out there? Because if you really pay attention to how that moment plays out, Jim looks just as surprised to see Ethan as Ethan is to see him. Like, he wasn't waiting for Ethan. Like, he wasn't expecting anybody to show up at all. Like, he was just out there by himself, caught up in his own thoughts, trying to make sense of whatever just happened to him. And if that's the case, then you have to sit with that for a second, because if Jim wasn't there for Ethan, then why was he there? That's the part that doesn't sit right. Ethan runs up and hugs him, and Jim is still trying to figure out why Ethan is even out there in the first place, and Ethan tells him he came to get the radio so he can try to reach Thomas, the real Thomas, so he can have Thomas meet up with Jim so Jim won't be alone, which is a wild thing to say, but completely on brand for Ethan at this point. And while all of this is happening, Jim keeps glancing off into the woods every few seconds, like he hears something, or like he's expecting something to come out of there at any moment. And yeah, it could just be leftover fear from whatever just happened to him earlier, but the way he keeps checking doesn't feel random. It feels like he knows something is out there. He gives Ethan some advice, tries to ground him a little, but he never fully relaxes. He never really settles into the moment. Then he brings up the night that they first arrived, and he asks Ethan about the dream he had when they crashed. And that's when Ethan brings up the Lake of Tears. Jim tells him he needs to find it, which is one of those lines that can feel small in a moment, but we know with Ethan and what I've been saying about the Chromonacle that this is way bigger than it sounds. Before they can go any further with that, we hear Tabitha calling for Ethan. She finds him by the RV, and Ethan tells her straight up that he saw his dad, who is now gone. He was just there, but trust me, it actually happened, Mom. And this is where I'm going to hold myself back a little bit because I said I was saving this for later, but man, the way Tabitha keeps brushing Ethan off, even after everything she's seen, even after everything she's experienced, is getting harder and harder to ignore her behavior. And that's where the episode cuts. And that ending, whew, yeah, we still got to talk about Jim because here's the thing. It did feel random. It didn't feel staged. It didn't feel like something set up for Ethan to find. If anything, it felt like Ethan just happened to walk into something he wasn't supposed to see yet because Jim didn't look ready for that interaction at all. He looked surprised. And that's what makes this different because when we've seen this place use people before, whether it's Jade seeing Tom or Boyd seeing Father Khatri, those moments always feel a certain way. There's usually some kind of edge to it, something a little off. Either they're pushing an idea, guiding someone, or there's this underlying tone that doesn't fully sit right. But this didn't feel like that. Jim didn't come off manipulative. He didn't come off condescending. He was trying to steer Ethan, but not in a manipulative way. And he also felt distracted, like he had his own stuff going on. And that's the part I keep coming back to because throughout that entire conversation, Jim keeps looking off into the woods. Not once, not twice, multiple times. Like he hears something or like he knows something is out there. And whatever it is, it has his attention more than the conversation does. So now you've got to look at this a little differently because if this was the town trying to manipulate Ethan, you'd expect a cleaner interaction. You'd expect Jim to be focused, direct, purposeful. But instead, he feels like someone who just woke up in a place he doesn't fully understand yet, which is why I'm leaning toward this actually being Jim, just not in the same state that we're used to seeing him, alive. But why is he here? Because if Ethan wasn't supposed to find him, then that moment gave us a glimpse into something bigger than what's happening to the town folks themselves. And when you line that up with everything else in this episode, it gets wilder. Jade is mapping out a system that's been building over time. Julie just proved you can step into moments that already happened and interact with them. And now Ethan is out here running into people who might exist in the in-between. Now I gotta hear from y'all. What do you think is going on with Jim right now? Because I can imagine a few different takes already, and I already know this one's about to get split. So let's run a quick poll on this too. What did that version of Jim feel like to you? A, that was really Jim, just in a different state. B, that was something pretending to be Jim. C, that was Jim, just not fully himself. Or D, that was something else entirely. Drop your pick below and explain it because y'all be catching details I miss and we build this together. And if this is how they're ending episodes now with time bending, different layers opening up, and characters popping up in places they shouldn't be, y'all can already tell next week is gonna be crazy. So make sure you're tapped in, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and join the Frumly so you don't miss it. That's all I have for this one. I'm gonna catch y'all later. Peace. Got the chat open. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Julia, so excited to speak to you. Welcome to the Frumly. Welcome to the Frumly. I'm happy to have you here with us. Since you're new, maybe you can give me some more useful insight than Cordion and Ricky, those guys. But I gotta ask you this. With your insight now that you're in the show, why is this show called From?
Why is the show called From, you ask?
Yes. Why is this show called From?
If I didn't know, I wouldn't be telling you. I would not be telling you, Anthony. No. Yeah, they didn't tell me that.
They didn't. Oh gosh.
No, I don't know. I'm in the same boat.
All right. Well, listen. I love your performance in this episode, in this series so far. At first, I was like, oh, what is she doing? And then I'm like, whoa. And I think people are going to go back and rewatch episode 1 differently after the reveal at the end. When you did your first scene, did you approach Sophia almost like a performance within a performance?
No, but that's something that I did have a moment of like calling my coach, being like, okay, like I like, wait, what am I actually doing? And then he was like, okay, first of all, like, you're too, like, you fully inhabit, you don't have to overcomplicate it. It's not as complicated as you're making it out to be. You just fully inhabit. When you're Sophia, Man in Yellow isn't thinking, I'm Man in Yellow and Sophia. He's thinking, I'm Sophia, or, or thinking about people that remind him of how he should be acting. Or yeah, sure.
Did you know that you were the man in yellow when you first started?
No, I didn't even get a storyline. I didn't even know that I was auditioning for film. I was auditioning for a show called No Exit, and all my scenes take place in all my audition scenes took place in a clinic, and Kenny was renamed to Reggie, and I just thought I was auditioning for this new MGM Plus paranormal hospital show. I thought it was a hospital paranormal show, which honestly would be kind of great, but yeah, no, I had no idea, and also I found out I swear to God, I found out after, or on my callback / call with Jack the director, that I was someone else, or Man in Yellow. Yeah.
So I've noticed that. Hold on. Oh, okay, so with this, for me, looking into you is a little tough. Like your Google searches are going up, but when I look up you, I see some person who's a singer. I see some photos of you. Who is Julia to the Fromily? Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Julia Doyle. I'm from Toronto. And I don't know. I act and I really like horror movies and I like dogs.
Do you sing?
No, but there's another Julia Doyle who's a soprano singer, and I'm pretty sure she's based in England. And I feel kind of bad because for the longest time, my parents or my friends would be like, "Hey, I'm trying to set you up," and there's a brunette with a pixie cut there. Like, that's not you. Or they'd be sending me pictures of my IMDb, being like, "I didn't know you had this credit." It's I have some of her credits on my IMDb, and I've tried to correct it. Julia, if you're watching, I've tried to correct it. I'm so sorry. It's not my fault. I don't know why, but thank you for the extra 2 credits. But yeah.
Last thing, without spoiling anything, once the Fromily has seen episode 1, what should they be paying closer attention to in your performance going forward?
They should be really looking at my performance.
Yes. All of that.
Yes. Got it.
Thank you so
I
much.
I don't know.
No, I love it. Your facial expressions say it all. The way that you performed, oh my gosh, I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with other folks who have seen it just about your performance. You are on another level.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much for your time. I know you're busy. I'm really excited for you this season. I can't wait to speak to you again in the future.
Me too. I had a great time talking. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great one.
You as well. See you later.
Yo, what's going on, Fromily? We are back with another breakdown of our favorite, this place is petty as hell, show From. This week's episode is titled Merrily We Go. And that title feels sarcastic as all get out because there's nothing merry about this episode. Not Acosta begging Boyd for 1 bullet, not Sophia pulling a souvenir out of a dead man's mouth with her bare hand, not Ethan showing up to a funeral in a suit because he's trying to be the man of the house now, and definitely not Boyd ending the episode getting grabbed by the goddamn ground. But the title still fits because this whole episode, everything is changing. Ethan starts following the Lake of Tears clue. Julie starts taking Ethan's story seriously. Jade wants to crack open his own memory. Tabitha is ready to gamble on the bottle tree. Boyd is trying to hold the whole busted town together one more time. Everything is changing. The problem is, on this show, things don't always change for the better. If you're new here, hit that like button, subscribe, and join the Frumily, because this show loves playing games, and around here, we ain't messing around. We ain't effing around now one bit. Now let's get into it. This episode opens with Fatima heading into the kitchen in the middle of the night and immediately running into Elgin sitting there looking like sleepers for suckers. Interestingly enough, I noticed that the table had seats and drinks for like 3 other people at the table who aren't there, but who knows if that's relevant or not. But that doesn't seem to be the focus of this moment. What is that Elgin is not sleeping in the room he lost his eye in anymore. What also stood out to me here is how weirdly calm both of them are trying to act after everything that happened. Elgin offers to get out of her way and then starts talking about how they need to get their stories straight. And Fatima actually asks this man if he's okay. That's crazy on paper, but it also feels very Frumily. And then Fatima says that she needs Elgin's help with something. We don't know exactly what she's planning yet, but it feels like she's plotting. We then switch to Boyd dreaming about that day that Abby went all Thanos and half the population of Frumtown. We see Boyd wake up and head into the jail cell in his office where he's keeping Acosta. He starts asking her to explain what the hell that was about yesterday when she was riding through town with Christy in the ambulance. And I actually think that this is one of the more interesting scenes in the whole opening stretch. Acosta says, whatever that was yesterday, that wasn't me. And on this show right here, I don't ignore lines like that because this place has a tendency to influence and manipulate people into doing things. Acosta talks about how the dozens of people with schemes to leave this place are all deleted. And Acosta is clearly not in a good place because she goes from trying to explain herself to asking Boyd for one bullet so she could just go self-delete in the woods. That's dark. Talk about how Boyd won't even need to clean it up. Like, what? Then Frum decides that it hasn't grossed us up enough yet and cuts over to Father Dead getting wrapped up by Christy and Marielle with Sophia watching. And man, Sophia is a problem. Kenny shows up with some of the things from the man's car with Kenny ready to take his body for the burial. Sophia asks for a few moments to say goodbye. And this diabolical demon lady casually walks up to this deleted dude's face and pulls a tooth out of this man's mouth with her bare hands like she's collecting merch. We then move over to Jade in the bar trying to meditate, which is funny already because Jade and Inner Peace go together about as well as Randall and customer service. Boyd comes in hoping Jade has something useful, and Jade basically hits him with, do I look like I got answers? But what I like here is that Jade is at least self-aware enough to apologize for snapping. So there's some growth. Slightly rude growth, but yeah, it counts. Then Jade drops the friggin' bomb on Boyd when he tells him that he wants some acid. He wants to use psychedelics to try to unlock the memories buried in his mind because Miranda started thinking of seeing this place after she and Henry took some acid back in the day. And honestly, this is so Jade. This is so Jade. It's reckless, it's stupid, and it's low-key kind of genius. Clearly, logic alone probably ain't enough to crack this place. Boyd doesn't just dismiss Jade because it's a stupid idea. Instead, he warns him. He basically tells him that even if this works, they have no idea what it's going to cost to unlock whatever's buried in Jade's head. And that is another important line for this whole episode because Merrily We Go keeps pushing this idea that forward movement might come with a price. And I also like the little detail that Jade says he's not going to the funeral and probably won't be missed. We're used to Jade being antisocial, but I don't think this is that. This is Jade still reacting to Tabitha going off on him in the barn. Then we switch over to the funeral, and this is where the episode really starts cooking. Tabitha, Julie, and Ethan head over, and Ethan says the suit doesn't fit, but he wants to wear it anyway because at Grandpa's funeral, his dad said a man wears a suit to show respect. Man, whew, this is Ethan trying to grow up now. He's grieving, but he's also trying to step into what he thinks manhood looks like because Jim's gone. We get a glimpse of the woman in yellow holding some sunflowers while standing next to Kenny and Clara. Oh, snap, Clara! Feel like I spotted a rare Pokemon. But yeah, the whole gang is here, and Boyd starts the funeral speech, and Frum decides to get weird. Out of nowhere, that crow crow drops down from the sky right in front of the graves, like it was invited to the service, and starts crowing, cawing. I don't know. It starts making noise and stuff. I don't know. And my first thought was the same as Tabitha's. It felt like the town was bragging, like it was screwing with everybody standing there grieving. But then I looked closer at Sophia, and that's what made the moment more interesting. Sophia looks confused. So now I'm not so sure what the crow moment was about. But the real thing that jumped out to me in this scene was Randall. Everyone is looking up at the crows except for Randall. Did anyone else notice that? Randall keeps staring down at the graves and never even reacts to the birds the way the rest of the group does. And on this show, when one character responds differently than everybody else, we need to pay attention. Now, I wonder if the crows have anything to do with Randall and his role in this town, because he's still one of the Cicada Three. He's one of the biggest walking question marks in this town. Julie already told us back in season 3 that she could still hear the screaming. Randall, he still hears things too, right? He's tried to self-delete. Marielle was part of that Cicada trio too, and we still don't fully understand what happened to any of them. So when a supernatural looking sign pops up at a funeral and Randall reacts different from the rest of the crowd, I think the show is reminding us that whatever touched Randall back then, we'll get back to that in a bit. We then switch to the diner where we see the Matthews family mulling over breakfast. Victor walks in and finally checks in on Ethan and his family. He shares a drawing that he made of the Matthews family when they arrived, and he gives it to them as a gesture to cheer them up. Ethan asks if he can go to Colony House with Victor, and Tabitha reluctantly agrees. Victor, he promises to make sure nothing happens to Ethan, and they scurry off. We then see Kenny bring Sophia some tea in the diner, and she immediately starts sipping on it and also immediately starts fishing. Has anything like that ever happened before? And then she starts asking about when things began getting worse. And before you know it, she's low-key blaming everything on the Matthews family showing up in town. And sugar honey iced tea Sophia is dangerous. She knows how to plant a thought and let other people do the damage for her. Then Julie walks up trying to connect with Sophia because, and from her perspective, they both kind of just lost their dads, which on paper should be a tender little human moment. Except Sophia's messy ass has already been whispering in the right ears. Julie finds out Sophia told Julie that Kenny said everything started going bad when the Matthews family arrived. And now Kenny's catching heat over something Sophia twisted into a bigger mess. That is diabolical. Julie storms off and Sophia just plays dumb. Julie and Tabitha talk outside after that, and I was a little beat because Julie says out loud what a lot of us were thinking, that the crows felt like they were celebrating. The people in the town felt it too. The only question is whether that was a warning, a taunt, or something else. We don't know yet. We then switch over to Fatima and Ellis, and I actually like this little quiet moment because it reminds us how much has changed in such a short amount of time. Ellis is talking about how it feels like a lifetime ago that they made space for Julie in their room. And yeah, I'm still gonna leave that throuple talk alone because I know how it makes some of y'all feel. But yeah, people are living 3 emotional years every 2 damn days in this town. Fatima is clearly still struggling with everything, and Ellis brings up the fact that they still haven't really talked about it. Ellis then says he has an idea, and he runs inside Colony House, and then the episode quietly slips us something important. We see Elgin carrying a bucket, and we catch Fatima and Elgin low-key working together on something. Whatever she asked Elgin for earlier, she is already setting pieces into motion. And yet, I don't like when nobody on this show starts moving in silence. Not one bit. We then switch over to Ethan and Victor at Colony House, and Victor is over here talking about how he moved Henry into his room and how nice it is to have a roommate and someone to talk to. And I gotta be honest, Victor means well, but man, read the room. My guy is saying all this to the kid who just lost his father. Like, damn, Victor. But Ethan doesn't even stay stuck on that, and that's what I love about Ethan in this episode. My guy is focus. He asks Victor if there are any lakes in Frumtown. And this is clearly a direct result of whatever happened with Jim at the RV at the end of last episode. Ethan heard Lake of Tears and immediately locked in. My boy is on a quest now. Victor mentions the Brundles, and Ethan wants to go see it. But then Victor says something that really caught my attention. He says he doesn't like it there and that water is creepy. And I'm not letting that line slide, because Victor doesn't just say stuff for no reason. When Victor randomly tells us he doesn't like something, that usually means there's a whole buried memory, a side of trauma, and at least 3 nightmares attached to it. So now I need to know what happened at the Brundles, why water creeps Victor out, and whether this is one more thing he's been sitting on this whole time. Then Ethan tries to go by himself when Victor hesitates to help, and I love this because Ethan is not messing around. My guy is on a quest. Victor wants to know why Ethan needs to find the lake, and Ethan basically tells him, look, if you take me there, then I'll tell you. And that right there is Ethan learning how to move like grown folks. You don't need to know why. You need to do what I asked. So yeah, this whole scene is simple on the surface, but it's doing a lot. We then switch over to Tabitha back at the house, and she's looking at that drawing Victor made of the Matthews family, which is already emotional enough on its own. But then she comes across another drawing, and this one is of the lighthouse. And hold up, when the hell did Victor see the lighthouse and draw it? Seriously, it's not just me, right? Because either Victor drew that lighthouse or his sister did. So which one was it? And what I like here is that Tabitha reacts the way somebody should react when they're desperate to go home. She's been home. This drawing lights a fire under her immediately, and she starts writing notes on the back of it. You could feel the energy. She is back in problem-solving mode and is trying to get back to finding answers. So this is one of those small scenes that matters because it reactivates Tabitha. The lighthouse is back on the board, and now the question becomes whether Victor put it there on purpose or whether this is one more clue someone, hint hint, story walker, left behind. I'm pretty sure this is one of the drawings Victor made sure got to Ethan back in season 1. We then switch over to Julie grabbing supplies from the cabin, and she heads out. Randall's already waiting outside for her, and I can't lie, there was a little bit of AJ's real accent sneaking through in this scene. You know what I mean? Did you hear it? You could hear a little bit of Britain trying to break through, just a sprinkle. And if y'all haven't checked it out already, definitely go watch my interview with AJ, because we talk all things from with his full-on British accent. Anyway, Julie tries to shake Randall, but he's not with it. She tells him she needs to get something from her old house, the one that collapsed. And when Randall asks what could possibly be so important in there, Julie finally says the magic words: Ethan's copy of Flight of the Chromanacle. It might have some answers. Finally somebody besides Ethan is treating Ethan like he might actually know what the hell he's talking about. And I love this because Julie has clearly reached that point where she knows her little brother may sound like he's talking in storybook riddles, but that little man has been low-key spitting facts since damn near day one. The adults love brushing Ethan off because he's a kid, but Julie is finally clocking that Chromanacle stuff might not just be some cute kid nonsense. And honestly, this is one of my favorite things about this season so far. The characters are finally starting to focus on the mystery. They're not just surviving moment to moment anymore. They're actually moving the story forward. Julie going after that book is a big deal because it means Ethan's weird little fantasy language might finally be promoted to what it always should have been in this town. Facts. We then switch over to Boyd returning to the station to check on Acosta, and apparently she did not go out into the woods and do something permanent. Yeah, Boyd comes in with a whole different energy this time. He's not here just checking on her, he's got work for her. And I like this scene because it tells us two things at once. One, Acosta is hanging on by a freaking thread. Two, Boyd sees that, and instead of just babysitting her, he needs to give her something to do. He did the same thing with Sarah back in season 2 when Donna helped give her a job sewing ripped clothing. And that's Boyd. When somebody is falling apart, he gives them a job. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. But here, I think it's a good thing because Acosta is in that exact headspace where if she's left alone too long, this place is going to tear her up. We'll see how this works out. We then switch over to Victor and Ethan making it to the Brundles. And of course, who do they find there? Jade. Just floating in the water in his drawers like he's water tanning or some rich people shit. I don't know. I swear, this man is always giving off some weird private liberal art school energy. Ethan is ready to dip because this clearly is the wrong spot, which also I love because Ethan is not here to play games. My guy is on a quest. Victor reminds him that he was promised details, and that's when Ethan finally lays it all out. He tells him he's looking for the Lake of Tears and that it's a lake with magical powers and that it can make people better when they're hurt. And this is where where the scene gets really good, because now Victor is hearing Ethan calmly describe seeing Jim after everything that happened, and instead of instantly dismissing him, Victor actually recruits Jade to help find the Lake of Tears. And I am loving every bit of this too, because finally, we've got people listening to Ethan and not acting like the Crime Monocle stuff is just BS ramblings from some kid. Ethan says he saw Jim. Ethan says the Lake of Tears is real. Ethan says it can heal people. And instead of Victor doing that usual thing where adults just pat Ethan on the head and go, that's nice, Victor actually engages with it. We then switch back to Randall and Julie making their way to the old Stevens house. And I like the energy here because Randall is skeptical, but not being a total dick. He's not all in on Ethan's storybook logic, but he's also not treating Julie like she's lost it. Julie pauses for a moment and reflects on how she talked to her dad when the house collapsed on him back in season 2. For Julie, this isn't just some old house. This is one of those places where her family got torn apart in real time. Randall picks up on that immediately. He sees what's happening with Julie and offers to go in and get the book himself instead of making her do it. And instead of mocking her or pushing her through it when he saw her spiraling, he stepped up. Julie reluctantly agrees and shows him the way in, and that sets up the next beat nicely because now the mission for Ethan's book isn't just about getting an object, it's about Randall stepping into Julie's pain a little and helping her carry the weight of it. Go ahead, Randall. We then switch over to Kenny and Sophia in Father Cautry's church, and this is where Sophia really starts digging her tendrils into the townsfolk, tricking Kenny into a place where he listens to her. She brings up Achan from the Bible, and yeah, I think she's referring to Joshua 7. Joshua book 7 for those of you guys need to that. Here, let me explain it for you. After the fall of Jericho, God gave one simple command. Don't take anything out of this place. Leave it all. Achan didn't listen. He took what he wasn't supposed to and he took it out and buried it. And what's crazy is God didn't punish Achan alone. He punished everyone. Israel went into their next battle expecting victory and got destroyed. Not because of what everyone did, but because of what one man did. And that's the part that feels really familiar when you look at From. Because in this town, it feels like the same rules apply. One person, if that one person pushes too far, breaks whatever unseen rules this place has, everybody suffers for it. Nathan even hinted at it when he said if you push this place too hard, it might push back. And we've seen that. Every time someone gets close to answers, every time someone tries to escape, every time hope starts to build, something worse shows up. It's like this town's not just trapping them, it's reacting to them, just like in Achan's story. And apparently, that's what Sophia told Julie. Kenny tries to explain to her that, yeah, look, the people in this town are one bad day away from just flat out giving up. And Sophia is still acting weird about all of it. She's listening, but she's also low-key studying this place, studying the people, and decided where she wants to position herself. Then Kenny brings up the topic of figuring out where Sophia is going to live. And when he says that he stays at Colony House, Sophia immediately says she doesn't want to live there. Too many people. Instead, she asks about Sarah. She says Sarah was nice to her. She says she's seen her kindness. And she basically decides based on one general interaction that Sarah can't be a bad person, obviously. And Kenny's reaction here is perfect because he knows Sophia doesn't know the faintest idea about who Sarah really is. We then switch over to Randall and yeah, his accent is peeking through a little bit more again in this scene. You know, just a little bit, a wee bit. Randall got that from town stress and the light side of London creeping in his delivery. He's in the house now. He's trying to find Ethan's book bag full of books. We see some cool Easter eggs, like the wall that the Matthews family wrote all their questions on, with Randall walking right by it but pushing on to find the books. We then switch over to Boyd and Acosta down in the basement of Colony House. And this is one of those scenes that gets more interesting the more you sit with it. One, did anyone else clock how this basement looks like Martin's dungeon? This totally looks like Martin's dungeon. Woohoo! Hold that thought, because Boyd explains that they've got storage sheds all around town for useful stuff, but everything else got dumped down here in this basement. Then he tells Acosta he wants her to go through this room and treat it like a crime scene. Look at the objects, build the narrative, tell him everything she can about the people that this stuff belonged to. And I love this because Boyd is not asking her to do busy work. He isn't just giving her stuff to do. He's giving her something specific that lines up with her training. He knows that she was trained for this. He knows that she can read a scene, build a profile, and pull meaning out of details other people might miss. So instead of letting her spiral, he gives her something that puts her skills to work. But then the scene gets even better because Boyd doesn't give her the full story. He's not going to explain the details. He just says that she reminds him of somebody he could have helped, and she reminds him of Abby. And now that the show put that idea on the table, I completely see it. Acosta really does feel like the new Abby, at least in the terms of town roles. Not literally the same person, but in terms of what she represents. She's the trained one, the enforcer, the one with the instincts for force, order, and action. So when Boyd says that she reminds him of someone he could have helped, this scene stops being about just Acosta and starts being about Boyd too. Then he closes the scene by telling her that if she still wants that bullet after she does this for him, then they'll talk. But that is a hell of a line because it tells you Boyd sees how close to the edge she is. She's close. He's not pretending that she's fixed. He's buying time by giving her something to do. We then switch over to Tabitha at Colony House, and she heads straight for Donna's room, or as some of y'all might be calling it right now, Elgin's former little horror suite. And she goes in there looking for Donna, but Donna's not there. But Henry spots Tabitha, and she's leaving, but before she left, Tabitha dropped that lighthouse drawing on Donna's dresser. Henry catches her on the way out and tries to check in on her, and Tabitha gives him that weak little, "I'm just heading home" lie that fools absolutely nobody. And I love how Henry here basically calls her out on it. Once they get outside, he basically tells her, look, you're a terrible liar. And he doesn't believe her for 1 second that she's just going home. So Tabitha finally says screw it and tells him the truth. She wants to go back to the lighthouse. She wants to try to get her kids home. She has to try something, anything. Henry, on the other hand, hears bottle tree, lighthouse, and bad idea all in one breath because the last person he loved who went chasing that path was Miranda. And from his point of view, this whole thing sounds like one more trip straight toward disaster. He even brings up Dale winding up in the pool after going through the bottle tree, right? The tree is not exactly running a great Yelp page right now, but Tabitha is not trying to hear logic either. Then things get brutal because Henry says he wants to see the bottle tree. He wants to see the place where his wife died trying to reach that lighthouse. And that is the moment where it hits. He still doesn't know. Tabitha knows, we know, but Henry is standing there talking about Miranda's last path like it's still this unresolved mystery. And you could feel Tabitha almost break right there because she is right on the edge of telling him. But she holds back and agrees to take him to the bottle tree instead. We then switch over to Ellis and Fatima making their way out to the car graveyard, and I really like this callback because we haven't been back here in a minute. Last time this place had a big moment, Victor brought Jade out here and we got those drawings and the violin. So just returning here already gives the scene a little extra texture. Ellis pulls out a bat and explains the idea. He wants Fatima to use this place like a rage room. Smash some stuff. Let that anger out. And honestly, not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Listen, if somebody offered me a pass to beat the hell out of stuff, I'm lining up too. We then switch over to Jade, Victor, and Ethan still walking and talking about the Lake of Tears. And man, Ethan starts cooking again. Gordon Ramsay, like, because Jade presses him a little. He asks Ethan, like, yo, you think this place from your story is real just because your dad told you it was? And Ethan comes right back with one of the clearest lines of logic in the episode. Maybe I didn't make it up. Maybe I just thought I did. And I'm like, come on, Ethan. This little man has been low-key carrying answers from the beginning, and the adults are just now starting to catch up. And he takes it even further, and he gives him more logic. He's like, look, you remember them red rocks at the settlement and how Tabitha thought she made those up because she used to have nightmares about them, but then it turned out those rocks were actually real? So Ethan's point is maybe the same thing is happening with the lake. Maybe he used it in his story, not because he made it up, but because it was already real. He just didn't know it. And yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing I've been waiting for. Ethan is proving my theory right. He's basically suggesting that what people think they invented might actually be something they remembered, or something they saw, or something this place planted in them before they even understood what it was. Ethan is telling the story. You can literally see Jade's gears turning when Ethan starts dropping this. Now, one little thing that made me pause is when exactly did Ethan hear about Tabitha's red rocks to put all that together? Off camera? But you know what? Look, I could let that go because this mofo is cooking. If Ethan is not making this stuff up, if Ethan is remembering, then he may be connected to this place on a much deeper level than I thought. Maybe through dreams, maybe through some cycle, maybe through reincarnation, maybe through whatever weird spiritual echo this town seems to keep dragging people into. Now, I'm not saying the show confirmed everything in my theory right here, but it absolutely plants the seed. And since that seed is planted, now I'm finna ask all of the reckless questions. So let's go. If Ethan is part of some bigger cycle, then who was he in a past life? Was it somebody somebody we already know? Was it somebody from Victor's past? Was it Martin? Was it somebody tied to the boy in white? I don't know where the show wants to take that yet, but the fact that it even opened the door right there is exciting. Jade and Ethan keep exchanging information, and you could feel Jade getting ready to open up a little bit more too. But then the whole scene shifts because Victor has started to fall behind, and what he saw stopped him cold in his tracks because Victor noticed the man in yellow's jacket and pants laid out on the ground, and this reaction is immediate. When Jade and Ethan realize what he's looking at and they get closer, Victor just completely breaks. My guy starts peeing himself, and I gotta say, we never seen this kind of reaction out of Victor before, not like this, and that tells me everything I need to know. Whatever happened with the man in yellow, whatever Victor connects those clothes to, it is bad enough that the sight of them alone completely caused him to malfunction. Then the episode adds one more nasty little touch. A crow lands right in front of the clothes like it's there to underline the moment and taunt him, and Victor does the race. Victor's gone. He takes off. Jade and Ethan chase after him, and just like that, this whole Lake of Tears conversation got swallowed up by one of the strongest fear reactions we've ever seen from Victor. Victor has seen horrors in this place that would probably fold most people in half, and this right here still hit him differently. So whatever those clothes mean, whatever the man in yellow did, this show is making it real clear this is not a regular scary memory. This is one of Victor's deepest wounds. We then switch over to Randall, still inside the old Matthews house, still digging around looking for Ethan's books, and then From decides to get cute for a second because Randall bumps into Brick. Brick! Y'all remember Brick, right? Young dude, helpful, but panicky. The same guy from back in season 2 who got taken out early in the chaos around the collapsed house. The one whose panic helped turn that whole situation even more of a mess. Yeah, that Brick. And honestly, if you forgot him, I'm not even mad at you because this dude got deleted so fast the show barely gave him time to leave a forwarding address. But Randall remembers him. We then switch over to Kenny and Sophia at Sarah's house, and Kenny has to deliver one hell of an awkward sentence. He lets Sarah know that Sophia would actually like to live here with Sarah, the lady who got his dad deleted. And that lands exactly the way it should because from Kenny's point of view, this is insane. Sophia barely knows anything about Sarah. She's got one kind interaction from her, decided that meant Sarah was safe, and now wants to move in. Meanwhile, Kenny is standing there like, you don't know this woman at all. We then switch back over to Randall, and finally, our guy gets his hands on that book bag. He digs through it and finds Ethan's books, The Grand Gulagog, and the one we actually care about, Flight of the Chromonacle. So yes, we're making progress. Randall has done the mission. He got inside the wreckage, he found the bag, and now he's holding on to one of the most important clue objects in the whole series. We then switch over to Ellis and Fatima coming back from the car graveyard, and for the first time in a minute, Fatima actually seems a little better. The rage room idea seems like it helped. She got some of that pressure out, at least for a second, and it feels like Ellis found something that worked. They have a little tender moment, they kiss a bit, and Fatima tells Ellis she's gonna go lie down and take a nap. Ellis says he's got some things to handle for Donna to get ready for tomorrow, and the whole scene just feels calm. Too calm. Because we follow Fatima into Colony House, and instead of going back into her room like she said she would, she detours and heads straight for Elgin. And what do we find this fool doing? He's unloading dirt from a cooler onto the floor. Excuse me? What in the actual hell are these two doing? I don't like this one bit. Is she about to start eating garbage again? This looks and feels awful. We then switch back over to Henry and Tabitha making their way to the bottle tree, and Henry immediately points out that it looks just like the one Miranda made back at home, except this one has that big ass hole on the side of it, which, you know, feels like a detail you probably should not ignore in a magic murder tree. Tabitha is ready to move though. She gets there, she sees the tree, and immediately tells Henry to head back to town because she's about to go in. Henry is not having. He starts arguing with her that going through that tree could be a terrible idea, especially after what happened to Dale. And the scene got real tense real fast because Henry's not just disagreeing with her, he physically blocks the entrance and tells her she's gonna have to go through him if she wants to get in that tree. But then the energy in the room changes. That little disappearing boy in white pops up out of nowhere, and I love that Tabitha sees him and immediately asks the same questions we're all asking as viewers. Why are you here? No, why do you look so different? And instead of giving us a neat little answer, the show sidesteps the aging child actor reality with that slick little meta move of basically telling us you're asking the wrong questions. Right here, From is saying, yeah, look, we noticed, all right? Kids are getting bigger. Let's not focus on that. We're not on Stranger Things level yet. Tamaranda then switches up and asks, will that tree take me back to the lighthouse? And the boy in white says he doesn't think so. What? That feels huge because that one line blows up a whole lot of clean little theories people had about the bottle tree and who it works for and when it works, right? A lot of y'all wondered if these trees reserved for the chosen people or if certain players get special access when the story needs them to. But the boy in white makes it clear right here that it's not that simple. Just because the tree took Tabitha where she needed to go before doesn't mean it will do so again. Tamaranda starts mouthing off at him about how before it was the only way. He even tells her that she's so close now, but he's afraid that she's running out of time. Then, before the scene can breathe any longer, we hear Ethan yelling for Victor. And of course, the boy in white uses that exact moment to pull his usual Batman routine and vanish the second that people turn their heads. The biggest takeaway for me is simple. The tree is not reliable, alright? Don't think you could just use that anytime. We then switch back over to Victor, Ethan, and Jade in the woods, and Victor is absolutely crashing out. I mean, full meltdown. Whatever those clothes meant to him, whatever they brought back, he was clearly been keeping it locked in by convincing himself it wasn't real, and that lie has been shattered, so he's spiraling. Ethan tries to keep up. Jade is trying to process what the hell just happened, and then Jade looks down and notices something on the ground. Mushrooms. And not just random little salad bar mushrooms either. These look like the kind of mushrooms that can send you on a one-way trip through the walls of your own mind. You know, the exact kind of thing Jade was just talking about needing. And scenes like this always make me think back to Ethan in season 1, asking the question that still hangs over this whole show. Is there somebody out there trying to help? None of this stuff feels random. Anyway, hold that thought, because we then switch to Boyd making his annual visit to Abby's grave. Boyd is in a rough place. After everything that's happened, after everything he's had to hold together, after all the lines he's been crossing, he comes to Abby because this is one of the only places where he could be himself, even if just for a second. And he starts talking about how he's changing, how he's said and done things lately that don't sit right with him, how he's not sure he likes the man he's become. And it's in that moment that we see that creepy ass hand reaching out from below and grabs Boyd by the arm. It starts pulling him down into the ground. Boyd manages to wrestle free, and I think he gets away without any obvious damage, but on this show, who the hell really knows? Because even if he looks fine, you never know. Something could get left behind. And then boom, end credits. And wow, what the F just happened to Boyd? My guy really went to talk to Abby at her grave, got honest for maybe 30 seconds about the kind of man he's becoming, and then something reached up out of the ground and grabbed his arm. So now we gotta sit down and ask all the questions. What grabbed him? Was it Abby? Was it one of the Cabbage Patch things from the trailer? Was that one of the people creature monsters messing with him from below? Or was that ish something completely new? Because it's not like we have enough nightmares in Frumtown, right? What's one more? But as wild as that ending was, this episode actually gave us something really important too. Answers. For one, the trees are clearly not some neat little closed system that only works for the chosen people whenever the plot says so. Tabitha was ready to jump right back into that bottle tree, and then Henry may have accidentally saved her life because the boy in white basically backed Henry up.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
And that tree that took her to the lighthouse before might not do it again. And to me, that keeps supporting something I've been saying for a long time now. I don't think the trees are just random portals. I think the trees have their own motives. We already know they've been moving. Victor's been measuring that way back in season 1. So now I'm asking, are the trees trying to help people in this town? And if they are, help them do what exactly? Escape? Remember? Survive? Because those are not all the same thing. Then you've got Victor's reaction to the man in yellow's clothes, and man, that was insane. We've never seen Victor react like that before. These two have clearly crossed paths before, and the first thing that popped to mind was the massacre that Victor survived as a small child. The man in yellow already told us his favorite part is when they tear each other apart. And what do we know about that massacre? Young Victor came out of the cellar and found a town full of bodies and body parts. So now I have to wonder, was the man in yellow involved in that too? Because when I look at Sophia working on Julie and Kenny in this episode, it makes me wonder if we've seen this playbook before. And that leads me to Christopher. Was that really Christopher in those flashbacks arguing with the boy in white? Or was Christopher being manipulated? Or was that even him at all? Like, what if that was the man in yellow just impersonating Christopher? Could the boy in white recognize or see through the disguise of the man in yellow? Could he? Maybe? I don't know. No clue. And can I also say how much I love that the story is finally centering on the characters actually trying to unravel the mystery of this town. Julie and Randall are out here retrieving the Chromonocle. Boyd is working with Jade and Acosta in his own way. Ethan, Jade, and Victor are now chasing the Lake of Tears together. Tabitha is still trying to get back to the lighthouse. Everybody is slowly bringing their own piece of the puzzle to the table, and it really does feel like we're building toward that big Avengers Endgame moment where all of these separate threads finally come together. And maybe, just maybe, when that happens, we'll finally get the answer to the biggest question of them all. Why is this show called From?
Okay, Catalina, so excited to speak with you.
How are
How
you?
are you doing? I'm doing good. Good to speak with you again.
Yeah, same.
I know I'm on the clock, so I gotta kind of rush into this. Um, Tabitha's been getting a lot of the short end of the stick with fans this season, and I don't know if you're seeing.
Oh, my kid has been telling me that like, they hate you. I'm like, oh well.
Can you tell us a little bit? Where do you think Tabitha's mind is right now? Now after episode 2, Jim's gone. Where is she right now?
I feel that some people like her, some people hate her. I don't agree with a lot of with not a lot, but like a few things that she's done regarding her children. I would want to find my husband if that was in the bag. I wouldn't want to open the bag and be like, oh yeah, that's my husband and my kids far away from me. I would want to go with my kids. Like I would
Right.
never want to be that tough. I'm not that tough to be opening a bag knowing that my husband could be there. It's horrible. It's not me, but Tabitha is. Um, and this is an example of things that I would never do, but Tabitha does. And I understand that, that people behave in ways because they are broken. They're going through grief. She's a broken girl. I mean, like she lost a child. How can you recover from losing a baby? It's impossible. So she's been broken from the beginning, and now she deals with her husband's death, even though her husband, they want a divorce. He's the father of her children. He's the father of her children, and they have a long history together. Julie is what, 17 in the
Yeah.
show, so they've known each other for a lifetime. How can you love them, you hate them, you love them, you hate them, but at the end of the day, you love them. It's very difficult, and it's a human thing, and people do it all the time.
Folks, I'm very excited to speak with you again. Loving your performance, even if the fans are not liking your
Oh, I
character.
love,
You're,
what? I love that people have those kind of reactions because it means that you're doing something well. It means that it's very, when I watch a movie and the movie just hits me in certain places, I'm like, oh, I hate this person. How dare, like I get, I have emotions. If you're just watching a show and they're like, okay, next episode. I love when people love or hate or, it's part of the whole thing. It's fine. I love it.
you're, you're doing it so well.
Thank you,
Thank you
Anthony.
so much. Looking forward to speaking.
But now I want to hear from y'all. What Graboid? What do you think the trees actually want? Was the man in yellow involved in the massacre that Victor survived? And one more for the road. Do y'all think Randall could somehow be getting set up as a future replacement for the man in yellow? Drop your theories in the comments. Hit that like button, subscribe, and join the Frumly if you haven't already, because we are absolutely going to have to talk about this all again next week. And if you're not a member, consider being a member, because I'll be dropping clues to the members throughout the week that's going to help us in the next episode. That's all I got for this one. I'll catch y'all all later. Peace. All right, Frumly, we are back, and episode 4 just did something very important. Took the clue Jim gave Ethan at the end of episode 2, The Lake of Tears, and turned it into everybody's problem. Jim is gone, but his words are still running this town like a bad rumor at Colony House. Ethan believes it. Julie believes Ethan. Victor knows something. Jade should know better. And Tabitha is still acting like supernatural evidence needs to come with at least 2 forms of ID. Ethan might not be making up stories. Thinks he might be remembering them. Julie is trying to speedrun story walking like she just found a walkthrough guide. Victor is sitting on memories so bad they come with
emotional
Fatima is upstairs making mud monsters like she's teaching a haunted arts and crafts program. Sarah is hearing voices again. Elgin is back in the church looking like one bad decision away from becoming somebody's side quest. And boy just got his deleted wife's wedding ring thrown back into the game. So hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and drop your Lake of Tears theories in the comments. This episode is titled Of Myths and Monsters. That title is doing a lot of work. What if the myths never just myths? What What if Ethan's stories, the Lake of Tears, Storywalker Fred, the Cromonacle, the Gulagog, the Scarecrow Totems, the Golem, and all those old fairy tale rules were not made up at all, that they are pieces of Fromtown leaking into the real world through books, through dreams, through paintings, art installations, and memory. And then you got the monster side of it. The man in yellow is out here looking less like a random creep in a suit and more like the center of the whole nightmare. Fatima still feels connected to Smiley. Sarah is hearing voices again. Julie sees the massacre. Victor remembers the man in yellow arriving like everybody else, only to become something else entirely. So yeah, this episode is not just about monsters in the woods anymore. Let's get into it. This episode opens with something so rare and Fromtown, I almost had to pause the screen to make sure I was watching the right show. People sharing information. Thank you. Oh my gosh. We got Donna, Boyd, Ellis, Jade, Henry, and Tabitha all in the same room, actually talking about what they know instead of walking around with secrets like they're collecting rewards points at the trauma store. Henry is still trying to wrap his mind around the fact that Miranda painted all of this years ago. The town, the children, even the man in the yellow suit. And Ellis cuts the shit and gets to the most important question in the room. If this is the suit, then where's the man who's supposed to be wearing it? Boyd tries to add some reasonable doubt to the idea that some naked man is running around ready to haunt people because, to his credit, he has learned the hard way that this place messes with people. Let's not forget Boyd was dancing with a ballerina in season 2. So Boyd suggests we go ask Victor, and Henry shuts that down real quick. There is no we. Henry's like, that is my son. I'll talk to him. And I respect it. Victor is still a person, a very damaged person, but still a person. Boyd backs down and lets Henry alpha. Then Henry keeps cooking when he brings up the boy in white and how that twisted little tween told them they're running out of time. And did anyone else notice the look Tabitha gave Henry when he said that in front of everybody? Because I noticed. This is one of my ongoing issues with Tabitha. I love the character. She has this habit of holding back important information like she's saving it for this season finale. She still has not fully told Henry that she used to be Miranda, or that whatever is happening to her is tied directly to his family. And now she is side-eyeing him for bringing up the boy in white in front of the group. Tabitha, ma'am, this is not the time for secret keeping. We are 4 episodes into season 4. The man in yellow is out here playing 4D chess with scripture, tea, priest cards, and emotional trauma. This is not the moment to be vague. Anyway, Jade brings up his plan to unlock his mind, and Donna immediately hates it because Jade wants to eat random mystery fungus from the woods of Fromtown, which, okay, fair. Listen, I'd also have some concerns if my local alcoholic genius said, I found mushrooms near the trauma tree and I think they might help. Look, this is not a good plan. This is a deleted scene from the Company Retreat show on Amazon. But Boyd points out the problem. They're losing. They have been losing for a very long time. Every time they get close to answers, this place hits back harder. And now the boy in white is saying that they're running out of time. So at this point, they're not making safe choices, they're making Hail Mary choices. And if there are answers buried inside Jade's mind, then Jade is willing to open that door. Do it. Let him do it. Do it. Donna gives Jade what feels like a quiet goodbye because she knows this may not end the same Jade coming back. Then Boyd stays with him. He doesn't need to fully understand Jade's plan to understand why Jade is willing to risk it. Knowledge comes at a cost, and Jade is getting ready to pay up front. Now we switch to Sarah's house, where Sophia is going through Pastor Dunn's belongings. And yes, I was close. I called him Pastor Dead. I did. Anyway, but now we know his name was Pastor Dunn. So I'm just going to take my half point, pat myself on the back, and keep it moving. Sophia is sitting there reading through the letters that he was traveling with, and I need us to remember something right away. This is not this man's daughter. This is the man in yellow wearing a teenage girl disguise like a clearance rack Halloween costume. Sophia knows exactly what she's doing and exactly how to play Sarah. She turns on that sweet little poor me energy and charms Sarah into leaving after she comes upstairs to check on her. Sarah heads downstairs to make, pancakes, and that's when Sophia starts mumbling something. Now, I don't have subtitles for this part, so Frumley, help me out. If you watched with subtitles and it actually showed what she said, drop it in the comments because I need to know. She praying, she chanting, she she's speaking to someone, because nothing this girl does is dismissible. And then we get a real reveal. Man in Yellow may have been the voice in Sarah's head the whole time. This is huge. This is huge. We already know the Man in Yellow is tied to the voice on the radio. We know he has been manipulating people through communication. Now this episode is strongly connecting him to the voices that pushed Sarah back in season 1. She might not have been hearing random voices. It's in these little quiet moments that the show is giving us answers. And it works, I guess. I mean, admit that I'm still holding out hope that the Man in Yellow is just a henchman to the Spider or the Boogeyman. I also understand that the Man in Yellow might be the Spider and he might be the Boogeyman because he can shapeshift. So yeah. Look, listen, it was recently announced that From was renewed for its 5th and final season. I can't help but feel like this may be the show tying up some low-hanging loose ends before providing absolutely everything we need to know in the 5th season. So easy answer may be that the Man in Yellow is a shapeshifter with all supernatural abilities. Listen, those are the two theories I'm going with for right now. I don't know what else to say. And this is why Sarah and Sophia being in the same house is one of the most uncomfortable setups in the episode. This is a predator moving into the house of somebody he already knows how to use. And I don't like this one bit. That is nasty work. That is diabolical. That is the equivalent of leaving the back door open in From Town and saying, I'm sure it'll be fine. And no, it won't. We then switch to Tabitha and Jade, and Tabitha wants to know why Jade was in the woods with her son. Ethan saw his dad Jim in the woods at the end of episode 2, and Jade tells Tabitha how Ethan was looking for the Lake of Tears. This part pisses me off, especially from these two. How are these two still dismissing Ethan? These are the last two people who should be acting skeptical. Tabitha says that the Lake of Tears ain't real, and Jade co-signs it. Like, how? They really gonna sit here and act like when somebody says they saw something that maybe they should freaking listen? Jade writes it off as just a kid living in his imagination to escape the trauma of the passing of Jim. Tabitha apologizes for her crash out on Jade earlier and pieces out so Jade can do drugs. After Boyd makes his way in, Jade acts like he ain't hyped to trip and proceeds to eat 2 whole mushrooms as easily as breathing. That's a wild boy. We then switch to the Matthews house and they finally stop hiding how lone Ethan's arms are now. This man is pretending to be 8, y'all. Built like he's about to ask for the car keys. Anyway, Ethan is using the radio to try and reach Jim. And man, on one hand, this broke my heart a little bit. But on the other hand, this kid has all the answers. He saw Jim near the RV. Jim gave him a mission. Ethan knows the radios in this town have connected to strange voices before. This little man is working the case. Tabitha walks in and man, they got these camera angles fighting for their life every week. Look at Ethan next to Tabitha. But yeah, she asks why Ethan did not tell her about the Lake of Tears. I ain't tell you because I knew you wouldn't believe me. And that line is the whole Tabitha problem in one sentence. Both of Tabitha's kids are keeping major secrets from her because they know how she reacts. Julie's been hiding story walking. Ethan hid seeing Jim in the quest for the Lake of Tears. It ain't no other reason than the fact that they do not trust her to believe them. And I get Tabitha's side, I do. But Tabitha keeps trying to parent like things are normal instead of them being in a town where trees teleport people, monsters smile at you before they murk you, deleted people might call you long distance, and the boy in white ages like the network signed them to a 10-year deal without thinking it through. So when Ethan says he saw Jim, the correct response is tell me everything, slowly. We then switch to Randall and Julie doing their best to read and make sense of Ethan's books. And then Randall finds a character named Storywalker Fred. This man was apparently the distant cousin of the Grand Gulagog, and he was an elevator repairman who spent his weekends story walking through all the wondrous tales and the greatest adventures of our time. First of all, that is the most fake children's book sentence I've ever heard in my life. Second of all, it might also be one of the most important clues in the whole episode. Because up until now, I thought Ethan was mostly pulling from Flight of the Chronocle. That was the book we kept coming back to since season 1. You know, the Lake of Tears, Norman, the quest language, all of that seemed tied to the Chronocle. We knew about Ethan's other book, The Grand Gulagog, since back in season 1, when Jim was ready to read Ethan's story shortly after they arrived and they slept over in Colony House in season 1, episode 3. We thought it was just one book that they were pulling from. It's both. And then Tabitha comes looking for Julie, and the second Tabitha walks in, Randall and Julie look suspicious as hell. Tabitha tells Julie she needs to come with her because Ethan wants to look for the Lake of Tears. And then she explains that Ethan saw Jim who sent him on this quest. Now, look at Storywalker Julie's face in that moment. She believes the F out of Ethan and looks like she was about to break into tears right there. But the moment Julie realizes Tabitha is still treating this like some kid's imagination instead of information, she clocks out of the conversation immediately. You can see it. And again, this goes back to the same problem we saw earlier with Ethan. Then Tabitha pulls Randall aside for a tough dad chat, which is funny because Randall is not exactly the guy you expect a mother to trust with her daughter. This still is Randall, Captain America, Colony House Vegeta. The man has more red flags than a sale at the Temu Villain store. But to his credit, Randall has been changing. Randall started this show as the guy nobody wanted to be alone with, and now he's somebody somehow Julie's become looking for emotional support from. Anyway, we then switch over to Colony House, where Ellis and Fatima are saying goodbye because Ellis is heading out on a food run to the settlement. Donna leaves Kenny in charge while she's gone, which I actually think is kind of sweet. Donna has really taken a liking to Kenny over the course of the show, and honestly, who would? Kenny is North America's sweetheart. If Fromtown had a customer service desk, Kenny would be the one apologizing for the monsters like it was his fault. We see Corleone and Ricky bro it out real quick as Donna and the group all leave. We then follow Fatima to remind us of the real reason she wanted Ellis to leave. Fatima is in the attic collecting dirt and tells Ellis to bounce so she could play in the dirt. And I'm sorry, but after everything that happened with Fatima last season, the last thing I want to see is her sneaking into an attic collecting soil like she's about to open a haunted pottery studio. This woman spent season 3 eating garbage, y'all, drinking red stuff, growing a nightmare baby, and giving birth to a bouncing baby Smiley. So forgive me if I'm not relaxed when she starts gathering dirt in secret. We head outside where we see Victor doing something familiar. He's measuring the distance of the trees from the house, and I love this callback because Victor has been clocking the trees since season 1. Everybody else keeps treating the trees like background scenery until one of them teleports somebody into a wall. But Victor has known for a long time that the trees move. Anyway, yeah, we see Henry and Victor have some father-son time. Then we head back inside to Kenny on his first day in charge at Colony House. And my guy is already dealing with plumbing problems because of course he is. Like, ain't plumbing the worst problems, like the worst kind? So Kenny starts trying to find the source of the leak and follows the water upstairs. And that is how he finds Fatima in the attic shaping figures out of mud. Now imagine being Kenny in this moment. Yeah. We then switch to the police station. Boyd is sitting there alone-ish, thinking about Abby. He looks at a letter she wrote him that reads, "Hey, Mr. Fish and Loaves, I love you. Can you pick up some bread, eggs, milk, and peanut butter on your way home tonight? I'll see you when I get home. Hope your day was beautiful. Don't forget, Ellis is out tonight. XOXO. Abby." Hey, he also looks at Abby's wedding ring, and we notice that it has an infinity symbol on the inside of the band. We then switch to see Kenny coming into the station, and Jade not sure if Kenny was in the room for real or if he was tripping, because of the magical fungi he found in the haunted forest. Yeah. What's not clear is if Jade's just feeling the effects or not, but who knows? Kenny tells Boyd he should come by Colony House to check on Fatima. Then we finally catch up with Elgin. Okay, all right, yeah. And he walks into the church and finds the one person he probably did not expect to see sitting there, Sarah. And let's just sit with the awkwardness. Sarah feels the tension and is about to excuse herself, but Elgin tells her that she can stay. And then Sarah asks if Elgin still sees the kimono woman, and then she admits that she started hearing the voices again. And nope, I don't like this. I don't like this pairing not one bit. It's starting to feel like two agents of chaos linking up in the church. Kind of like the gatekeeper and the keymasters from Ghostbusters. She says the voices told her to go into the diner, drink from a glass of water, and pour her backwash into a pitcher. And Elgin has the nerve to roll his eye and ask, how's that gonna hurt anyone? Elgin, my guy, all the mothers in the room just clutch their pearls at the same time. Because first of all, ill. Second of all, germs exist. Third of all, this is Fromtown. If a voice tells you to contaminate a pitcher of water, you don't ask, how could that hurt? Sarah knows better. You could tell Sarah got whoopings growing up because she immediately understands there's always consequences. Then we go back to Victor and Henry. They count 23 steps between the trees in the house. Now, this is one of those callbacks that matters because Victor was doing this way back in season 1, and he is just as serious about it now as he was then because Victor knows something everybody else keeps forgetting. The trees move. Henry cuts through that and asks about the man in yellow, and Victor freezes and then quietly leads Henry to show him the answer to his question. We then head upstairs to Boyd checking in on Fatima, and Boyd asks the question everybody watching is asking. What exactly is going on? And Fatima very casually basically says, I'm making a monster. Ma'am, you're doing what now? Then we switch over to Julie and Randall on the porch of Colony House because apparently there is no privacy anywhere in this town. They read through Ethan's book and now they're learning learning more about how story walking might work. That if you want to choose the point in the story that you want to visit, you have to leave a bookmark. Julie is on board, just like that, but Randall still thinks that this honestly sounds ridiculous. A magic bookmark to time jump through a haunted story? That sounds like something you would hear from a substitute teacher who got way too into fantasy novels. Julie then drops her own theory. What if these stories did not create the rules of Frumtown? Maybe the reason this isn't a kid's book is because it started in Frumtown first. What if people in the real world have been dreaming about this place, remembering this place, or getting pieces of it through some kind of psychic leap, and then turning those echoes into books, into drawings, into bottle trees, song, myths, like the Cromanocle. Yeah. Julie doubles down when Randall still looks at her like she's one sentence away from needing a wellness check. She reminds him that this is the book Ethan had when they arrived, and she makes it clear that she's going to try this whether Randall helps or not. And Randall, because he has apparently accepted his new role as Julie's emotional support menace, gives in with that dry little, so what kind of bookmark do we need? Then we go back upstairs to Boyd and Fatima, and Boyd is still trying to understand, why is she playing in the dirt? She ain't having enough fun eating garbage. Now she's out here making dirt babies too? Like Fatima explains it and says this is her way of creating hope. In folklore, golems are figures made from clay or mud, often created as protectors. And for Fatima, this is about making something that makes her feel less afraid. Boyd steps out and tells Kenny that she may need some space. And Kenny is not comfortable sleeping under the roof with the same person that's upstairs, because that's not the Fatima he knows. Damn. We then switched the group that left earlier on a food run to the settlement. Donna has had enough and wants to know what the hell Tabitha's doing out here. Tabitha finally says something honest. I don't know. Tabitha has been trying to hold herself together with scotch tape and denial since Jim got murdered. She's trying to be a mother. She's trying to be a widow. She's trying to be Miranda. She's trying to be a problem solver. She's trying to keep Ethan safe. She's trying not to fall apart in front of Julie. But one thing she's not trying to do is believe Ethan's story. And that's when Donna calls a timeout. Donna sits her down and tells her to never leave her a note like that again. Donna is reminding Tabitha that she does not get to go quietly disappear into her grief and leave her kids behind with a sad little letter that solves everything. She basically lets Tabitha know, you're not carrying this by yourself, because whether you like it or not, I'm Grandma Donna Matthews now. We then hear Ethan call for his mother to come look at something, and this scene is very interesting. Ethan and Ellis found an injured bird, and did anyone else catch that bird, the species? That looked like a nighthawk to me. Now, I'm not saying I'm ready to open the full Fromm ornithology department, but let's talk about it. Nighthawks are especially interesting because they're usually active around dusk and dawn. We already know this place loves using symbols, especially birds, to mark transitions, like how people see crows before they even get trapped here. Ethan even mentioned how they typically don't see any other birds out other than crows. Maybe this nighthawk is a sign, and at this point, I believe Ethan. I don't care how strange it sounds. Ethan wants to take the bird with them, then we freaking taking the bird. Then we switch over to the diner, and oh snap, we finally get Christy and Marielle away from the clinic. You know, I feel like we haven't seen much of Marielle since season 2, to be honest with y'all. Anyway, Christy and Marielle are in the diner gossiping about Sophia, because even in Nightmare Town, people still need tea. Sarah walks in, sees a pitcher of water, and you can see that look on her face. That is the same, I hear voices in my head, they counsel me, they Look, we know that look way too well. Sarah walks up to the counter, fixes herself a glass of water, and takes a sip and sits the glass back on the counter. Nasty work. Doctor comes out and makes her season 4 full scene debut. Welcome back, Angela. She gives some kind words to Sarah and basically says she wasn't here for all the things Sarah did, so it kind of don't count with her. So if you want your job back, you can have it. You can come back to the diner. And that's huge for Sarah, because Sarah has been trying to climb out of the hole this town helped push her into, but most people in town will never let her forget the ones that full of the things that she did and the body she buried. Within moments of Bacta walking away with Sarah's water, we hear a scream coming from outside the diner. Marielle, Christy, Sarah, Timu, Victor, and some NPC run to find Sophia crying at the bottom of the pool. Sarah freaks the F out at the sight of Sophia injured. She already feels like people are going to get hurt if she doesn't obey the voices, so she turns around, races back to the diner, drinks some water, and pours it in the pitcher. We switch back over to Colony House to see Boyd and Jade on the porch. Jade lets Boyd know he overheard about the mud monster that Fatima is making, and of course Jade overheard. Privacy doesn't exist here. You can whisper in a basement and somehow 3 people, a ghost priest, and 1 crow already know your business. I actually love this conversation because it shows one of Boyd's best qualities as a leader. Boyd does not immediately dismiss Fatima. This man has had worms under his skin, music boxes stalking him, Father Khatri popping up like spiritual pop-up ads, and his dead wife giving him cryptic forest speeches. Then I wish Ethan told Boyd about seeing Jim at the RV instead of telling Jade. I still don't think Boyd told anyone about his Father Khatri visions though. Anyway, Jade advises Boyd to ask why Fatima is making this thing now and see how she answers that. Then we switch back to Donna and the group arriving at the settlement, and right away we see those scarecrow totems again. Ethan immediately clocks what they are and he says they're there to ward off evil spirits. Donna wants to settle in and Ethan and me want to get the bird to the lake ASAP. We then switch to the Matthews house with Randall barging in like he pays the mortgage. We actually get to watch Julie transform herself into the version we saw earlier by cutting her hair to match that future Julie look. Julie explains her theory to Randall about how bookmarks work. She thinks all she has to do is draw a symbol on a piece of paper and leave it at the point in the story she wants to return to. Then later, if she draws that same symbol again and goes through the ruins, she should be able to go back to that exact moment. And Randall naturally hates all of this. He only promises to go through watching her seize for 5 seconds. And this is when the story picks up. Julie walks straight to the point in the story of the massacre when Victor was a child. She goes right to one of the most important and traumatic moments in the entire history of this town. And Randall is also proven he's also right in a way, because from his side, all he sees is Julie seizing. Either way, Julie went to the day of the massacre, and what does she see? Pieces of people all over the ground. And then we see him. This freak is crouched down snacking on what's left of the townspeople like the Chinese buffet just opened with jumbo crab legs. This is one of the nastiest visuals this show has ever given us. This man is extra pale, extra creepy, and extra unbothered until he sees somebody bothering him while doing one of the most disturbing things we've ever seen. And right there, the show is answering a big question without fully spelling it out. The man in yellow was there. The night, the day of the massacre, he was there. He sees Julie and he starts running toward her to take her out. And she's saved just in time, again, by Randall, only to find out that she failed at leaving a proper bookmark and the paper she had is blank. Then we switch over to Victor and Henry outside of Victor's truck, and this man Victor starts digging up yet another set of hidden drawings. Victor's got more buried treasure than Lucky Charms, and this time the drawings are of the man in yellow. Victor finally starts telling Henry what happened, and Victor tells a story of how he came in a car like everyone else. They thought he was normal, but he wasn't. He wasn't like us. And he tells Henry that the man in yellow was eating Miranda. That's how Victor found out his mother got murdered. And wait a friggin' minute. What? Didn't we see the flashback toward the end of season 3 where Miranda was running through the woods and Smiley chased her down? We saw Smiley pin her down. That looked like Smiley was the one that got to her first. So how does the man in yellow end up with Miranda? Now we have to start thinking about how this whole monster system actually works. Maybe Smiley and the other people creature monsters are not just out there murking people for fun. Maybe they're hunting for him. Maybe they catch the residents, break them down, and then the man in yellow comes in for the main course like the final boss at a nightmare buffet. Anyway, we then switch over to this demon heathen Sophia, who is sitting in Christie's clinic talking about how maybe God is just testing them. Sophia then starts talking about the story of Abraham and how God tested him and ordered him to delete his only son as a way to prove his faith. And at the last moment, God intervened. And instead of sacrificing his son, he offered Abraham a ram to sacrifice instead. And this was just a test to see if Abraham was willing to do the sacrifice of his son in the first place. And as that effing yellow demon explains all this, we see the parallel with her and Sarah with the water pitcher getting poured out before anyone drank from it. We then switch back to Colony House where Fatima is still upstairs working on her mud baby. And I'm sorry, I know she calls it a doll, and we're gonna get there. But right now, this thing still looks like a dirt baby from the clearance aisle of a haunted Build-A-Bear, okay? Then we hear Boyd come in and ask why Fatima is doing this now. And then Fatima breaks out with some truth. Fatima can still feel Smiley, and Smiley can feel her. Making this golem makes her feel less afraid. And the whole thing sounds wild, but also wildly important. Kenny and Boyd agree to give Fatima some space so she can work through what she's going through. Out of nowhere, with nobody around, we see Abby's wedding ring fall onto the floor. And we know it's Abby's because we hear that weird From music, and we see the infinity symbol on the inside. Boyd sees the ring and immediately hauls ass back to the sheriff's station. He puts the ring on the counter, checks inside his box, and verifies Abby's ring is still where he left it in the box. So he looks on the counter to pick up the one from Colony House, and oh snap, that ring is just gone. The ring he brought here from Colony House is gone. And this is the part where we have to ask the uncomfortable question. Is Boyd starting to lose it? Not forget, he got Parkinson's, y'all. Then we switch back to the settlement where everybody is harvesting vegetables from the ground and trying to act like this is a regular food run. Ethan, Donna, and Tabitha head over to the edge of the water with the injured bird, and Ethan is still locked in. My guy said this bird was a sign, and he meant it. While Ethan, Donna, and Tabitha are focused on the bird, freaking Roger, oh my gosh, one of the Colony House NPCs, he finds a rope at the edge of the water. And because this man is clearly unfamiliar with horror show protocol, his first instinct is to just pull it. Roger, my guy, you see a rope coming out of haunted water, and your first thought is, let me pull that? This is how people like you become examples. And something starts coming up from the bottom of the water. And that's where episode leaves us from. This is about the clue Jim gave Ethan at the end of episode 2, still moving through the whole story like a curse with legs. Jim told Ethan to find the Lake of Tears, and now that one clue is shifting the board. Ethan believes it because Ethan has always understood this place. Quests, monsters, magical lakes, all of that. Everybody keeps treating this little man like he's just making up bedtime stories. But at this point, Ethan has been right too many times for the adults to keep acting brand new. But Tabitha hears Ethan's story and thinks he's just grieving. Julie hears instructions, and that's the split. Julie's not listening no more. She's testing the rules. She's reading Ethan's books. She's trying to figure out if the stories came from Town first. And honestly, that theory is looking better every episode. The moment she hears Ethan saw Jim and got sent on a quest, she clocked in. She's locked in. That look on her face said everything. And Ethan's quest makes the Lake of Tears bigger than just a magical lake. It might be a memory. It might be a rule. It might be one of the oldest pieces of the story. And speaking of old pieces, Julie going back to the massacre was huge. She tried to leave a bookmark like she was making her own fast travel point. And From said, absolutely not. She still got some learning to do when it comes to bookmarks. Oh, and what did she see? The man in yellow feeding on what was left of the townspeople. But now, we have to ask if the monsters are really at the top of the food chain, or if they're hunting for him. Smiley chased Miranda down in season 3, but Victor says the man in yellow was the one feeding on her. So was Smiley the hunter and the man in yellow the one they served? And that makes Fatima's reveal even darker. She says she still feels connected to Smiley. And worse, the connection goes both ways. So yeah, her making a golem out of mud might be her trying to create hope and feel strong again. I get that. But this is From Town. What is Fatima actually making? A protector? Another monster? Frumley. Episode 5 did not just give us answers, it gave us receipts. We got human-sized nightmare dolls crawling out of the lake like cursed Build-A-Bears with abandonment issues. Jade tripping his way into the biggest clue board breakthrough of the season. Marielle confirming the town is holding on to the people who were taken out here. And Tabitha finally remembering how to fight back. But the real question is this: did Jade actually leave the sheriff's station, or did Frum just show us another timeline bleeding through the floorboards? Because I'm telling you right now, this episode gave us the strongest evidence yet for what I'm calling the broken timeline theory. Hit that like button, join the Frumley, and keep your hands away from the lake rope. Let's get into it. This episode opens right where the last one left off, with the settlement crew staring at whatever floated up from out the lake. And right away, Donna does what Donna does best. She knows how not to be stupid in a room full of stupid people. Roger has the nerve to call her reckless, which is wild because this man pulled the rope in the first place. This is like setting off the alarm while you robbing a place and then getting mad at everybody else for hearing it. The real clue is that these things were not just floating in the lake. They were hidden down there. Donna doesn't think those dolls were being kept in the lake just to hide them. They were being used like a scarecrow. They were keeping something contained. So yes, Roger is officially on the Donkey of Frumtown list. Donna asks Ellis what he thinks, and I have to give credit where credit is due. Ellis actually makes a decision here. No longer being relegated to just carry this box useful. No longer being present just to be standing next to Boyd and look worried useful. My man made an actual call. Go ahead, Ellis. Character development looks good on you. They start dragging the dolls towards shore, and yes, Ellis got them sleeves short like he knew this was going to be the episode, right? This was going to be his episode to shine. Meanwhile, we switch over to Ethan and, oh man, the bird is gone. The show quietly confirms that the bird got deleted off screen. And hold up, because this moment is important. After 3 full seasons, countless theories, chromonacal wisdom, quest logic, and Ethan basically functioning as the town's tiny unpaid prophet, this might be the first time the show let Ethan get something wrong. I really thought this bird was going to wake up, fly away, and force Tabitha to finally realize her son might actually understand the rules of this place better than half the adults combined. But instead we see Ethan burying the bird. Now, I know some of y'all are probably thinking, Anthony, it's just a bird. No, not in Frumtown. Nothing in this show is just anything. This bird immediately started feeling symbolic to me. Specifically, it feels tied to Jim. Think about it. Jim just got deleted. Ethan is struggling with grief. And now we've got this broken bird that Ethan believed could come back. That's not feeling like random placement. I'm starting to wonder if birds in this show are connected to the people who got trapped here after getting deleted. So I don't think this bird scene was just about Ethan being sad. I think the show is quietly teaching us another rule. Meanwhile, Tabitha is standing there feeling proud of herself because she thinks she finally got Ethan to let go of the Lake of Tears stuff. And girl, we gotta talk about Tabitha, because the frustrating part is that Ethan has consistently been one of the most reliable sources of truth in this entire show. These are what I'm calling the Ethan rules. Whenever Ethan starts talking about quests, stories, monsters, or saving people, the show is usually explaining the rules through him. So watching Tabitha treat this like childish imagination instead of potential information is making me want to throw a folding chair through Colin's house. I actually think the show wants us to feel frustrated with her, because Tabitha is exhausted. She's grieving. She's traumatized. She wants Ethan to stop talking about impossible things because accepting that Jim is really gone. But the problem is Ethan may still be right. Anyway, Ethan finishes the funeral and we continue on. Meanwhile, Jade's mushrooms finally clock in for work, and oh my gosh, this scene is hilarious. My guy looks up and the motel sign has been replaced with a giant sign and arrow that just says answers. And I know some of y'all caught this immediately, because this is absolutely the show roasting us content creators and our ridiculous thumbnails, big red arrows, big mystery text, the truth revealed. I was crying laughing from basically looking directly into the camera and said, yeah, we see y'all. But this scene still becomes quietly terrifying. Out of nowhere, Jade starts seeing spiders crawling across the sheriff's station window, and then they start crawling on him. The show is telling us, hey, y'all forgot about spiders? We didn't. We have not seriously dealt with spiders since season 1, when Boyd and Sarah went out in the forest hearing those webs moving around and Boyd getting attacked. Since then, almost nothing. From has a habit of bringing symbols back right before they become important again. Once you notice the pattern, you can't really unsee it. And honestly, I'm still waiting for this show to finally reveal some horrifying giant spider creature at some point because they keep dancing around it. Boyd immediately starts questioning every life decision that led him to babysitting a millionaire on psychedelic mushrooms in a haunted pocket dimension. Jade asks Boyd to be his anchor, and once they establish the safe word, Capricorn, Jade then locks onto the answer sign and starts leading Boyd out of the sheriff's station like a man following a side quest marker in a cursed RPG. And this is where the episode starts telling on itself. Anyway, next we cut over to Sophia in yellow at the clinic with Christy and Marielle trying to fix that busted arm of hers. And hold up, how does this woman even break an arm?
This part I was listening to.
I know. I'm like, I gotta get this on film.
Sophia moves like she got unlocked from a haunted yoga class. This woman bends, twists, appears weird she does not belong, stares at people like she already read their browser history, but suddenly bones can break. Interesting. And that is the part I don't want us to miss. Christy resetting Sophia's arm proves Sophia can feel pain. So she's not completely untouchable. Now, Marielle heads out to the ambulance to grab a brace. She passes Julie and Randall coming back toward the clinic, and right there I was already side-eyeing the scene because the show put all three cicada survivors in the same orbit. Julie's there, Randall is there, Marielle is there, and finally, the show remembers Marielle was part of that nightmare too. I've been saying this since season 3. Julie and Randall got the obvious aftermath. Randall is out here hearing cicadas like his brain is tuned to the worst radio station in town. Julie is dealing with seizures, time travel, and enough trauma to make a therapist ask for backup. But Marielle, the show kept acting like she just walked that one off. The second she gets near the ambulance, she is right back in that chained up nightmare. Just like Martin's dungeon. Same helpless feeling, same visual language, same reminder that whatever touched Julie, Randall, and Marielle didn't just pack up and leave because Boyd smashed some music box. Marielle's not spared. She's not less affected. She was just quieter about it. And then the radio starts screaming. That right there is nasty work because now we're not just seeing Marielle remember what happened. We're seeing the town push that memory back on her. So yeah, Mary, you're still officially in the group project, but I gotta say, theory confirmed. Marielle is just as marked as Julie and Randall. The only difference is Julie is moving through time, Randall's hearing cicadas, Marielle seems to be hearing the suffering. Back at the settlement, Donna, Ellis, and the two speaking line NPCs are cleaning off the dolls they just pulled out of the lake, and man, these things look like Raggedy Ann got left in a basement during a flood, survived a house fire, and then came back asking for revenge. We got Raggedy Ass, Ashy, and their cousin Messy Tessie all laid out by the water looking like arts and crafts project of somebody who should not be allowed near children. Everybody reacts differently, but the energy in the group shifts quick. Ellis starts strong for about 30 seconds, then Donna takes the wheel again because Donna is Donna. She's not standing around waiting for a committee vote while life-size haunted dolls are dripping lake water in front of her. She starts cutting into them like she's done this before, and honestly, respect. Donna figures it out fast, and Ethan is right there with her, and just like that, Ethan is back in the game. Earlier, the bird had me thinking maybe Ethan finally got one wrong, but here, this kid look at these nightmare plushies, processes what he's seeing, and realizes these are not just dolls, they're scarecrows, and that's big. This is where the scene goes from creepy to everybody pack your bags, we're leaving immediately. And I know some of y'all are probably thinking, maybe they're just old dolls. Nah, absolutely not. These might be some of the creepiest objects the show has ever introduced. And that's saying something because From has given us smiling monsters, music boxes, cave children, and a man in yellow who looks like he sells cursed real estate. And look, Ellis's instincts should have been screaming at him right here. My brother, your melanin sense should be tingling. This is the moment where you look at Donna, look at Ethan, look at those dolls and say, you know what? I suddenly believe in staying indoors. We switch back to Jade and Boyd, and at this point, Jade is going full fear and loathing in From Town. Clearly, somebody in the writer's room likes Hunter S. Thompson. Boyd asks if they're waiting for the trees to start talking, and hold up. hold up. This mofo might actually be onto something. But before we can even sit with that possibility, Jade dives all the way in and starts yelling questions at the forest like he's trying to get customer service on the line. But here's the thing, this is not the first time. Jade has yelled at From Town for answers before, and as wild as he looks doing it, the town keeps responding to him. Jade says they need to ask the right question and set the right intention, and the second he does that, he starts hearing the violin music. And y'all know what that means. That violin is basically From's RPG quest music. When it starts playing, the clue board just got an update. Jade follows the sound deeper into the forest and sees a younger version of himself. This is Jade at 12 years old, around the time his mom passed. He talks about playing that violin all day and using it like a crutch to carry him through the grief. And I'm not gonna lie, this part got me. I have not been the same since my mom passed either, so I felt Jade in this moment. Sometimes grief does not leave. It just changes clothes and waits for the right song to start playing again. Jade gets confronted by his younger self and another version of himself with the nail in his skull, holding a skull. Then Nailhead Jade drops an Ankui or two just to make sure everybody watching understands this is connected to the children. After tripping through his past selves for a bit, Boyd convinces Jade to drink the blood from the skull of his past self, even though young Jade is warning him that this is not going to go the way he thinks. Jade drinks it anyway, sees more spiders, coughs up some of the blood, and then starts speaking French to little Jade. I like this scene a lot because it sets up what comes later, but also because the cinematographer was in his bag this episode. The forest shots, the framing, the younger Jade reveal, the skull imagery, all of it looked clean. From may not always give us answers quickly, but when it wants to look cinematic while ruining our piece, it knows exactly what it's doing. And if this version of little Jade feels strange now, just wait until the porch scene. Back at Colony House, Fatima is still working on her mud baby, and I gotta say, she is making progress. Kenny comes in, sees what she's building, and gives her credit for it. But the real point of this scene is not the mud. It is Kenny finally showing up for Fatima as a friend. He apologizes for not giving her a real chance after everything that happened. And that means something because Fatima has been walking around with the spiritual equivalent of a scarlet letter all season. Everybody knows what happened. Everybody is scared of what she might be connected to. And everybody is trying to figure out how much of Fatima is still Fatima. But Kenny does something simple here that most people in From Town forget how to do. He treats her like a person. He asks about Smiley and what that connection feels like. And Fatima explains how awful it is. She knows this thing is out there now. She knows one day she might see Smiley walking around in the forest wearing that creepy little I know something you don't know smile, and she has no idea what that is going to do to her. Kenny does not have answers, but he offers support anyway, and honestly, that is one of the better Kenny moments we've had lately. Kenny then heads downstairs and bumps into Henry, who is grabbing his moonshine stash for, alright, well, we know what it's for, we do. And the sad part is Kenny clocks it immediately. Meanwhile, Christy finds Marielle still sitting in the ambulance trying to recover from whatever the town just dragged her back into. Marielle looks like she got challenged to a match by Jade Cargill and realized there's no referee, no bell, and no medical insurance. Christy tries to get answers, but Marielle is not ready to talk yet. Marielle is just having a panic attack. By the end of the episode, she's actually going to give us one of the clearest answers this show has ever given, so we're going to keep an eye on her. Back at the settlement, everybody has completely abandoned the whole let's gather food so we don't starve mission because priorities have shifted. Now, they're stuffing rocks inside these nightmare dolls and trying to sink them back to the bottom of the lake like this is gonna undo what Roger already did. Ethan and Tabitha come over to help, and Tabitha starts getting that memory static again. Donna notices, and because Donna is Donna, she covers for her while Tabitha is trying to keep it together. Tabitha tells Donna there is something about these dolls. She knows they matter. She knows there's something in the lake, but she can't reach that full memory yet. So for now, she joins Ellis on the carry things from point A to B committee while everybody gets the dolls back into the lake. They put the problem back where it came from, but From don't work like that. And yeah, visually this scene looked great. That drone shot over the lake was clean. The cinematographer was cooking this episode. Too bad the characters are also cooked. Back in the forest, Big Jade and Little Jade are walking together, and at this point, Jade is finally sinking into the trip. Boyd is trying his best to keep him grounded, but you could tell this man has never done a drug in his life because my guy is out of his depth. Then Jade hears the violin again, and he follows it until he finds Little Jade playing. Now, quick note, this is not the same song as the Bottle Tree song. At least it doesn't sound like it to me. I don't know what this song is yet, but with this show, the music isn't background music. So if any of y'all can identify it, drop it in the comments because the Frumley music department might need to clock in. I need help, y'all. Help. Anyway, Jade turns and sees all these different versions of himself sitting on the porch of Colony House, all playing the violin. Oh snap, the Boulder dude from season 1 is a past Jade? We already knew about Christopher, but Boulder guy? Nailhead guy? They were unexpected when this reveal happened, and little Jade warns him the truth is worse than he thinks. Then we cut over to Henry, and this man is doing his absolute best to get as drunk as humanly possible before the next disaster clocks in. He's not sipping that moonshine, he's gulping it like Colony House has a 2-drink minimum and closing time is in 5 minutes. And yeah, at first it's almost funny, but the longer the scene goes, the sadder it gets. The way Victor looks at Henry, it looks like he's seen this before. Maybe not this exact moment, but this kind of moment. Henry asks Victor what people do for fun around here and then starts badgering the Colony House NPCs who are just trying to mind their business. And you know it's bad when Colony House thinks that you're ruining the vibe. Henry gets on the organ piano and everybody starts looking like, sir, this is a trauma commune. This is not open mic night, sir. Then he starts singing John Denver's Leaving on a Jet Plane. And this song, it's doing a lot. The song is about leaving, not knowing when you'll be back, and the pain of saying goodbye when goodbye does not feel finished. That's Henry's whole life. Miranda left. His children disappeared. For 40 years, this man lived with unanswered questions, grief, guilt, and probably 1,000 versions of what if. Now, finally knows where Miranda went. He finally knows what happened to her, but instead of closure, this town gave him a deluxe trauma package with a side of bacon, because now he's mourning the life he lost, the family, and the fact that the nightmare he thought was impossible was real the whole time. And I gotta say it, Tamaranda is making this worse by not telling him that she's Miranda, or was Miranda, or has Miranda inside her. Whatever the reincarnation HR paperwork says, Henry needs to know something. Kenny shows up and immediately reads the room. He sees Henry is not just drunk, he is breaking. So Kenny tries to approach him gently, but Henry is too far gone in that moment. He starts screaming about the man in yellow, about what happened to Miranda, and he wants Victor to show everyone the picture. And man, this scene got rough. I know people online, they keep debating who has had it worse in Frumtown. Boyd, Kenny, Victor, Donna, take your pick. But after this episode, Henry is officially putting his name in that conversation. Back at the settlement, Tabitha is staring at those scarecrows outside while that violin music creeps back in underneath the scene. That is the episode quietly connecting Tabitha's memory problem with Jade's trip. They're in 2 different places, but the same musical language is hovering over both of them. Then Ethan walks over to Donna and asks if they're going to be okay because he doesn't want Julie to be alone. And man, this kid, it's wild how calm Ethan can be while saying some of the darkest stuff in the whole show. He says heavy things like he's asking what time dinner starts. I might need to make a whole compilation called Ethan's Deadpan Trauma Hour because this child has been consistent since season 1. Ugh, creepy Ethan. Donna tells him they're gonna leave at the crack of dawn and that he should wait inside the cabin. Then Ethan tells Donna that things feel less scary when she's around, and that line is sweet, but it's also doing some work because when Donna's in danger later, this line is exactly why that moment hits harder. Back at the clinic, Sophia is downstairs quietly listening while Randall and Julie go back and forth, and honestly, Randall is not completely wrong here. Julie is talking about intentionally triggering seizures so she can time travel, and Randall is looking at her like, are we sure this is a superpower and not brain damage? Meanwhile, Sophia is just sitting there watching them argue like a proud parent at a school play. And that is the part I don't want us to ignore. Sophia does not always have to do much. Sometimes she just has to stand close to people and let the worst parts of the room start talking louder. Then she heads upstairs and finds Christy and Marielle going at it too, with Marielle finally talking more about what happened to her in the ambulance. Sophia walks over, touches Marielle's wrist, and there it goes again. Marielle is chained up, but this time it happens in the clinic, right in front of Christy. And that second trigger matters because Christy has seen enough to know Marielle is not just stressed. Back with the Jade Band, the performance wraps up and Big Jade finally starts putting the pieces together. These are not just creepy images because the mushrooms wanted to get creative. These are lives he has lived before. And Little Jade basically tells him, yeah, and this is only some of them. Once Jade starts looking at these versions of himself, the pattern gets ugly real fast. The Boulder guy from season 1, Christopher, Nailhead Jade, the Civil War soldier, all of them met their end in ways that were not caused by the people creature monsters. Do not miss the nastiest part of this reveal. These versions of Jade were not taken out by the monsters. They were taken out by the residents. The Boulder guy got crushed. Christopher had his throat opened up. Nailhead Jade had, well, the clue is in the nickname. And the Civil War version was strung up and burned from a tree. And yeah, Civil War Jade being black matters. That confirms what we've been tracking with reincarnation. Tabitha and Jade are not locked into the same race, same body, or same identity every time they come back. The cycle changes the packaging, but the connection stays the same. Then Little Jade explains the pattern. Once the people figure out who Jade is, and once they realize he's the one the children are looking for, things always go bad. The town turns on him. Not the monsters, the people. And Little Jade makes it worse when he says there are levels to this. And for Tabitha, it's worse. Back at Colony House, Kenny and Victor are trying to get Henry back to his room after that full emotional crash out. One of the Colony House NPCs checks in to make sure everybody's okay. And wait a minute, ain't that Jim's maybe mistress from earlier? Anyway, Kenny asks Victor what Henry was yelling about, and Victor does what Victor does. He gives Kenny the picture and explains in the most Victor way possible that the man in yellow ate Miranda. And man, Victor spent most of his life in Frumtown, so yeah, he says horrifying things like he's reading a grocery list. So yeah, Kenny sees the picture, hears Victor's explanation, and now he understands why Henry broke down. Back with Jade, he's wandering through Colony House looking for answers. They make their way down into that dungeon basement, and Acosta's nowhere in sight. Now, wasn't she supposed to be down here with her thinking cap on, trying to figure out what all this stuff means? Where'd she go? Did she clock out? Boyd doesn't have time to even notice, but he's locked in on Jade right now. And honestly, fair. That man will blink and Jade will end up in 1864 arguing with a tree. Jade keeps following Little Jade deeper into the basement until they come across a bunch of junk barricaded against a door. And this is where I need Boyd to help me understand something. Jade is high. What's Boyd's excuse? Because if I see a door barricaded in Frumtown, I'm going to assume it was barricaded for a reason. Nobody in this place is blocking doors for interior design, but Little Jade hits him with the mystical nonsense like, you have to clear the way to see the path, and somehow that's enough. Behind all that junk, they uncover a hidden door in the basement, and while Jade is going deeper under Colony House, Marielle is about to explain what this place does to people after they're gone. Sophia is with Marielle and Christy back at the clinic fixing tea. Marielle finally tells Christy what happened in the ambulance. She explains that she could hear the suffering of everyone who's ever gotten deleted in Frumtown, ever. And Sophia, or the woman in yellow, is just sitting there watching with that stone face like this is a normal Tuesday. Then she refers to Marielle as a prophet, someone chosen by God to hear their suffering. Now, you already know how that lands with Christy and Marielle, especially after they were joking off religion last episode. But then Marielle starts giving answers. Answers. Let's go. Look, do not breeze past this. This is one of the biggest answers the show has given us. I'm calling this the soul trap confirmation. The show has already hinted that something ancient is feeding on suffering, but Marielle basically confirms the other half of that idea. When people get deleted in Frumtown, they do not just leave. They stay. Their pain stays. Their voices stay. Their suffering stays. This lines up with what a lot of us have been saying all season. The souls are trapped here, and we have seen the evidence. Father Khatri, Abby, Tom the bartender, all these people got taken out, but they still appeared to the survivors afterward with advice, warnings, guilt trips, or whatever version of spiritual customer service Frumtown is running. Now, does that mean every appearance is really the person we think it is? Not necessarily. That that is where this gets tricky. Some of them might be trapped souls, some might be the man in yellow wearing familiar faces. I do not know the full answer yet, but the main point, the people who are gone are not fully gone. Like Ethan said, they're still here. So this is not a theory anymore. This is confirmation. And the reason Marielle hears all of them is because she's tuned into the suffering this place keeps locked inside itself. We get back to the cabin in the woods, and man, we saw this coming since season 3. Remember when folks was staying out here overnight and hearing things crawling around the cabin? Yeah, that bill was always coming due. Tabitha suddenly remembers playing with the dolls as a child, but there was a man who didn't like them. He was scared of them, took them from her and threw them into the lake. And hold up, what is this dude wearing? Matter of fact, what is Tabitha wearing? Tabitha's around my age. So there's no reason this memory should look like she got dropped into a Salem witch trial starter pack. This isn't childhood memory clothing. This feels like a whole other lifetime. Which version of Tabitha is she remembering here? Because this is not giving modern Tabitha. This feels like 1600s Tabitha, maybe the same cycle connected to Nail in the Head Jade. Fromtown takes fears, memories, griefs, and nightmares and turns them into problems everybody else has to deal with. Boyd hated worms, then got worms in his skin. Nathan feared cicadas, then the cicadas became a whole nightmare. Somebody had to be afraid of that ballerina because I refuse to believe she clocked in for no reason. And now we have these human-sized nightmare dolls walking around like arts and crafts got possessed by bad intentions. But here's the part that bothers me. A lot of these fears seem connected to people who were already gone, except Boyd. Boyd's fear of worms was mentioned back in season 1, but Boyd is still alive. So why did his fear get activated? And I know this sounds wild, but with this show, we gotta at least ask it. Is Boyd different? Is Boyd already connected to this place in a way he doesn't understand? I'm not saying Boyd is secretly gone, Sixth Sense style, but I am saying his pattern does not line up cleanly with everybody else. Anyway, Tabitha finally snaps into gear and remembers what these dolls are when she hears that singing coming from the forest. And for once, she's not standing around buffering. She warns everybody they are not safe and they need to move right now. Then, out of nowhere, Mangy Mel Kool-Aids his raggedy self through the cabin wall on some fuck your couch energy, and it is on. These dolls are still human sized, still nasty, and immediately the first person cornered is Roger. Yes, Roger, the same genius who pulled the rope out of the lake in the first place. Sir, this is what we call consequence-based storytelling. Ellis gets everybody moving and even tries to go back for Roger, but after one good shove from Mangy Mel, Ellis adjusts the game plan real quick, real freaking quick, and he needed to see who was stronger. And suddenly Roger was on his own side quest. And yeah, this might be the most brutal deletion of the season. Mangy Mel gives Roger the mandible claw from hell, removes his jaw from the group chat, and then reaches his whole arm in like he's checking the man for loose change. From said, screw your answers, here's an anatomy lesson. Ellis gets away and regroups with Donna, Tabitha, and Ethan, but now NPC Patty is missing. So Ellis tries very hard to not be useless tonight, goes looking for her, and Ellis, my brother, you do not have main character aura out there. Do not go risking your life for an NPC. I know you're trying to level up. I know this, but this is not the time to apply for hero benefits. Patty gets found by Raggedy Ann, who immediately starts dragging her toward the fire. And then Tabitha remembers what the scarecrows outside the settlement are actually for. The doll is dragging Patty toward Donna's fire and about to turn her face into a campfire snack when Ellis comes through with a stick and cracks that doll across the back. And that tells us something huge. These dolls are not built like the people creature monsters. They can be hit, they can be hurt, and intimidated. Ellis pulls Patty away while Raggedy Ann catches fire, and then Mangy Mel sneaks up on Donna and starts choking her out. And I'm not gonna lie, I thought Donna was cooked right here. But then Tabitha comes through like a warrior princess and shoves that scarecrow spear straight through the doll's back. The doll drops. Donna lives. And Ellis comes back with Patty, who is looking like she got a little too close to the grill at the worst barbecue in history. Tabitha explains that she suddenly remembered how to hurt them, and now the doll whose hand is on fire thinks twice about running up on these people again. That thing sees them deleting monsters and decides to take its crispy self back into the woods. And wow, what a sequence. This is going to be discussed, dissected, and disrespected in the comments all week, and I cannot wait to talk about it in the live stream with y'all. Tell me the truth. How many of y'all had Kool-Aid Man flashbacks when Mangy Mel came through that wall? And was this the best action moment of the series so far, or does another scene still hold the crown? Let me know in the comments. And then we cut back to, oh snap, yeah, Jade and Boyd found that hidden door in the basement of Colony House. I almost forgot about these guys because From just had haunted lake dolls doing WWE finishes in the woods. Jade opens the door and behind it is this long stone corridor that looks a lot like the same old structure connected to Martin's dungeon. That is already a problem because now Colony House is connected to something that definitely was not listed on the Zillow description. Jade keeps walking, looks up, and sees a big spider crawling on the ceiling. Not Lord of the Rings big, but definitely Australian Outback said good morning big. Jade suddenly loses track of Boyd and keeps going deeper into the corridor. He grabs a lamp because of course there are lights down here, why wouldn't there be? The corridor leads him into the tunnels beneath the town, and now we gotta ask the obvious question. Why are all these places connected? Colony House, Martin's dungeon, the tunnels, the sacrifice chamber, the caves, the forest, the roots, the trees. This is a system. Jade realizes he messed up and starts calling for Boyd, and Boyd suddenly appears to tell him what we already knew. They should not be anywhere near these caves. Jade is sinking deeper into the trip, so Boyd hits him with the safe word, Capricorn, and tells him they need to go. But little Jade pops up again and leads big Jade toward the room where the children were sacrificed. Jade starts asking how to save them, but little Jade is not giving answers. He's leading him right into a setup. And then one of the people creature monsters comes around the corner with that fake customer service smile and some warm words. Then here comes the milkman, then the mechanic, and yeah, Jade is cooked. They start mocking him, telling him he was not smart enough to listen to Boyd, and then they do something unexpected. They shove Jade into a hole in the ground and they start covering him with one of those rocks. And suddenly, Jade wakes up. He's back in Boyd's sheriff station. Boyd walks in like nothing happened and says they never left. Jade has been in the room the whole time. What? Now, I know it. I know somebody is going to say, Anthony, chill. He was high. Yes, he absolutely was. But that does not explain everything because this wasn't a random mushroom trip. This had geography. It had continuity. It had a hidden door, the stone corridor, the tunnels, the sacrifice room, the monsters, and the same kind of punishment we saw connected to another version of Jade. This is where the broken timeline theory starts looking real healthy. It feels like Jade stepped into another layer of reality, another version of events, or another cycle. And right before the monsters could finish him off, he snapped back to the sheriff station like the game reloaded from a checkpoint. And didn't y'all notice how it almost feels like one of those Ankui kids pulled him back before the game ended? Like, nah, not this run. We still need this one. And if this is not a parallel realities bleeding into each other, then the show is doing a mighty fine impression of it. And yes, if you remember my video about Dale's parallel universe theory, this feels like it just put another big piece on that board. Jade suddenly says he remembers. He knows where the children are. He knows how to save them. He knows how to get everyone home, and then the credits hit. Disrespectful. Effective, but disrespectful. This is where episode 5 leaves us, Fromley. And let me just say it, this might be the best episode of the season so far. Not because it gave us every answer, because let's be real, this show is still allergic to making our lives easy. But this episode finally gives us enough answers to make the clue board look less like a conspiracy wall and more like we might actually be getting somewhere. This episode was not about monsters coming out of the woods. It was about the past coming back up from wherever Fromtown tried to bury it. The dolls literally rise from the lake. Marielle's cicada trauma comes back and confirms that Julie and Randall were not the only ones still connected to that dungeon nightmare. Henry's grief finally explodes in Colony House after 40 years of wondering what happened to Miranda and his children. Tabitha starts remembering another life, and Jade gets hit with the biggest truth bomb of the episode. He is not just seeing random visions. He is seeing versions of himself, and if little Jade is telling the truth, then the pattern is ugly. Every time the town figures out who Jade is and what his connection is to the children, they turn on him. That means Jade might not just be trying to solve the mystery. He might be one of the keys to the whole system, and once everyone realizes that, history starts repeating itself. That also makes Tabitha's side of this even scarier because little Jade says it's worse for her. And this episode may have shown us why. Tabitha remembers the dolls. She remembers enough to know how to hurt them. She remembers the scarecrows. She remembers a past that doesn't look like her current life. And then we got those dolls, those creepy, life-size, lake-soaked nightmare Muppets are not random monsters. They're someone's fears made physical. The show's been building this for a while. Nathan feared cicadas. They became real. Boyd hated worms. They became real. Tabitha remembers the dolls, and suddenly they're tonight's problem. This makes me wonder if Fromtown doesn't just trap people, it studies them, remembers them, takes their fear, grief, guilt, pain, and turns it into weapons. And then Marielle gives us the biggest confirmation of the season. The people who got deleted here don't leave. They stay. Their suffering stays. Their voices stay. Their souls might still be trapped in this place. That is the soul trap confirmation. That explains why we keep seeing figures like Father Khatri, Abby, Tom, and others. The question is now whether those appearances are really the people they used to be, the man in yellow wearing familiar faces, or something even worse, being trapped, using their souls like puppets. And then there's Jade's ending. Jade thinks he went through the hidden door down in the tunnel, saw the spider, found the sacrifice chamber, got surrounded by monsters, and got buried under a rock. But then he wakes up back in Boyd's station, and Boyd says they never left. Either Jade just had the strongest trip in Frumtown history, or this show just gave us another clue that different layers of reality are bleeding into each other. And now Jade says he remembers. He knows where the children are. He knows how to save them. He knows how to get everyone home.
People do it all the time.
Talk to me a little bit about going into like 4 seasons. Then, first off, congratulations. 4 seasons. Then you guys are making it to season 5, and we're seeing your character do new things. You're getting to see new. You made it to the Lake of Tears. So I know this part's going to save for later. Tell me a little bit what it's like for you coming back to set, getting to visit more parts of the set, interact with more actors more frequently, especially now with Jim gone. Ian.
I don't know. I mean, like this season, all my scenes were basically with like the kids. A few, it's not much. Like I don't have a lot of seasons with Boyd, a lot of scenes with Boyd, a lot of scenes with as much scenes with Victor as I wanted to, or Henry. I feel that I brought Henry to this town. I should have more of a, I don't know, hands-on look. Like I brought you here, you believe me, and you're here. It's my fault. I don't know. There's so many things that. The great thing about this show is that the ground for growth is so big. You can find, you can see, you can have a scene with, I don't know, Acosta. You can have a scene with Sarah. That I haven't had a scene with Sarah since she tried to kill Ethan. So I just feel that this show, just everyone is playing with each other so well that you can have scenes with everyone and it makes sense. So I'm looking forward next season.
Now, let's talk about the answers this episode gave us. We know Marielle is still connected to what happened in the dungeon. We know Julie, Randall, and Marielle each seem tuned into different parts of that nightmare. We know the people that got deleted here may still be trapped in the town. We know Jade has lived multiple lives connected to this place. We know Tabitha is remembering a past life too. We know the dolls were not just creepy props. They were part of whatever system was keeping something contained. We know the scarecrows can hurt the dolls. We know the dolls are not as untouchable as the people creature monsters. We know Colony House is connected to something underneath the town. We know the tunnels, the sacrifice chamber, and the older stone structures may all be part of the same system. We know Jade finally remembers where the children are. This is a lot, but this is From. So of course, every answer came with a fresh question and problems. Ellis is still in the woods with Donna, Tabitha, and Ethan in the middle of the dark. Sophia's still being sneaky, walking around town preying on people, and we still have to figure out whether or not the man in yellow is the real big bad or just another layer of this nightmare. Anyway, drop your theories in the comments because the Frumley Detective Bureau has paperwork to file after this one. Hit that like button if you made it this far, subscribe so you do not miss the next deep dive, and join me for the live stream because we need to talk this through this episode like a full neighborhood watch meeting, because after episode 5 we're not just looking for answers anymore. We might finally be close enough for Frumtown to start fighting back. That's all I got for this one. I'm gonna check out all later. Peace. Yo, Frumley. Episode 6 did not just give us a hidden door. It gave us a map to the ending. The time this episode is over, I think Frum quietly tells us what Julie's story walking is really for. Victor's collection, the Ankui children, the hidden bones and the memories people keep losing may all connect to one big rule. Emotional attachment creates bookmarks. If Julie can find the right bookmark, she might not just see the past. She may be able to go back before the children were sacrificed, change the moment that created Frumtown. This is what I'm calling bookmark theory, and we're putting that one on the clue board today. But But before we get there, we have to talk about the knowledge cost, because Fromtown gives answers the way Loan Sharks gives favors. You can take it, but somebody's paying interest. Jade remembers where the children are, but now he has to convince Boyd to trust a vision that started with haunted mushrooms and ended with a door nobody else found. Victor remembers the man in yellow, but every memory drags him back into the worst day of his life. Tabitha remembers the lake dolls, and suddenly, monsters in the woods are not the only things this town can throw at people. Julie remembers how badly she wanted to save Jim. That gives her a painful new understanding of Sarah. Sarah is starting to forget pieces of the real world, which is quiet horror at its nastiest. Boyd starts testing Father Khatri with memory, and that test might just prove that Khatri is not just grief wearing a priest collar. And Henry is sitting right in the danger zone, because the man in yellow, through Sophia, seems to know exactly which wound to press. That's what I'm calling the nasty yellow hook, and we'll get into that later. But before we dive into this madness, do me a favor. Please hit that like button and that hype button, please, because YouTube has been acting like the man in yellow with my notifications lately. But for real, this is big. For real, this is big. I could really use the Fromleys' help. Like, every like, every comment, reply, and share tells YouTube that we are active. And if you're new here, subscribe, because we break this show down every week after the episode airs, and clearly I am too far into this mystery to pretend that I'm normal now. Let's get into it. This episode opens with Boyd looking at Jade like, are you dumb? No, seriously, because if you're stupid, please tell me now so I can adjust my expectations. Because Jade's big plan is to take a few folks into the monster tunnels, find the bones of those kids he deadbeated, and hope that showing up on draft day somehow fixes everything. And Boyd is looking at Jade like, yeah, you is dumb. My guy, you want to take people into tunnels based on a Super Mario powered fever dream you had after eating haunted forest mushrooms? That's not a plan. That's a deleted scene from Beavis and Butthead Do From. And Boyd is saying all of this while fixing him and Jade a drink. So now we got Jay, may or may not still need a AA meeting, finding out Boyd has a stash, and they finally start talking through Jade's revelation. Boyd asks him an important question. If Jade is right, how does finding those freaky little bones get anybody home? Jade ain't got no answer for that yet. He's going off just a theory like the rest of us. Jade mentions how different cultures preserve remains of the deceased, and mentions Egyptians and Native American traditions, and that part, that got my attention. Now, real quick, I want to be careful here, because Native American cultures are not one single culture. Different nations have different beliefs, different burial customs, different spiritual practices, and relationships to ancestral remains. But broadly speaking, ancestral remains and burial sites are treated with deep respect. And that respect is so important that we even have federal protections today connected to the return of Native American human remains and cultural items. So when Jade brings up the idea of bones being more than just bones, I perked all the way, because that lines up with my video, How Fromtown Started. Maybe involving settlers, maybe involving children, maybe involving people who thought they could trade a little evil now for a lot of survival later. And if that is true, then the Ankui children's bones may not just be evidence, those might be the anchors. That's what I'm calling the bone anchor theory. The idea is the children's remains may be physically anchoring their spirits to this place. If those bones are hidden, protected, or trapped, then the children can't move on. And if the children can't move on, then the system keeps running. Boyd hears all that and basically says, that still sounds stupid. Fair. But then Jade drops the part Boyd can't ignore. Jade can describe things in the Colony House basement that he should have no way of knowing. That changes the whole conversation. Then switch over to the Colony House basement, where Acosta is basically hiding from human interaction like the remote worker forced to come into the office one day a month. Instead of talking to people, she's down here figuring out what people did for fun before the internet with one of those old Viewmaster toys from the 70s. And this connects to one of the funniest Victor moments in the whole series. Remember when we found out Victor is basically zero concept of the internet because internet became a thing after he got trapped in Fromtown? Good times. Jade and Boyd enter the basement, and Jade immediately recognizes the room from his mushroom vision. You can see Boyd starting to wonder if maybe, just maybe, Mushroom Detective is onto something. Jade heads toward the back of the basement, trying to retrace the path from his vision, and then suddenly finds out that the secret door ain't there. And Boyd gives this man the strongest "I knew your ass was stupid look ever. Boyd is standing there looking at Jade the way a parent looks at a child, swore the school project was already finished. You can practically see Boyd regretting listening to the dude who was high in the first episode. Then switch back to Jade and Boyd still going over Jade's haunted mushroom field trip in the Colony House kitchen, and Boyd is skeptical AF. Jade is asking Boyd to risk people's lives based on a vision, a missing door, and a theory that the kids' bones are hidden underneath Colony House. Then Jade starts pushing Boyd's buttons. We get reminded real quick where Ellis gets that temper from. Remember, Ellis was ready to put hands on Dale back in season 2, then Dale stabbed him. Good times. Jade talks himself right into almost catching that Boyd special, and Kenny is just standing there watching like he got front row seats. Kenny didn't interrupt. Kenny didn't clear his throat. Kenny didn't sneeze. No, my guy saw the mood change and practically pulled up like the people in the lunchroom when they hear somebody yelling fight. Jade finally stops trying to win the argument and just asks Boyd to trust him. Then Jade runs for his life. That's when Kenny steps out and reveals he's been watching the whole time. Kenny and Boyd head out to the porch at Colony House, and this is where Kenny finally gets caught up on Jade's big idea. Boyd is explaining that Jade thinks the bones of the Nkui kids are hidden somewhere under Colony House because of their memories, because, reincarnation, because Tabitha and Jade might be connected to Miranda and Christopher, and Kenny is standing there trying to process it like somebody just handed him a 900-page Reddit thread. I gotta give the writers credit. They're basically saying when you actually explain From to somebody who doesn't watch From, this show sounds bonkers. Yeah, so there's a town, you can't leave, magic rocks keep out the smiling monsters, trees teleport people, Boyd had worms under his skin, Fatima gave birth to Smiley, Julie can walk through time, and now Jade thinks haunted kid bones might be the key to saving everyone. Then Kenny tries to bring up another little tiny detail they should probably discuss. Man in Yellow, guy who was apparently out there eating Miranda. But before Boyd can even begin to deal with that nightmare, he's got another problem, because Victor is on the roof staring at the sun, looking like he's having the worst software update of his entire life. Every time this man starts to remember something, FromTown messes with him. This time it's emotional damage. A yellow suit. Boyd and Kenny head up there like Batman and Nightwing. Victor starts telling this dark story about another resident. You can tell he's just circling around the real issue without being able to fully say it yet. Boyd cuts through the spiral and he gets him grounded, enough to step away from the edge and finally talk about the man in yellow. And that's big, because every time Victor gives them a memory, it moves the whole mystery forward, but it also costs him something. That's the knowledge cost again. Jade pays it with his sanity, Julie pays it with her body, Tabitha pays it with grief, Victor pays it by reopening the worst day of his life over and over again. Then switch over to Julie stopping by Sarah's house, continuing what I'm now calling her new hairdo apology tour. And this is really interesting scene because Julie is extending an olive branch to Sarah. Yes, that Sarah. I know some of y'all probably saying Sarah don't deserve forgiveness. This is the same Sarah heard voices, tried to delete Ethan back in season 1. But now Julie understands how dangerous this place is when it gives you a mission that feels like hope. Sarah has been treated like the town's walking crime scene, and honestly, most of that is fair. Julie showing her kindness, a reminder that Sarah still has a role to play. Then Sarah accepts the kindness and invites Julie inside to help do something nice for Sophia. And that's where I had to pause, because I'm sorry, we're doing something nice for Sophia for Bible study Chucky. That is diabolical. We then switch back to Boyd finally getting his turn to question Victor after Henry completely fumbled the first interview. Boyd does a much better job because Boyd knows how to talk to people, and Victor gives some very interesting non-answers. The first big one is when Boyd asks whether the man in yellow came to town alone. At first, Victor says yeah. Then he quickly takes it back and says he's not sure. Did the man in yellow alone? This show does not usually have Victor correct himself for no reason. When Victor says something and then second guesses it, that usually means the memory is either incomplete, blocked, or too painful to fully access. So walk with me for a second, Frumley. What if there isn't just one man in yellow? What if there are multiple man in yellow type beings? Because keep talking about this town like there's one big bad controlling everything, but what if that's not the full picture? Think about it. Forest monsters feel like one kind of threat. The cicada entity felt like something else. Kimono woman felt like something else. Boy in white feels like something else. Sophia and the yellow religious energy of the man in yellow feels feels like something else. And now these doll creatures from the lake feel like a whole new category of nightmare. So what if Fromtown isn't being run by just one entity? What if it's a supernatural ecosystem? Man in Yellow gives off major King in Yellow Joker energy. That smooth, smiling, I know more than you and I'm going to enjoy screwing up your life kind of energy. But Victor saying he's not sure if the Man in Yellow came alone made me wonder if maybe we've been thinking too small. So I'm officially putting this on the board. The multiple yellow theory. Maybe each one has their own domain. Forest, the lake, ruins, dreams, memories, town itself. That would explain why so many different supernatural threats seem to operate at the same time without always feeling like they come from the exact same source. Put your thinking caps on, Fromley, because I think we can build on this one together. Moving on, Victor says he moved the Man in Yellow's big brown car out into the woods where he moved all the other cars. And he's about to agree to show them where it is when, bam, Donna knocks on the door. And if you haven't noticed this already, From does this all the time. A character is right on the edge of saying something important, connecting the dots, and then somebody comes in like, hey, sorry to interrupt the plot, but we got a fresh emergency. Donna brings Boyd and Kenny to the shed, and as they make their way over there, Donna starts bringing them up to speed. Apparently, they reached a new level in the game. They're not just dealing with the forest creatures anymore. They loaded the expansion pack, so they got lake dolls now too. And then Donna adds that Tabitha, or should I say Miranda, channeled her inner action hero and took out one of them with a spear. And this is where I think the Airbender comparison really fits. Tabitha was giving less Jean Grey and more Cora. She's tapping into past lives and past versions of herself who have already fought this fight before. Then we get a horrifying look at what happened to Roger. And man, these new monsters don't seem to operate like the forest creatures. Forest creatures usually toy with people and leave the aftermath in one specific kind of way. These lake dolls seem to remake their victims in their own image, and that is sick imagery. But it also supports the idea that Fromtown may have different entities with different rituals, different signatures, different ways of claiming people. That's why this multiple yellow theory and the ecosystem might have legs. Each threat feels like it belongs to a different nightmare. And now Boyd, Kenny, and Donna are standing there realizing the rules just changed again. So naturally, Donna offers to fix everyone a drink. Donna, do me a favor, make it a double. We then switch over to Ellis and Fatima, and poor Ellis is trying to process their newest family problem. Ellis was already doing pretty well considering his wife gave birth to Smiley 2.0. That alone would have most people staring at a wall for 6 business days. Now, Fatima has moved on to Mud Monster Arts and Crafts, and Ellis is trying to be supportive while also looking like every part of his soul is buffering. Then Fatima starts explaining how her father taught her about different myths and spiritual stories. Jinn, Vishnu and Krishna, Golem of Prague, all these different stories about supernatural beings, divine intervention, protection, creation, powerful forces that exist beyond normal human understanding. And I like that Fatima is trying to make sense of the impossible. Fatima is not just naming random myths here. This scene matters because every myth she brings up is about creation, protection, or a supernatural force crossing into the human world. That connects to the bigger pattern this episode keeps pushing. Fromtown may not have one kind of monster. It may have different systems of creation. Smiley came back through Fatima. Lake dolls seem to remake people. Forest turns spheres into weapons. Fromtown is running a whole cinematic universe. We then switch over to Victor, who gets a visit from Ethan while he's drawing, and Ethan wastes absolutely no time giving Victor the junior detective interrogation. Ethan came in with more questions than the From subreddit after a finale. Victor basically tells him, listen, I told my dad about this and it messed him up bad. I'm not telling you because I don't want it to mess you up too. Honestly, you probably should not drop the yellow-suited nightmare man was eating my mother on an 8-year-old like it's a bedtime story. But Ethan is not a regular kid. Ethan hears these stories and understands the rules of Fromtown better than anyone. Every time Ethan talks about quests, stories, the Chromonacle, monsters, and how this place works, the adults brush him off and then later realize he was low-key right. That is the Ethan rule. Ethan explains the system through story logic. Adults ignore him because he's a child. But From keeps proving that childlike story logic logic may be closer to the truth than the adult skepticism. So part of me wonders if Victor should be telling him more. Either way, Ethan tries to act like he's not going to tell Victor what happened at the settlement and then immediately pulls up a chair and tells him everything. That boy folded faster than a lawn chair at a cookout. But I love these scenes between Ethan and Victor because this is where Victor feels the most human. When Victor is with Ethan, we really see that childlike part of him come forward. And Scott McCord is so good in these scenes. When you put him across from Simon Webster as Ethan, the dynamic just clicks. Only From can make that conversation feel like two kids talking about what they saw at recess. But also notice that Victor is drawing. He's drawing the man in yellow's brown car. Hold that thought, because Victor drawing, saving, and collecting things may be more important than we thought. I think this connects directly to Julie's story walking. Then Victor says something that hits me sideways. He talks about how tough Tabitha was for taking out one of the monsters. And he says it reminds him of how tough Miranda was. And whoa! That line is doing a lot. Tabitha, sis, you have some splaining to do. Victor is sitting here comparing you to his mother, and you still have not fully told this man what's happening. The longer Tabitha avoids that conversation, the worse it's going to hit Victor when Victor realizes how much she knows. We then switch over to Henry staring at the man in yellow's suit like his whole life got re-edited in front of him. And while Henry is standing there trying to process the fact that the nightmare his wife painted decades ago was real this whole time, in walks Sophia in yellow. That is a predator arriving when the wound is open. This is what I'm calling the nasty yellow hook. The claim is simple. Sophia is not just creeping Henry out. The B in yellow, and yes, that stands for the in yellow because I said what I said, is targeting the exact emotional wound Miranda left behind to prey on Henry. She comes in with that innocent little girl act, soft voice, sad eyes, trying to make Henry feel seen. Henry immediately gets out of there and heads straight to the bar. And when Sophia follows him to the bar, just realize that she's hunting him. She pulls up a glass to drink with him. Do y'all understand how twisted that is? The thing that consumed his wife is now sitting across from him having a drink. We then switch back to Boyd, Donna, Tabitha, and Kenny sitting together in a room, and oh my goose nips, they are sharing information. Frumly, we made it. We made it. After years of watching people have visions, hallucinations, ghost phone calls, nightmare pregnancies, time travel seizures, haunted puppets, demon ballerinas, forest monsters, lake monsters, and magic rocks, these people finally sat down and said, hey, maybe we should compare notes. Thank you, From. I have been waiting 5 years for these characters to do what every group project in high school taught us to do on day one. Talk to each other. And look what happens when they do. Tabitha explains that she remembers the dolls from a past life. They were a nightmare of someone from the town, and after that person got deleted, those fears somehow became real. That connects directly to what Kenny heard from Sarah back in season 2, when Sarah wondered if this place absorbs the nightmares and fears of the people who were lost here. Sarah wondered if Nathan's fear of cicadas became part of the forest after he was gone. That theory sounded wild back then, but now it's looking like a freaking rule, turning their worst fears into new weapons for the next round of survivors. That is nasty work. But see, the second these people actually talk, the puzzle starts putting itself together. But then Donna starts crashing out and starts having a whole ass heart attack. And I know all of North America grabbed their chest at the same time. The writers knew exactly what they were doing. They saw all of us online saying, look, you can do whatever you want. Just leave Kenny alone. And the writers were like, oh, you only need Kenny? Save you. That is villain behavior. You don't scare us like that with Donna. You take Donna out and the colony house becomes Lord of the Flies with worse plumbing. So let's pause and put this on the board for a second. We have 3 rules forming now. 1, memories matter. 2, fears can become real after people are gone. 3, emotional attachment may be the fuel and the map. That third one is the one we're going to come back to because I think it leads straight to Julie. We then cut over to the clinic and Patty is standing there looking like Frumtown used her as a warning label. And Christy walks in and still just gets to work because Christy is a G. The sad part is they barely have supplies. This woman with serious injuries is being treated with hope, vibes, and whatever they found in a drawer. Then Kenny comes bursting in because Donna has collapsed and may be having a heart attack. We then switch back to Colony House where Kenny and Christy are rushing in to help Donna. And this is where the episode starts playing games with my blood pressure. Donna has been without a pulse for like 5, 6, 7 minutes. However long it is way too long when we're talking about Donna. Christy and Marielle are doing everything they can until you see the shift happen. Once Christy and Marielle start looking at each other like that, you know what conversation is coming next. Thankfully, Boyd is not accepting that. Boyd is like, nope, we're not doing that storyline. And this goes back to one of Boyd's core traits. When everybody else is frozen, Boyd acts. He might not always have the full plan. Sometimes he only has concepts of a plan, but Boyd will find a wire, a weapon, a talisman, a bell, a goat, whatever he needs if it gives hope. And he digs deep and uses the full power of his hope aura to finally hear her breathe. And when he does, he runs off to get wires for the heart monitor. Boyd then runs down into the basement and brings Jade up to speed. Boyd and Jade head to the shed, and this is where From decides to be darkly hilarious. Of all the places they could have put Roger's remains, of all the corners, tables, shelves, boxes, crates, or random creepy From Town storage spots, they put him right on top of the wires they need to help Donna. Roger's got buttons on his eyes. His mouth is sewn shut. And Jade is standing there like, of course the wires are under the nightmare doll body. This man spirals for about 6 seconds. Then they grab the wires. Then they head out. We then switch over and see Ethan make his way into the scene. And I love this moment. Tabitha does not do any of the things she always does. She doesn't dodge or sugarcoat. No, everything's going to be okay. She tells him the truth. And then Ethan asks if he can say goodbye to Donna. And I understand because this boy has done a lot. He's been injured. He's seen monsters. He's lost people. So she agrees. And she takes Ethan to see Donna. And man, that moment is quiet, but it's heavy. And this is why emotional attachment matters. Donna is not just any old person to Ethan. She's one of the few people in this town who makes this place feel survivable. She's an anchor. So when Ethan says goodbye, From Town is not just threatening a life. It is threatening one of the emotional bookmarks holding this people together. We head back inside with Donna, and I love the little callback here. They're able to power their heart monitor using the lamp trick that Jade and Jim used back in season 1 when they were trying to power the radio. And that is a cool detail for longtime fans, and that's good writing. Then Christy gives Boyd the hard truth. Even if they get Donna stabilized, she might not wake up. Not after everything her body just went through. Then Ethan knocks and comes in, and man, this boy handles it like a grown man. Jim taught him that a man shows respect. Donna taught him that love means showing up. So Ethan shows up. He says goodbye, and then he walks out. We then switch back to Henry and the bee in yellow, and I need us to really sit with how nasty this is. This is the same entity that ingested Miranda. This is personal. And Sophia keeps working him, nudging him, and playing innocent. And the whole time, Henry has no idea. And then Sophia cuts herself on a piece of glass. And Henry gives the most delayed reaction in television history. You're bleeding? My guy sees a child cut herself and reacts like his brain is still buffering on dial-up. Do not let the creepy drunk kid routine distract you like it did Henry, because the real clue is the blood. Sophia let some of her filthy blood drip into Henry's drink. And the second I saw that, my brain went straight to that old Incredible Hulk movie where Bruce Banner's blood gets into the soda vat machine and causes a whole situation. Except this is From. So instead of a Gamma soda recall, we might be looking at some kind of yellow suit Syphagana Hercules cocktail. Anyway, meanwhile, Bacta steps into the leadership gap without making a speech about it, and she runs into Randall on her way to cook for the Colony House folks, since Donna is still down after that heart attack. And I like this little moment because it shows how quickly Bacta steps up. And then Randall sees her and volunteers to help cook. This is interesting. Let's not forget, back in season 2, Randall kidnapped Donna, tied her to a tree, and almost got everybody in that RV deleted because he was deep in conspiracy mode. He thought the town was fake. He thought Donna was in on it. He thought he was cracking the case. So now seeing Donna vulnerable probably hits him harder than he wants to admit. Across town, Julie and Sarah are painting Sophia's room purple, which sounds sweet until you remember they're basically doing Extreme Makeover Yellow Demon Edition. This is insane HGTV From Town energy. Then they start having this little back and forth about the stuff they miss from the real world. Sarah misses gummies, Julie misses donuts, and then Sarah realizes she almost forgot about donuts. Don't laugh about Sarah forgetting donuts. That tiny tiny moment is way bigger than it looks. That sounds small until you connect it to Victor. Victor doesn't draw because he's quirky. Victor draws because this place steals memory. Forgetting is how Frumtown steals from you. And Sarah forgetting donuts reminds us that Victor might not be the only one. Then Julie starts opening up about growing up and hanging out less with her dad. Sarah uses that moment to ask Julie what she meant earlier when she said she understood what Sarah was going through. And Julie finally admits that she got convinced that she could still save Jim. And Sarah, of all people, knows where that road can lead. So Sarah just gives her a hug, and honestly, that might be the most human thing Sarah could have done. We switched back to Colony House where Boyd and Ellis finally get a moment to catch up. Ellis starts going over the whole dirt monster in the attic thing. Ellis is basically like, yeah, Dad, my wife was eating hot garbage, gave birth to Smiley, and now she's making a haunted mud demon upstairs. But we're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work. Then Marielle comes out and lets Boyd know he can go in and say his goodbyes to Donna too. And this is where the episode slows down and lets Harold do what Harold Perrineau does. Boyd walks into that room and you can feel the weight of the moment. That's that Harold special. Hear me, Emmys? Harold Perrineau special. Then Father Khatri shows up and immediately starts getting on Boyd's nerves. We then switch back over to Randall and Bacta cooking in the Colony House kitchen, and Elgin walks by and oh snap! This is basically the Bus People alumni reunion. Bacta was the bus driver. Elgin was the one who woke up panicking and vomiting. Randall came in aggressive. He was spying on people, questioning Donna, and kidnapped her. So now, seeing Randall and Elgin standing in the kitchen together is funny in a dark way because look at them. Randall got turned into Two-Face by the monsters, and Elgin is missing an eye because Sarah gave him the hardware store special, and he's not even wearing the eye patch anymore. He's just like, nah, let it breathe. Just let it breathe. It needs some air sometimes. Let it breathe. Meanwhile, Randall is doing everything in his power not to be a dick. He's trying. Now, here's where the Khatri scene starts telling on itself. This conversation gives us one of the biggest clues yet about what Father Khatri actually is. Listen, do not treat this like another Boyd grief scene. Boyd is not just talking to Khatri here. He is testing him. Boyd starts remembering his first night when they were in that dugout bunker, and while Boyd is talking, he asks Khatri a very specific question. Do you remember what Donna asked me on the first night I was here? And Khatri says, no. That right there, that is huge. A lot of people have had the theory that Father Khatri is just a manifestation of Boyd's guilt. Basically, Boyd's mind creating a version of Khatri because Boyd still feels responsible for what happened to him. And I've kept that theory in the maybe box for a while. It made sense, but this scene makes me think we can move that theory off to the maybe list. If Khatri was just a manifestation of Boyd's mind, he should have access to Boyd's memory. That is usually how this kind of thing works. Khatri doesn't remember, and Boyd has to tell him. Donna asked Boyd if he snored, just long enough for us to notice him processing that information. They go back and forth for a bit, and Khatri reminds Boyd that Jade already told him what they need to do. Then, out of nowhere, Donna takes a breath and wakes up, and I'm not gonna lie, Frumley, I needed that. We all needed that. Boyd calls for help, and suddenly the room shifts from grief to relief. Boyd then breaks the news to everyone outside Donna's room that she's awake. You can feel that whole hallway finally unclench. Then Boyd turns to Patty and asks her to go tell the rest of the folks that Donna is gonna be okay. And I'm like, Boyd really looked at Patty, who was barely holding herself together, and said, hey, can you go be the comforting public voice announcement? That is messed up. So after that, Boyd excuses himself and heads out. We then switch back to Henry in the bee in yellow, and Henry finally takes a sip of the drink with her blood in it, and the second he does it, I already knew. Henry is cooked. I don't see how that drink is anything other than scheduled deletion, or worse. Henry has no idea what just happened. Poor Victor. Man, dude just got his father back, and now there is no way Henry is walking away from this clean. Sophia keeps baiting Henry with how they're trapped in a nightmare town with a haunted forest, magic rocks, and then she asks him the question, have you ever wondered if this is all just a dream? That diabolical heifer just connected herself to one of the oldest theories in the whole show, because where have we heard that before? Abby. Before Abby started taking out random residents in town, she was spiraling about that exact idea. She thought this place wasn't real. She thought it was a dream. She thought the only way to wake people up was to force them out of it. So when she says that to Henry, it raises a major question. Did the man in yellow plant that same idea in Abby? How many other people has this thing touched before we even knew what we were looking at? Martin said something similar too. When Boyd met Martin chained up in the dungeon in season 2, Martin asked Boyd if Abby was right. He asked if this was all just a dream. That line always stood out because Martin knew about Abby and we still don't fully know how. This Sophia scene throws gasoline on that whole thing. What if that it's all a dream idea is a seed, a mental trap, a phrase the man in yellow uses to break people when they're already vulnerable? Abby heard it, believed it, and broke. Martin said it to Boyd while trapped in the dungeon, but Boyd was still too strong to break. Now Sophia says it to Henry when he's vulnerable and contaminated his drink. So now we have to ask, was Martin really Martin? Or was that the man in yellow using Martin's skin the same way he's using Sophia? And this is where it starts messing with one of my own theories, because I had been building the idea that Martin might be one of the residents from Victor's childhood and that Julie meets him while story walking. That theory still has some legs, especially because this show loves connecting old cycles and time loops, but Sophia repeating Martin's language makes that theory a lot shakier. We then switch over to Boyd outside by the greenhouse, and here comes Father Khatri, not giving Boyd a single second to effing breathe, like a spiritual pop-up ad. And he's like, hey, remember Roger? But Khatri is right. Roger is gone, and Patty is burned up. They're still losing. Then Boyd gathers more evidence that Khatri is not just some figment of his imagination when Boyd asks him about Tabitha's theory that when people get deleted, their fears and nightmares become part of the forest. And Khatri says, I think it might be. Now, that answer is interesting because it sounds like Khatri is reacting to new information. Then Boyd brings up Martin and quotes that the monsters in the forest were just the tip of the spear. And Khatri has no idea what Boyd is talking about. If Khatri was a manifestation of Boyd's mind, he should know what Boyd knows. This is not just Boyd talking to himself. This mofo is a duppy. Maybe it's Father Khatri's himself. Maybe it's some version of him preserved by Frumtown. But this is not just Boyd's imagination. They go back and forth about Jade's theory and whether Boyd should risk people's lives by going into the tunnels. And Boyd finally has his come to Jesus moment. He marches into the shed, grabs a sledgehammer, heads straight into the colony house basement, and starts swinging at the wall where the hidden door is supposed to be. Jade hears the noise and comes down into the basement just in time to see Boyd fully crash out on the wall, and then the wall gives. The hidden door is real. Boyd looks at Jade and says, we're gonna need a plan. And boom, end credits. Frum really looked at us and said, you wanted answers? Cool. Here's a door. See you next week. Disrespectful, effective, but disrespectful. And let's put all this madness together because episode 6 gave us more evidence that memory is a powerful aspect of this show. Victor draws things he's afraid he'll forget. Julie is moving through stories and memories. Tabitha is remembering pieces of her past. Boyd is being haunted by Father Khatri in a way that now feels a lot more real than just grief wearing a priest collar. And let's talk about Henry, because that man is absolutely cooked. I'm sorry, but the second Henry took a sip from that drink with Sophia's blood in it, we knew it was a wrap. I think poor Victor might be about to lose his father all over again right after getting him back. And then Sophia drops that line asking Henry if he ever wondered whether this was all just a dream. That line right there connects her to Abby and Martin. Abby was saying that before she started taking people out in town because she thought she could wake everybody up. Martin asked Boyd if Abby was right and whether this was all just a dream back in season 2. Now Sophia says the same thing to Henry. That sounds like a phrase that's a mental trap. That also means I have to revise my Martin theory. I'd been working with the idea that Martin might be a resident from Victor's childhood and that Julie might meet him while story walking. I'm not throwing that theory away completely yet, but this episode puts a big yellow warning sticker on that theory. Now, let's talk about Father Khatri because I think this episode gave us the strongest evidence yet that Khatri is not just a figment of Boyd's imagination. Boyd basically tested him twice. First, Boyd asked Khatri if he remembered what Donna asked him on Boyd's first night in Colony House, and Khatri didn't know. That matters because Boyd knew the answer. If Khatri was just Boyd's mind creating a guilt ghost, he should have access to Boyd's memories. Then later, Boyd brings up Martin and Khatri has no clue who or what Boyd is talking about. He reacts to information like a separate being. He doesn't know everything Boyd knows. So I'm officially moving Khatri out of the maybe hallucination folder to this man is a duppy folder. Maybe it actually is Khatri, or maybe it's some version of him preserved by Frumtown. But whatever he is not just Boyd's imagination. Khatri has actually been guiding Boyd this whole time. And Jade was right. Jade was right. That's another huge piece of this episode. Jade's mushroom vision wasn't just a mushroom vision. The hidden door was real. Boyd went into the basement with that sledgehammer like the wall owed him money, started swinging, and found the door. That means Jade is accessing something real. And if the Nkui kid's bones are behind that door, door, then Jade's theory about those bones anchoring the children to this place might be right. And now we have the multiple yellow theory on the board too. Victor said the man in yellow came alone, then immediately second-guessed himself. That feels important because Victor's memories are fragmented, but they're rarely meaningless. What if there's not just one man in yellow? What if the man in yellow is a type of being, like a higher level predator in Fromtown? The forest monsters have one style, Cicada Entity had another, the Kimono Woman, the Lake Dolls. Everybody has their own freaky signature. That makes this town feel less like it was one villain and more like it has a supernatural ecosystem with different predators and feeding rituals. Then we have Tabitha's theory that people's fears become part of the forest after they get deleted. Sarah said something like that in season 2 when she wondered if Nathan's fear of cicadas became part of the town after he was gone. Now, Tabitha remembers that the Lake Dolls came from someone else's fear, and suddenly we have a possible rule. Fromtown might take their fears and turn them into weapons for the next group. That means all of that is part of this system. That connects to another theory I got. I think that this one got stronger this episode too, and that's the idea that Fromtown does not just feed on fear or hope, it feeds on emotional attachment. Jim and his family, Donna and her sister, Boyd and Abby, Boyd and Katri, now Victor and Henry. And this brings us to the bookmark theory. I think episode 6 might have quietly confirmed how this whole show ends. Walk with me, Fromly, because this one feels big. I'm calling it the bookmark theory. The claim is simple. Julie can only story walk to moments that are emotionally anchored, and Victor's collected items may be the bookmarks that let her reach them. Do not separate Victor's collection from Julie's power. That might be the mistake. Victor has spent decades saving objects connected to lost people, and Julie may be the one person who can use those emotional leftovers as a map. The boy in white had him collect items that were precious to the people who were gone. That always felt strange, but now it might be one of the biggest clues in the whole show. What if those items are bookmarks? Because Julie can story walk through moments in the story, but she can't go anywhere she wants. There has to be an anchor. And what creates connection in Fromtown? Grief, love, fear, hope, memory. The same emotional energy this place seems so obsessed with feeding on. So here's my theory. Julie can story walk to places where the bookmarks exist, and she's going to use items that Victor has been collecting. Those are the bookmarks Julie needs. And if that's true, then Julie may be able to go back far enough to change the beginning. And this gives us one more rule for the board. I'm calling it the beginning rule. The only way to end Fromtown is to reach the moment that started it. The bones are the anchor. The children's bones. They're going to be the emotional bookmarks that Julie is going to use to story walk. That's the beginning rule. Because remember, she already glimpsed the beginning. In season 3, Julie story walked into the dungeon, met Martin, threw the rope to Boyd, and then kept moving through the story. She went from Martin's prison to the caves, and then she heard the Nkui children screaming. That was the show taking Julie closer to the beginning. That means Julie may eventually have to story walk back to before the children were sacrificed and stop it from happening. The whole show might be building toward one final move where they do not just escape Fromtown, they rewrite the moment that created it. Now, obviously that raises a scary question because this show already told us knowledge comes at a cost. If Julie goes back and changes the sacrifice, what does she lose? Does she lose Jim all over again? Does she erase the version of herself we know? Does she save the children but trap herself in the story? Because From does not hand out happy endings like it's a free sample at Costco. This show gives you answers with emotional damage. That's a lot from one episode. A whole lot. Thank you for vibing with me, and I love it. So now I need to hear from you. What do you think Henry drinking Sophia's blood really means? Do you think Father Katri is officially a spirit? Was Martin connected to the man in yellow? Are there multiple yellow type entities in Fromtown? Do you think the Nkui kids' bones are the anchor keeping this nightmare alive? And do you think this place feeds on emotional connection more than fear or hope? Drop your theories in the comments because I already know the Fromly's about to cook with this one. And before you go, I need y'all to do me a real favor. Please hit that like button, hit the hype button, drop a comment, share the video with another From fan, and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm being straight with you. This video needs the hype. YouTube needs to see that the Fromly is active, loud, and locked in because every like, every comment, every share, every replay tells the algorithm to push this breakdown to more people. I put a lot into these videos, from the notes to the rewatches to the theories to the late night staring at screenshots like Jade losing it in a basement. So if this video helped you catch something new or made you laugh while your brain melted, hype it up for me. Please watch another video before you go. Keep the conversation going in the comments and help me get this one moving because this episode is important. We got the hidden door now, y'all, and you already know whatever's behind mind, it ain't gonna be normal. I appreciate y'all for watching. I appreciate y'all for theorizing with me, and I'm gonna catch y'all in the next one. Peace. Yo, listen, episode 7 just took every theory we had, stuffed it in the Colony House basement, locked the door, and said, good luck surviving this. This episode is where From started cashing checks. Got reincarnation chaos, Victor and Tabitha having the most emotionally uncomfortable conversation in From history, and Boyd pulling what I'm calling Boyd Gamble. Because my guy really looked at an immortal nightmare creature and said, I don't know, let's just see what happens. Except the real problem isn't Boyd's plan. The real problem is that Sophia, every time someone says something out loud, this woman in yellow adapts, and episode 7 makes the big problem come to life when we encounter the Sophia problem. Then, by the end of the episode, Kenny walks straight into a Smiley setup. Smiley starts creeping around like he got a DoorDash notification. Roger bursts in the Colony House and goes full Tasmanian devil, and Fatima just revealed the existence of the Smiley link. If that connection works the way I think it works, this changes everything. So, hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and drop your theories in the comments, because this episode did not just open a mystery box. It shook that damn box, flipped the table, and laughed while we all tried to put the clues back together. This episode opens with that giant red door in the Colony House basement, and immediately the show reminds us that Randall is just physically incapable of seeing a dangerous situation without wanting to punch it first. My guy steps in the frame and instantly tries to smash his way through the basement door like he's auditioning for a WWE From Town edition. Thankfully, this doesn't work, because that would probably break the talisman seal on the house. Jade steps in before Randall does something catastrophically stupid and hits us with the kind of sense one develops after attending the school of Donna and learning the Donna rule. When weird nightmare nonsense starts happening in Colony House, seal the damn door first and ask questions later. Jade throws a talisman on the basement door immediately, and Randall just stands there staring at competence like a caveman discovering fire for the first time. Meanwhile, Boyd and Kenny are searching Colony House for Henry, and they probably could have smelled this man before they found him. Henry walks in drunk as hell at like 10 in the morning talking about evening like he just stumbled out of Moe's Tavern after closing time. Now, I know what some of y'all are thinking. Anthony, after everything Henry's seen, shouldn't he be handling this better? Nah, and that's what makes this scene important. Henry's not adapting. He's really spiraling in From Town. Boyd needs to pull Henry to the side to do what Tabitha should have done before he tells everyone else, before he hears some half-cooked version from somebody else. Across town, Tabitha is over here reminding all of us impatient viewers that she is still grieving. And honestly, she's not wrong. Now, I know what some of y'all are thinking, because I was thinking the same thing. Tabitha, girl, lock in. Got naked yellow demons running around now. But problem is, this entire series has only been like a month in From Time. These people got psychologically drop-kicked on a daily with no downtime. Ain't even no more Colony House orgies. Then Ethan walks in and low-key stunts because my guy has somehow speed ran grief and got locked in before half the adults in town had coffee. And that is why I keep reminding y'all about the Ethan rule. Do not ignore Ethan when he starts talking about this place. And this is where the episode officially stops playing around, because Tabitha doesn't soften the blow. She straight up tells Ethan and Julie that she was Miranda. Yeah, and she used to be Victor's mother. And you can feel the entire emotional temperature of the room change the second those words leave her mouth. At the exact same time, Boyd is across town giving Henry this same reincarnation explanation. And Henry is still acting skeptical as hell despite living through 16 episodes of this town. And yeah, Anthony, people process trauma differently. Fair. Alright, except at a certain point, From Town has to revoke your skepticism privileges. You can't just live in a place with teleporting trees and ghost children and still react to reincarnation like somebody just told you Bigfoot stole your Amazon package. But Henry drank that blood from fear. Now it all makes sense. Meanwhile, Victor is standing there in full adult mode while everybody else is emotionally buffering. Victor is the only person in the room fully focused on the real danger. The motherfucking man in yellow. Victor's like, yo, boy, get your head back in the game because we got a tall, naked Nightman demon, remember? And Victor reminds him that they do not understand the level of danger that they're dealing with yet. Now, things start moving fast because in Colony House, Boyd and Jade are wrapping up what might be the worst town hall meeting in horror history. And this is where episode 7 starts cashing in on the knowledge tax. Every single time somebody in Rum gets too too close to the truth, the town punishes them for it. Do not ignore this, because this leads directly back to the disaster at the end of the episode. Bacta immediately asked a question half the fandom has been screaming for like 3 seasons now. What does this mean? Are all of us reincarnated? Everybody in town? And I almost fell out laughing, because that is literally our theory. Writers looked directly at our Reddit threads and was like, all right, let's go ahead and address that real quick. Jade shuts the theory down, kinda. He says he doesn't think everybody is reincarnated, which honestly feels like the show finally putting that specific version of the theory to bed, but he leaves the door open there that there could be more reincarnated people besides him and Tabitha. Then Christy is like, hold up, why are we trusting Mushroom Trip Jade right now? Good point. If somebody walked into my town talking about reincarnated dead children after hallucinating in a root cellar, I'd probably need to see a follow-up PowerPoint presentation too. But you can literally see the spark forming that's eventually growing into an inferno. The town is already starting to look at him like he's lunch meat. Lil Jade flat out warned us that people were gonna turn on him if the town found out too much, and this fool still walked in the colony house and hit everybody with an open confessional like it was the first 48. And worse yet, Sophia is sitting there listening to everything. Boyd is out here laying out strategy, and you can practically see the gears turning in her head. Hold on to that, because ending completely changes once you realize the monsters already knew the plan. Then Henry walks in, still drunk, and starts throwing shade at Jade and Boyd's revelation before stumbling back off again. Jade chases after him, but all he gets for his trouble from Henry is a, you can't save dead things. And I'm like, excuse me? Now, Henry is just drunk, fair, but once you connect this scene to that kind of weird statement and the way Henry's been acting ever since Sophia got to him, that sentence just feels sus. You can't save dead things? Like, mister, what? Meanwhile, Julie is over here continuing Frum's annual tradition of somebody in town whipping out an emergency weed stash. Tabitha walks in and immediately kills the vibe, getting on Julie's nerves about the smoke. And then Ethan walks in and the episode starts trolling the fandom directly again. Because this little dude casually asked, so does this mean that Victor is my brother now? And yo, Tabitha's brain completely blue screens. Ethan keeps saying the exact stuff we've been joking and theorizing about for months. The writers keep weaponizing Ethan to say our thoughts out loud. Just to us. Anyway, Julie is still embarrassed, especially after Randall made her feel stupid. And like most teenagers with emotional overload, she redirects that frustration right at her mother. She starts cooking that reincarnation stuff like, shit ain't real. Y'all stupid. And then Julie storms off emotionally angry. And right on cue, Frum decides to keep the awkward family comedy rolling when Victor shows up at literally the worst possible moment. But we don't stay with this one. Here's where Boyd's gamble begins, when we cut over to Kenny, Jade, and Boyd putting together what can only be described as concepts of a plan. Boyd is finally on board with digging up the bones and testing the spears on the people creature monsters. Then Jade notices Boyd's hand shaking, and I love how subtle this moment is. Boyd immediately tucks that hand away like he got caught hiding something illegal in his browser history, and he changes the subject fast. Meanwhile, Boyd leaves Colony House and bumps into Acosta, who is suddenly way more respectful now that she realizes Boyd already made her way more useful to this town than Ellis. And yo, before the comments get spicy, I'm mostly joking. Mostly. Boyd immediately puts her back to work because the Boyd gamble is fully underway now. He tells her that job's not done. He needs her to keep profiling the man in yellow using all the creepy nonsense they found in the Colony House basement. And this is where the Sophia problem gets even worse, because Boyd's plan is transparency. He wants more people involved, more eyes, more brains, more investigation, which sounds smart, except every time this town shares information publicly, Yellow adapts. Now, this is where the episode starts getting disrespectful. Boyd finally gets like 3 seconds apiece and starts messing around with the viewfinder when Frumtown immediately reminds him that happiness is prohibited. Somehow, it suddenly shows Boyd a wedding photo of him and Abby, and yo, how? Sophia is nowhere nearby when this happens, so now we have a terrifying possibility. Either the man in yellow's influence stretches way further than we thought, or there's more than one player, moving pieces, putting things in place around this town. Hold on to that thought. Then Christy walks out after checking on Donna, and she is ice cold with Boyd. And honestly, she's got every right to be. She's pissed that Boyd kept the reincarnation stuff just between a smaller circle and she wasn't in it, while everybody else has been out here trying to survive with incomplete information. Don't forget, Christy was one of the main people treating Boyd during the worm situation. She's seen firsthand how often Boyd keeps dangerous information bottled up until until things explode. Boyd tries to smooth things over and reassure her that, we still in this alliance together. We on the same side, girl. I'll see you at Tribal. And the moment honestly feels less like co-workers talking and more like two exhausted members of a Survivor alliance trying not to vote each other out, which is fitting because the entire episode feels like it's seconds away from turning on itself. Back at Donna's room, Boyd walks in and immediately gets hit with what can only be described as a spiritually necessary ass whooping from Mama Donna. Donna lets Boyd know exactly how stupid it was to dump all that reincarnation information on the town, knowing full well Jade already warned them that knowledge gets people targeted in this place. And I love this exchange because Boyd tries to hit her with the classic, I didn't have a choice. Then if Donna immediately shifts and asks, did y'all bury Roger yet? And Boyd completely blanks, which is low-key one of the saddest details in this episode. My guy can barely keep track of the living, let alone properly bury the recently deleted. Boyd tries to move past the conversation and finally tells Donna the real plan. He wants to test a spear on one of the forest monsters. Donna gives him that look that every parent gives right before a child does something stupid with fireworks. Meanwhile, Acosta is out on the Colony House porch briefing everybody on the plan to search town for clues about the man in yellow. And this scene right here illustrates the Sophia problem again. Sophia's literally standing right there, listening to the whole damn meeting. And then Boyd walks out carrying one of those tiki spears. And you can actually see Sophia look, wait, hold up, she looks concerned. Then plotting, and then scheming. And that's how she came to that shit she tries with Kenny later in the episode. She figured it out right there. Meanwhile, Marielle has apparently picked up a new hobby, staring at raggedy-ass Roger's body like she's trying to mentally solve a supernatural crime scene. Christy walks in and low-key runs a wellness check on Marielle's sanity without saying it out loud. Then Marielle says something that should absolutely set off alarm bells for the sane people when she starts talking about how people who got deleted here don't get to move on. They stay here. Now we cut back over to Boyd and Ellis going over what is basically a supernatural drive-by. And yeah, we gotta have a conversation about Ellis because this man is officially on my sus list this week. Now, hold on. Before y'all start typing angry comments, hear me out. Ellis keeps floating around this story in a really strange way. Half the time he feels emotionally disconnected from the main conflict unless chaos is happening nearby. And episode 7 quietly keeps placing him around important decisions, around dangerous plans, and moments where things mysteriously go sideways. Do I think Ellis is secretly evil? Not necessarily, but not ignore how often the show positions him near important failures. Anyway, Boyd walks Ellis through the entire monster attack plan, which honestly continues the running theme of this episode where everybody keeps oversharing dangerous information in public, like the town is not actively listening. Meanwhile, Henry pulls up to the Matthews house and immediately reminds us that this man does not respect boundaries anymore. He just lets himself into the house like emotionally unstable Batman and starts wandering around looking at Victor's drawings. And then the episode hits us with one of those wait, hold up moments, because Henry comes across that drawing of the black-haired figure and who is that? Brumley. I need y'all in the comments for this one because this one feels important. Then Henry sees the next drawing of himself, Miranda, and Eloise, and the emotional energy of the scene immediately shifts because out of nowhere a heart monitor suddenly appears in the kitchen. Henry suddenly has a hospital bracelet on his wrist. There's light shining in his eyes, and for a second this man looks damn near scared sober. Not brush past this scene, but we're going to talk more about it later in the video. Hold that thought because this is important. Now, this next scene might be the most important moment of the entire episode. Victor leads Tabitha and Ethan out to the man in yellow's old car sitting in the middle of the car graveyard. Everybody's searching around for clues when Tabitha suddenly spots the old car from her previous life as Miranda. And then I realized this is some psychologically devastating multiverse nonsense right here. Of course, Ethan immediately starts asking the correct questions because once again, Ethan rule. Then Victor opens up the glove compartment of the man in yellow's car and finds a collection of teeth. Meanwhile, Tabitha is getting hit with flashes from Miranda's old life. And Victor is simultaneously trying to leave and emotionally confront her at the same time. And honestly, wow, Scott Ford absolutely cooks in this scene. Victor is not really asking about reincarnation here. He's asking why his mother left him. And the scene gets even heavier when Victor starts projecting Ethan into his own childhood trauma. He immediately starts trying to big brother Ethan because deep down, Victor believes Ethan is becoming becoming the next version of him. And somehow that scene is also awkwardly funny because Tabitha starts scolding Victor with full Miranda energy, like muscle memory kicked in for a second. The whole thing feels emotionally confusing for everybody involved, and I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I laugh my ass off. Now we get to the scene I have been dreading all season. Boyd finally ends up alone with Sophia inside the sheriff's station while preparing for the Boyd gamble. And the second these two start talking, the entire vibe of the episode changes. Sophia starts trying to talk Boyd out of going into the tunnels, and this is where things change. Do not ignore how specific her concern is here. She is worried. Then Boyd does the absolute worst thing possible. Starts filling in the missing blanks of the plan to the woman in yellow. Meanwhile, Jade and Kenny are over at the bar putting together a little 3D mock-up of the tunnels for the Boyd gamble. And somehow this turns into one of the most charming conversations in the entire episode. Because Kenny casually starts talking about what he used to do. Well, not casually. He got pressed by Jade. But he brought something to my mind that I'm not going to hold you. I never seriously stopped to think about. What did half of these people do before the town snatched them out of their normal lives? Like, imagine Ellis used to manage a Foot Locker or teach middle school art classes. From this point forward, this man here, though, this is Coach Kenny. That's his name. Then Henry wanders into this conversation, still operating at like 40% sobriety, while Jade keeps working through the tunnel plan. Then Ellis walks in, hears about Coach Kenny, and immediately pulls Kenny outside to talk privately about the Boyd gamble. And then the episode casually slides into full nightmare mode again. We cut to the woman in yellow who heads over to the barn, grabs an egg for Roger, and then scurries off. Over at the diner, Elgin walks in with the storage room search party and notices Julie sitting there. And man, my guy Elgin might have the worst romantic timing in television history. After his first choice took his eye and still curved him, this man starts rebound speed running toward Julie because Fromtown Tinder only got like 6 active users. Elgin slides over, offers some sympathy about Jim, and starts trying to line up a small little talk while Julie is in leave me alone before I become violent mode. Then Julie asks about his eye and what happened. And the second Elgin dodges the question, Julie was like, strike one. And then she asks his thoughts on the whole Tamaranda reincarnation situation. Because Randall really did a number on her hope levels earlier. And she's pessimistic AF right now. Elgin says he still has hope. And damn it, that was strike 3. Julie immediately swats his hope out of the air like Dikembe Mutombo and basically tells this man he already lost strike 2 when he lost the eye. My gosh, Julie absolutely violated this poor man for no reason. Julie gives him a half-hearted apology afterward, but Elgin mostly just rolls his eye and keeps it moving. Now we cut back to Henry and Jade, and Henry is still pissed that Boyd and Jade told the town about the reincarnation stuff. My guy is acting like they leaked state secrets instead of trying to stop everybody from getting bodied by the apocalypse. But before the conversation can even go anywhere, episode 7 hits us with what might be the single biggest what the hell is happening moment of the entire episode. Henry starts hearing that heart monitor beeping again, and then boom, suddenly this man is laying in a hospital bed with a doctor standing over him checking his eyes. Like we just changed genres mid-scene. And yes, I'm pondering what you're pondering, cause for real, what in the actual F? Victor looks different. Henry looks different. The lighting feels strange. Room design feels strange. And then the episode gets even weirder. There's this artwork hanging on the hospital walls. Now, if you look at the top image, it's a blink and you miss it kind of thing. If you look at the first one, it kind of looks like a talisman. And the one below it, I don't even know what that thing is supposed to be, but it looks like it's conquering somebody in the most Zack Snyder way possible. Do not ignore the details here. From loves hiding stuff inside background imagery. At first glance, this whole sequence feels like the show is feeding into the none of this is real theory, the dream theory, the hallucination theory, the everybody's actually in a hospital somewhere theory. Except that explanation falls apart once you put on your thinking cap. We've heard this exact language before. Maybe this is all a dream. Abby said it, Martin echoed it, Sophia just said it. I think the man in yellow is hijacking people's minds to start massacres. We'll get more into that after the episode. Henry snaps back to reality with Jade trying to figure out what the hell just happened. But then Henry immediately does the most sound thing imaginable. He refuses to explain properly what he just experienced and leaves. We then get a scene with Boyd and Sarah talking. Don't overlook this scene. Seriously, do not overlook this scene. Boyd just wants her to know if something goes wrong during the Boyd gamble and he comes back knocking on her door, he needs Sarah to open the door. Sarah is still stuck on her self-deletion energy, and this is why Sarah is one of the most tragic people in town. Boyd basically tells her, alright, relax with the martyr stuff for like 5 minutes minutes. You can help later. We cut back over to Sophia walking right up to Roger's body, and this scene is where things get dangerous. And then she places the egg onto Roger's chest and tells him, it's time to play. Now listen, I know where some of y'all little dirty monks met immediately. Get yourselves together. Sophia cracks the egg onto Roger's chest. There's blood mixed into it. Roger later goes full Tasmanian devil inside Colony House. And then we finally get the yearly tradition of Boyd ringing that bell through town like Thrum's exhausted principal announcing the end of another traumatic school day. Back at Colony House, Donna is trying to sneak off and get herself a drink, but before she can escape, Fatima intercepts her. Fatima is all like she's the mother of monsters now and commands her to sit down and relax. Donna's backing down is what makes this scene work though, because she looks proud of her. The woman. Yellow knocks right at that moment and wants to spend the night in Colony House. Damn it! Now we get Boyd, Ellis, and Coach Kenny discussing the Boyd gamble. Ellis and Kenny basically stage an intervention trying to stop Boyd from being the one to attack the monster himself. Then Ellis says the quiet part out loud and it's like Boyd is too old and Kenny is way more expendable to the town than Boyd. And yo, Boyd looked at him like, yo, excuse the hell out of me? Ellis immediately tries to walk the statement back, but nah, bro, too effing late. We all heard it. And this is exactly why Ellis keeps climbing my sus list. Then Ellis and Kenny hit Boyd with the, we said you too old for this combo attack. And right on cue, Boyd's hand starts shaking again. So just like that, the decision is made. Then we jump forward to nighttime and the Boyd gamble is officially in motion. We see Kenny gearing up to risk it all. And I gotta say, Ricky, he plays this scene perfectly. Boyd immediately switches into coach mode and gives Kenny the full Phil Jackson talking to Kobe speech and tells him, you do not just stand there and watch. We cut over to Sophia whispering that same creepy pig Latin sounding nonsense she used on Sarah earlier in the episode, and immediately Roger starts reacting from another building away. And there it is. Confirmation. The woman in yellow does not need to be physically near someone to affect them. Don't overlook how massive that reveal is. This thing can reach across from a distance with these powers. Then Roger wakes up and this scene is horrific. My guy just starts screaming like his entire body is rejecting reality itself and literally tears his sewn mouth back open in real time. And now we finally get to the Boyd gamble. Kenny picks the milkman. He's the one. He's the test dummy for the spear attack, which already feels like a horrible sentence to say out loud. Milkman, he gets stabbed and he acts hurt for a second. And then the grandma monster lets out that little signal like she just called in gang gang. And that is the moment everything changes. Kenny forgets everything Boyd told him. The most important instruction especially. The second Kenny hesitates, the monsters flip the table. Grandma is suddenly blocking the sheriff's station entrance. Milkman casually pulls the spear out like Kenny hit him with a pool noodle. Every hiding spot gets covered except the bus. And that is when the entire scene clicks into place. The bus was never an escape route. The bus was a slaughterhouse. Don't ignore this one either. We're noticing this pattern with how coordinated the monsters are. They're not randomly chasing Kenny, they're hurting him. Which means by this point, the monsters already knew the plan, already knew the routes, and already prepared the counter positions before Kenny even stepped outside. Which brings us right back to the Sophia problem. Boyd told Thea too much and now Kenny is paying for it. Then the episode gets even worse because Smiley shows up and he starts stalking Kenny. And this mofo pops off at the mouth, talking to him by name and talking about his daddy, talking about the way he squealed and made funny sounds. And this scene plays like he specifically wanted Kenny isolated. And I'm like, OMFNG. I think I might have to go out throwing hands. You talking about my dad? I'm going out fighting. But episode 7 hits us with the biggest reveal because Fatima sees everything happening through the Smiley link. And what makes this moment huge is that she was right. The connection goes both ways. She forces Smiley to transform mid-hunt and completely saves Kenny's life in the process. And this changes everything. If Fatima can influence Smiley directly, then for the first time all season, the town might actually have leverage. Before we can even process the implications of the Smiley link, From immediately hits the gas pedal again because Roger suddenly decides it's time to run back the entire horror sequence inside Colony House. This man bursts through the door with full Kool-Aid Man energy and immediately starts attacking the first people he sees like a supernatural crackhead with unresolved anger issues. My guy got razor teeth now, looking like he's been chewing broken glass recreationally. Chaos completely erupts inside Colony House. And writers are picking on Patty because they putting this woman through it every single week. Roger is seconds away from chomping at Patty like a nightmare Pac-Man when Elgin suddenly steps up big time. Not only does he slam the door before the people creature monsters can get inside, he also spears Roger in the back and saves Patty's life in the process. The real final image of the episode is Sophia standing at the top of the stairs, calmly watching everything. End credits. And what an episode. What an episode! The big event this week is that Boyd and Jade finally bring the reincarnation truth to the town, and naturally, the town handles it with all the emotional maturity of a group chat at 2 a.m. Bacta asks a question a lot of us have been asking: does this mean everybody is reincarnated? Jade shuts that down, but he does not close the door completely. Then we got Henry spiraling hard. His line about not being able to save dead things feels wrong in a way that doesn't feel like normal drunk Henry. That sounds like in Yellow influence. Add in the hospital bracelet vision and the heart monitor appearing in the Matthews kitchen. I think Henry is becoming one of the biggest warning signs in the episode. I think Abby got influenced before she snapped. I think Martin may have been connected to it too. And now Henry might be experiencing the exact same manipulation after drinking Sophia's cocktail. Boyd interrupting Abby back then becomes way more important. What if Boyd interrupted something bigger? And honestly, I'm still wondering if Martin himself was somehow tied to all of this. Moving on, Victor, Tabitha, and Ethan at the car graveyard might honestly be the emotional center of the episode. Victor finds teeth in the man in yellow's car, which gives major fuel to the fairy, or the fae.
I think my favorite theory right now is that they're actually fairies or fays of old folklore and are just terrorizing the people. If you're not familiar with the theory about fairies, the short story is that fairies of folklore were vicious, vindictive, and cruel lesser deities, or even spirits of the dead, depending on the legend. And they often appeared as monstrous figures rather than the winged, pixie-like beings we associate with the word today. Much folklore of fairies involves methods of protecting oneself from their ill intent by means of charms, like a talisman, or of Rowan trees or various herbs, or avoiding locations known to be theirs, ergo avoiding offending any fairies. Like I said, this is one of my favorite theories so far, one that seems to really fit into the narrative of From if it's true.
I mean, a yellow-suited nightmare man with a glove compartment full of teeth. I know some of y'all are rolling your eyes because of that old theory about fairy lore coming back up again, but the evidence is getting disrespectful at this point. This feels like a demonic tooth fairy with psychological warfare DLC installed at this point. But the bigger moment is Victor confronting Tabitha as Miranda. He's not just asking if she remembers. He's basically asking why she left him. That hurts enough, but Ethan being there makes it even worse. Boyd's plan is where everything goes sideways. He wants to test the spear on a monster. The problem is that Man in Yellow's side already heard the whole plan. Sophia is standing right there while Acosta briefs the town, and Boyd keeps handing out strategy like it's a church bulletin. By the time Kenny steps into that trap, monsters are waiting. So that is why the bus moment is so important. Kenny thinks he picked them, but the monsters picked him. Grandma blocks the station. The milkman laughs off the spear. The bus becomes a trap. The spear's not the game changer Boyd hoped it would be, at least not against the forest monsters. But then Fatima changes the game completely. Fatima's connection to Spiley is by far the biggest moment of the night. She can force him to transform. That could make Fatima one of the most valuable people in town. Then Roger bursts into Colony House like a nightmare with bad dental insurance, and Elgin saves Patty by spearing him in the back, with Sophia standing there watching it all like she just finished directing traffic. So where does this leave us? 1, Sophia is not just spying, she's putting together a plan. 2, Henry is effing compromised. 3, Fatima's connection to Smiley, this might be helpful. 4, Victor might have accidentally revealed that there's another mole, or at least another person being used. And 5, Boyd and Ellis are officially on my sus list. I don't know if Ellis is a Manchurian candidate, a pawn, or just allergic to being useful. He keeps ending up near chaos, and Boyd's nightmares keep coming to life while he's still breathing, which feels like something this show wants us to notice. Episode 7 was not just about monsters attacking. It was about the town learning that information can be dangerous. The truth got out. Sophia heard it. Boyd's plan failed. Kenny almost got taken off the board, and Fatima may have unlocked a new weapon without even knowing it. So now I need to hear from you. Is Ellis secretly being used? Who do you think the other mole might be? What about Henry? What's going to happen with him, and how is he compromised? And what exactly do you guys think about the smiley link now that Fatima is showing that she can remote control the monsters? Drop your theories in the comments, hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and make sure you're here for the next breakdown, because just turn the mystery board into a crime scene. And before I get out of here, I gotta show some love to the people helping keep this whole From operation moving. Huge shout out to my channel members, everybody supporting through super thanks, super chats during the live stream, the people sending support through Venmo and Cash App. Seriously, I appreciate y'all. Your support is what's keeping these weekly breakdowns moving. It's helping me pay for the editing and lets us keep building this incredibly disrespectful mystery board every single week. So whether you've become a member, dropped a super chat, sent support directly, shared the video, or simply kept showing up in the comments with the theories that made me lose sleep, thank you. The Frumly continues to be undefeated. Now let's go stare at the clue board until episode 8 ruins our emotional stability again. That's all I've got for this one. I love y'all all. I'm gonna check y'all all next week. That's all I got for
Correct opinion. Put the lens on the culture. Eyes sharp on the screen, flying high like a vulture. Yeah, correct opinion. We live. Pop that corn, dim the lights. Let the credits roll. We gone.
Frumly. I think the man in yellow just planted one of the nastiest ideas this show has given us in a long time. What if digging up the children's bones does not free the children? What if it frees him? Because from season 4, episode 8 is all about anchors. Boyd is losing his grip while visions of Abby and the people he loves start closing in around him. Henry is being tempted with a fake reality where none of this ever happened. Fatima may still be walking around, but her body is telling a completely different story. Victor is teaching Ethan how to survive alone, and the Sophia problem is getting worse while everybody keeps underestimating the innocent looking girl with glasses. By the end of the episode, the man in yellow takes Ethan's drawings, lures Tabitha to the RV, and drops a question that could flip the entire rescue mission upside down. So before we get into the madness, do me a favor, hit that like button, hype the video, and subscribe if you're new here. I want to hear your theories in the comments because we have a lot to unpack. Now let's rewind, because this episode picks up immediately after Roger decided to turn Colony House into an all-you-can-eat buffet. And I love that this episode wastes absolutely no time. Boyd walks into Colony House after screwing up the Boyd gamble, fully expecting to find another disaster here, and instead finds out that everyone's fine. Elgin saved everyone, and Boyd straight up glitches when he hears that name. Also, don't just sit there and ignore those NPCs bickering in the background because of Boyd. Donna warned Boyd that telling everybody in Colony House about the reincarnation cycle could create a whole new problem. Boyd sees the argument and immediately hits Donna with the, "Ain't your ass supposed to be in bed?" And Donna sends the NPCs outside and reminds Boyd he needs to figure out how to save Tabitha and Jade's orphan bones. And right on cue, the Sophia problem rears its ugly head again. Sophia pops up asking questions again because apparently personal boundaries are more of a suggestion. Thankfully, Ellis swoops in right before Boyd slips too much and tells Boyd that, yo, you need to come upstairs. And Boyd, before he leaves, Rogers remains burning. We then head upstairs where Fatima is reliving a nightmare she has been trapped inside for a long time. She keeps trying to tell people what is happening to her, and everybody keeps struggling to accept it. And I feel for her. She was the one that saved Kenny's life. That's great news, except Ellis wants to focus on the other part. What other part? That other thing. Fatima is turning into a people creature monster. And yeah, I'm thinking the same thing you're thinking. Ellis is cooked. We then switch to Ethan settling into his role as the lone survivor of Frumtown. First challenge, draw the people you love in crayon so the pictures can remember. And damn, he drew Tien-Chen. That one hurt. And keep those drawings in the back of your mind. By the end of this episode, those memories are going to become a weapon. Ethan really took to heart when Victor warned him that he needed to prepare. Never mind, even Victor low-key knows that they're almost out of time. Tabitha tries to hide how much this whole thing bothers her because she's sick about it. Like, this whole thing drives her nuts. But we switch over to find Boyd after talking to Fatima, and yeah, I'm absolutely thinking what you're thinking. thinking. Boyd does not sleep in the sheriff's station no more. Not alone. Now, if Ellis or Kenny are crashing there, that's one thing. But on the usual, nah. We head further inside, this time by the inside steps of Colony House, where Fatima and Ellis are heading out to waste time with Christy at the clinic. Boyd already has 17 different problems fighting for space in his head, and he does not have room for another fake doctor visit right now. We follow Boyd over to the bar where Jade is going over his 3D model of the tunnels and his plans to get the baby bones. Boyd looks at the model for approximately, 0.75 of a second, sees that there's only one way in and out, and shuts the whole thing down. Boyd is not signing off on a no return mission, marching into a tunnel, and hoping the monsters respect the group reservation. Jade is effing pissed. This man ain't even trying to hear what he got to say, and Boyd don't care. He's all like, nice sweater, do better, and marches off. Kenny follows him because honestly, Jade has a point. Boyd barely looked at the plan before tossing it in the trash, but Boyd is standing firm. He's not co-signing a group deletion disguised as a rescue mission. The problem is Boyd's plan is basically to demand that somebody else come up with a plan or head into the tunnels himself in an ironically dangerous scouting mission. Then his hand starts shaking again and he hears 2 shots. Except they ain't real. Nothing happened. Kenny is standing there looking at Boyd like this man just sprouted a second head. And don't ignore the music underneath this moment. We hear it. The Man in Yellow's danger cue again.
I don't know.
And I'm not saying Boyd's condition is fake, but I am starting to question how much of this is medical and how much of it is the Man in Yellow pressing directly on Boyd's fear that his body is going to fail before he can finish the mission. Food for thought. Meanwhile, Henry makes his way over to the diner and asks Bacta for a job. Bacta will take all the help that she can get and immediately starts putting together a honey-do list. And then the jukebox diabolically turns on by itself. The song playing is Miranda's favorite song, Blue. And hold up, don't act like this is just another random jukebox moment. We've had plenty of those, but this ain't one of them. Blue is an emotional anchor for Henry. We heard it when Tabitha first met Henry in Maine, and the song may have been another way of pulling Tabitha back toward Miranda's unfinished mission to save Victor. Later, the fake version of Victor refers to Blue as Henry's song, but Henry previously connected the song to Miranda. We know these facts. The small detail might be the crack in the illusion that's gonna set things right. The fantasy knows enough to tempt Henry, but it doesn't know enough to perfectly recreate his life. But the song still does damage, and it becomes even more important because it clearly is wrapping a lie around an emotional truth. Hold on to that, because when Henry starts slipping into that yellow hospital fantasy, the song is going to be the clue that exposes the entire illusion. We head back outside where Boyd has assigned the NPCs the lovely task of burning Roger's remains. Boyd was really like, somebody handle that, and kept it moving. But don't let the shade distract you from Sophia. Once again, the Sophia problem is standing front and center, quietly watching everything go down. And then we see her clock Tabitha and Ethan heading in the Colony House. Hey. We head inside Colony House where Victor is drawing pictures of more people the Man in Yellow deleted. Tabitha walks in and immediately tells Victor to tell his brother he is not gonna end up here alone. Victor looks at her like he is entirely too grown for a whooping and tells her no. Then Ethan jumps in too and is like, you don't know what you're talking about, Tabitha. Big bro need to put me on game. And Tabitha is already sick of having 2 sons. Like, she can't stand this ish at all. We then switch over to the clinic where Christy is once again examining Fatima and coming up with absolutely nothing useful. Ellis is over it. Then Marielle starts talking about how Fatima's connection to Smiley might be useful, and Ellis is not trying to hear any of that. He hits her with the, no, I can't see how any of this is helpful, because Ellis is crashing out because he feels guilty because Fatima spent an entire season eating garbage, warning everybody that something was wrong, and nobody listened. Now here she is changing again, and there ain't a damn thing he can do about it. Christy breaks up the argument and decides to keep Fatima overnight for observation, but this was funny. We switch back to Jade and Kenny going over the bone heist, and Jade is stressed all the way out. He's trying to make Kenny understand understand that, look, if you want to win, not everybody's going to make it back. And Kenny immediately clocks the problem. Jade has that Tony Stark issue because he's willing to talk about the sacrifice play. He's just not volunteering to be the one who makes it. He probably should too. I mean, those are his kids that he deadbeated. Jade does not like hearing that one bit, so he crashes out. He starts knocking over the model and sends all his little tunnel toys flying, just having a tantrum. We switch outside to the clinic where Boyd is waiting for Christy because he finally needs to tell somebody what is happening to him. The shaking's getting worse, and now he's hearing stuff too, and somehow all of it keeps circling back to Abby. Why now when they're getting ready to make a move? Why? He starts asking Christy for anything that might help, any medication, a pill, any shortcut to hold himself together long enough to finish the mission. We switch back to Sophia's line-stepping ass sneaking into the sheriff's station. Surprise, surprise, an innocent-looking little girl is out here stealing. Who would have thought? But that is exactly why the Sophia problem keeps working. That specific image, it keeps opening doors all over Frumtown. Sophia walks right into Boyd's space, starts going through his shit, and retrieves the yellow suit and heads to Sarah's house like she ain't do nothing wrong. Sarah is pissed. She has no idea where Sophia has been. Whether people, creature, monsters ate her, she fell into a lake, no, she don't know what happened. She gotta get got. Sophia immediately pulls out the same scared little girl routine that she keeps using whenever somebody gets too close to asking the right questions. Sarah falls for it again, and Sophia walks inside with that yellow suit and keeps the entire act moving. We then switch back to Victor, Ethan, and Tabitha over at Victor's peach truck. Victor explains that the boy in white told him that there were 3 things that he would need to survive in Frumtown. The first thing, food. You know, peaches, plants, bugs, a rock he used as a can opener. Big bro was out here living like Frumtown Bear Grylls, and Ethan is locked in as Victor is putting him on game. Tabitha hates all of this. Ethan is out here learning to be the next lone survivor. Then Victor explains how he stopped himself from feeling completely alone by naming the walls. And that was the second thing he had to learn. And for the first time, Tabitha finally starts to understand how badly she effed Victor over with him growing up alone. Tabitha shuts the lesson down before we even get to number 3 and tells Ethan that she will never let anything like that happen to him. And then Victor quietly shuts the whole scene down with 4 words.
That's what you said.
Oh shit! But he only mentioned 2 things, right? So what's the third thing that the boy in white told him he needed to do? I want to know. We head back over to the diner where Henry is cutting vegetables with Bacta and the crew. Everything seems cool. Everything's fine. So Henry suddenly slips back into that yellow ass hospital fantasy. And this room is weird as hell when you slow down and actually look at it. It doesn't really feel like a hospital room. It looks like a classroom pretending to be a hospital room. Even the heart monitor looks dated. And check out the pictures on the dresser. Henry has photos of his family, but everybody in those pictures is still young. The room is frozen in time. Don't let the yellow hospital fantasy fool y'all. This is bait. Victor appears with what looks like Henry's grandson and starts selling Henry the dream. According to this version of Victor, Henry has been living in a care facility this entire time. Frumtown never happened. Miranda never disappeared. Matter of fact, Eloise is on her way to visit right now. Henry just had a bad reaction, you know, after Miranda brought home some acid that one time 40 years ago. He's just been here in a facility for 40 years because that's what facilities do. They'll keep people there for decades. Henry snaps back into the diner, staring at whatever knocked over before the hallucination started. Then he heads outside, and hold on to that because the next time Henry gets pulled into the yellow hospital fantasy, the offer's going to get a lot darker. Meanwhile, Ellis is still spiraling at the clinic. Fatima is getting ready to spend the night at the clinic, but Ellis is stuck on what Marielle said. The idea that whatever is happening to Fatima might somehow be useful. Nah. Ellis ain't trying to hear none of that. Then he makes the mistake of telling Fatima, I know how you feel. No, you do not. You have no idea what it feels like to give birth to Smiley. And Fatima checks his ass immediately. Ellis keeps crashing out on whoever, everybody around. But the truth is that he's not really angry at Marielle. He's angry because he can't stop this town from taking another person he loves. Fatima is the only thing holding him together, and if anything happens to her, it's gonna make him break all over again. Fatima gently tells him to man the F up and get his head in the game. It's time to lock in, and if she has powers, then she's going to use them. We head back to the clinic where Christy and Marielle are having a conversation about what just happened. On first watch, it feels like Christy is checking Marielle for stepping outside her doctor-nurse lane. You know, don't start pitching Fatima's transformation like it's some new weapon we could test drive. But on a rewatch, you could tell Christy already knows something is wrong and is watching Fatima deteriorate. Christy is doing the exact same thing she got mad at Boyd for doing, though. She's holding back information. Hypocrite. Yeah, we still team Kenny around here. What? But Marielle calls her on it. She tells Christy that she is so afraid of making the wrong call that she's barely making any call at all. Christy pulls rank, shuts the conversation down, and reminds her that she's the doctor. Damn. Back at the bar, Jade finally stops brute forcing the wrong problem. Kenny's accusation got under Jade's skin because Kenny's right. Jade has been treating casualties like a math problem. But once Jade stops trying to force everybody through the same tunnel, the answer finally clicks. Don't solve the entrance. Just make another exit. Pull the tree out by its effing roots. We then head back over to the sheriff's station where Boyd and Kenny realize something is missing. Something's wrong. The yellow suit is gone. Boyd tells Kenny that he tucked that thing away and it just got up and walked off. And we already know who went shopping in Boyd's closet. The woman in yellow has her uniform back. Jade comes storming in with that frantic energy he gets whenever his brain finally catches up to the mystery. And he has a plan. Meanwhile, while everybody is arguing over the rescue plan, Sophia lets herself into the Matthews house like she pays rent. And this little creep is entirely too comfortable. She walks in, starts sniffing at the dishes, and then she spots and snatches Ethan's new drawings scattered across the floor. We then switch back to the Stevens brothers over at Victor's peach truck. Tabitha tells Ethan, look, it's time to go home. But these two are still feeling themselves. They are not done playing yet. Victor starts pressing Tabitha with the question that she's been avoiding. If Miranda thought she could get Victor home, what makes Tabitha any different? And this is where the scene gets really interesting because Tabitha explains that she has memories that Miranda never had. She has pieces of the story that Miranda never got the chance to put together. And listen, no, seriously, listen carefully. She's not just remembering Miranda anymore. She's actually starting to sound like her. Victor hears what he needs to hear. And then he looks at the peach truck and then he closes the door. And that little moment is heavy because he might finally be closing a chapter of his life. And Tabitha is finally beginning to accept that she inherited Miranda's unfinished mission. About time. We then switch back to Jade, Boyd, and Kenny arriving at the bottle tree. Jade explains that they are standing directly above the chamber where the children's bones are buried. And honestly, the man has a damn good plan. Turn the bone heist into a part heist, part rescue mission with a second exit instead of a group deletion with extra steps. And for a moment, it feels like Jade finally solved the problem until Boyd starts spilling yuck into Jade's yum. Boyd wants a plan. Then he wants a backup plan. Then he wants a backup plan for the backup plan. And Jade starts justifiably crashing the F out. Boyd goes full Tommy Lee Jones in a military movie and starts barking orders while yelling, "Landscaping is not a plan!" Kenny tries to calm things down, but Boyd marches off and leaves Jade with the same message he gave him before. Do better. As Boyd walks away, we hear Kenny calling after him, except Kenny's not behind him anymore. Boyd looks up and suddenly sees Kenny walking ahead of him. And before Boyd can even process what is happening, just like that, Kenny gets taken out by what sounds like a sniper round. Then Boyd looks around and Jade is down. Tabitha is down. Donna is down. Ellis is down. Everybody Boyd is trying to protect is gone. And then Abby appears, because of course she does. And she looks at Boyd and she starts bleeding from the mouth. And suddenly Boyd snaps back to reality. And this scene is doing a lot, but there's one detail I cannot stop thinking about. The sound effect when Kenny goes down.
Kenny!
That sounded like a sniper rifle. And who have we already connected to that kind of weapon? Put Randall on the sus list. I'm not saying he pulled the trigger. I am saying Frum did not choose that sound by accident. Put his ass on the list. Across town, Henry is looking for answers at Miranda and Eloise's graves. He needs something to help him make sense of the visions. And honestly, the idea that he fried his brain on acid is starting to sound more believable than this mess. Then Henry hears it again. Blue. And just like that, he slips back into the yellow hospital fantasy with Victor. But this time, there's also a doctor waiting for him. Henry is so desperate for answers that he is not catching the little details that do not add up. Fake Victor refers to Blue as Henry's song, except Henry told Tabitha that Blue was Miranda's favorite song. Then the doctor makes Henry the devil's proposition. She tells him he can stay here for as long as he wants, but there's a price. If he wants to stay inside this fantasy, he has to disconnect from his anchor to the other reality. And the second she says that, my spider sense starts tingling, because what if the anchor is Victor? And then he gets ripped out of the yellow fantasy before he can agree to anything. But but the offer is already in his head. The next time Henry gets pulled back in, he might be desperate enough to say yes. We head back to the clinic where Christy is checking Fatima's vitals, and on a rewatch, Christy looks worried as hell, y'all. Fatima is still standing there, still talking, still thinking clearly, but Christy is looking at those numbers like the math ain't mathin'. Then Fatima turns to Marielle and starts asking whether she really believes this Smiley connection could help. Christy shuts that conversation down ASAP. She pulls Marielle to the side and finally says the part that she's been trying not to say out loud. In layman's terms, Fatima is kinda sorta deleted, kinda sorta, not fully gone, but medically speaking, she's a zombie. Then cue that woman in yellow music. We then switch back to Tamaranda and her two sons. Ethan and Victor ask if they can head over to Colony House and keep hanging out for a while. Tabitha says it's fine, they could go play, and then she heads back inside the Matthews house. Then the phone rings. And of course, Thomas. Thomas is on the other end talking smack about hurting Julie and Ethan if Tabitha doesn't meet him by the RV. I mean, he left out Victor, but whatever, it's the maybe baby. Boyd returns to the sheriff's station with no plan and no room left to avoid the truth. Father Khatri is already waiting for him. Khatri forces Boyd to confront the truth he keeps trying to outrun. He reaches Boyd by speaking to Boyd's native language. Military orders. This is not peacetime anymore. Boyd, you can't save everyone. You have to make the least terrible decision before Fromtown makes the choice for you. Boyd, you deleted Abby. Deal with it. You did what you had to do, and you have to make peace with that. Save as many people as possible. Except that leadership in Fromtown is not about finding a painless decision. It's about making the least terrible decision before the town makes it for you. So hurry up and lock the in. We then switch to Tamaranda arriving at the RV, and this it is nasty. The man in yellow has taken Ethan's drawings and covered the side of the RV with them. That is psychological warfare. The man in yellow is showing Tabitha that he can reach into her family's most personal moments and turn them into weapons whenever he wants. Then his creepy ass pops up, and then he starts talking about Jim. And because this man simply cannot be evil in a normal way, he reveals that he kept one of Jim's teeth. Then he says something even more interesting. Tabitha is the closest thing he has ever had to a friend. And hold on, what? Excuse me, what? It sounds like the man in yellow has been dealing with Tamaranda for a real long time. Jade, he can't stand that man. But Tamaranda, she's cool. Then the man in yellow plants one last idea in Tabitha's head. Digging up the children's bones, yeah, that might be the key to freeing everybody. Or it could also unleash something much worse. And there it is, the yellow inception problem. The man in yellow does not need Tabitha to trust him. He only needs to plant enough doubt that she starts questioning everything. And just like that, end credits. And that brings us to the biggest question coming out of From Season 4, Episode 8. What happens if Jade is right? The bone heist actually makes sense. The bottle tree sits directly above the chamber where the orphan bones are trapped. Instead of forcing everybody through one dangerous entrance and exit, hoping the people creature monsters don't wake up, Jade wants to pull the tree out by the roots and create a second exit. And something important to remember is that Jade has already been inside the chamber. He made it all the way to the altar above the children without waking the monsters. He already proved that it's possible to sneak inside. But Boyd is not wrong either. Boyd is hearing shots that are not real. He's seeing Kenny, Jay, Tabitha, Donna, Ellis, and Abby getting deleted around him. His hands are shaking, his mind is slipping, and he knows Fromtown reacts whenever they get too close to an answer. It's not peacetime anymore. Boyd can't keep waiting for a perfect plan. He also doesn't want to send everybody into those tunnels and just hope for the best. They need a way in, they need a way out, they need to prepare for whatever this town sends after they make their move. Damn. Meanwhile, Fatima may have crossed an entirely different threshold. She's still walking, she's still talking, but Christy can barely detect a pulse. Medically speaking, Fatima should not be lifing right now. The connection she has with Smiley and the people creature monsters may be useful, but it is clearly costing her something. Then there's Henry. Henry is being offered the cruelest temptation in the episode. He could just pretend Fromtown was never real. He could pretend Miranda never disappeared. He could pretend Eloise is on her way. All he has to do is delete Victor. The illusion knows enough to tempt Henry, and the same kind of manipulation is happening with Tabitha. Thomas threatens Julie and Ethan to pull her toward the RV. The man in yellow covers the side of the RV with those drawings and turns Ethan's memories into warfare. Then he starts talking about Jim like he's collecting trophies, and he kept one of his teeth. But the most important thing the man in yellow does is plant one idea in Tabitha's head. What if digging up the children's remains unleashes something worse? And that question absolutely forces us to reconsider everything. What if moving the bones doesn't free the children? What if it frees the man in yellow? Think about it. We've seen the man in yellow attack the residents. We've seen the forest monsters attack the residents, but we've not clearly seen the man in yellow working alongside the people creature monsters. They could all be part of the same system, but they could also be separate threats with separate goals. What if the kimono woman and the people creature monsters are protecting the children's remains because those bones are keeping the man in yellow in prison? What if Jade is about to dig up the exact thing keeping the worst creature in Frumtown locked away? We don't have enough evidence to confirm that yet, but that is exactly why this works. The man in yellow doesn't need Tabitha to believe him. He doesn't need to prove anything. He only needs to plant the seed. He only needs Tabitha to doubt Jade's plan long enough for fear to take over. And that's why I'm calling it the yellow inception problem. He planted an idea. Tabitha has to decide whether saving the children is the path home or the final trap. And now all of us are asking the same question. What happens when they dig up the bones? Let me know what you think in the comments. Are the children's remains the key to freeing them, or are those bones keeping something much worse locked away? Do me a favor, before you head out, like the video, hype the video, subscribe if you're new here, watch more videos, and share this with somebody else who's trying to survive the weekly From Spiral with us. I also want to thank all of the members, everybody sending super chats, everybody supporting through Venmo, Cash App, and every other way. I genuinely appreciate you helping us build this firmly every week. I will see you all in the next one. I love y'all. Check y'all next. Previously on From. Nah, I'm just playing. Frumly, episode 9 gave us the biggest win of the season. And that is exactly why I don't trust it. Tabitha and Jade finally make it to the chamber, and the bone heist is officially underway. The kids' bones are real. The plan is actually working. But this is From, so knowledge comes at a cost. While Boyd, Jade, and Tabitha think they're making their move, the yellow spoon sniffer is moving pieces behind the scenes. Clara is not just an NPC anymore. She got the expansion pack, the dialogue tree, and apparently a blood pact with the final boss. And because of that, Elgin may have just walked into the worst conversation of his life. Also, Fatima is getting worse. Victor is being pulled in two directions, and the man in yellow may be much further ahead in the game than we thought. Oh, and he may be running several games at once. So today we need to talk about what I'm calling the wrong ritual problem, because the real question is not whether the bone heist worked. The real question is whether they're doing the right thing the wrong way. Hit the like button, subscribe if you're new, and help the Frumly find this one, because this episode is not just setting up the finale, it might be showing us the trap before it closes. Let's get into it. This episode opens with Tabitha immediately running to Boyd because this yellow dress spoon sniffer was ridiculously line stepping. This freaky yellow bum was all up in her house, sniffing dishes, stealing Ethan's drawings, prank calling and oh, and just in case anybody forgot, this creepy yellow deleted Jim. Boyd gets approximately 3 seconds to process all of this crazy information before Jade comes bursting through the door like he is back on that stuff again. Jade is not showing up with another TED talk about quantum physics or mushroom geometry. He's ready to go down into the tunnels himself and get his baby bones. And Boyd is all the way with it. The man in yellow is walking around town in broad daylight. Jim's gone. Fatima's getting worse. It's time to get those damn bones. This is not Boyd making a calm decision. This is Boyd reacting to pressure. And in From, desperate decisions usually come with a body count. We then switch over to the man in yellow making his way back from his little pep talk with Tabitha. And then we get the pleasure of watching this dude transition right back into Sophia. Now, is it just me, or did they reuse some of the CGI from the first episode? It could just be me, but either way, Sophia walks back into town looking refreshed as hell. Like she just got her rocks off after causing some emotional damage. She bumps into Clara and Elgin gathering rope for the bone heist. And Sophia couldn't care less. She already knows a group of randoms pulling on a rope ladder is not enough to stop whatever's happening underneath this town. So she actually volunteers to help with the ladder like she's being useful. Do not miss how calm Sophia is right now. Everybody else is treating the bone heist like it's the end game moment, like we about to get down, and Sophia is treating it like it's a regular episode. She's not worried at all. Not one little bit. In fact, she seems like she's just waiting for the plan to reach the part that helps her. Then Sophia Sophia pulls Clara aside and finally confirms what some of y'all have been suspecting since season 2. Clara is the mole. This woman spent years standing in the background looking like she was one line away from being cut from the show. And now Sophia is calling her off the bench like it's the fourth quarter. Sophia gives her that Undertaker look with the eyes and lets Clara know it's time to get in the game. Meanwhile, over at the clinic, Christy is digging through the medicine cabinet looking for an EpiPen when Marielle finds one and hands it over. And Christy gives her that little look. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing you're thinking right now. Marielle has been doing great and all, but if anybody with a history of raiding the medicine cabinet suddenly starts pulling medication out of hiding places like she works at Walgreens, you're allowed to pause for half a second. Christy is about to warn Boyd that Fatima's condition is getting worse and tells Marielle to watch her back around the garbage-eating demon mommy. And that is what makes the Fatima situation so nasty for Christy. It's that everyone around Fatima is starting to get pulled into this little transformation experiment that Boyd is pulling. We then switch over to Sophia and Clara making their way into the house formerly known as Sarah's. Sophia casually grabs a knife and tells Clara, "Come on upstairs, girl." And Clara already knows this conversation is not about to be friendly. Once they get into the bedroom, Sophia invites Clara to sit down. And Clara hesitates because she don't want to be anywhere near this freaky yellow woman. She tells Clara to sit her ass down because she's not really asking. And Clara folds like laundry. That is when Sophia reminds Clara about the bargain they made when Clara first arrived in Fromtown. And time out. When exactly did Clara arrive in town? I never really stopped to think about it because she spent most of the series blending into the background. But I should have known better. The moment this show gave her a name, I should have known. And how did the man in yellow approach Clara when she first arrived? Did he show up as somebody else? How many forms is this yellow dress spoon sniffer taking? Every time we think we understand what Sophia can do, this show is just watch. Like, Clara assumes Sophia wants her to stop the town from digging up the bones. But again, Sophia couldn't give a rat's ass about that. She tells Clara that the town actually has the right idea, except this place is built on ritual. And in Fromtown, how you do something is just as important as what you do. That line, that part, that's the crucial part. This is the wrong ritual problem. It's a simple claim. Tabitha, Jade, and Boyd may have found the right place. They may even have the right bones. But if this place runs on ritual, then the method matters. The order matters. The people involved matter. The offering might matter. And that means the bone heist can succeed physically while failing spiritually. And if they do the right thing the wrong way, they can still make everything worse. And Clara has another problem. She just learned something. We already know that knowledge comes at a cost in this place, and yesterday's prices are not today's prices. Sophia starts talking about how she is playing several games at the same time, plural. And I already know what some of y'all are thinking. Anthony, are you trying to tell me that the man in yellow is behind everything? Thomas, the ballerina, the forest monsters, the dolls, that thing cosplaying as Abby? Is there even another final boss? And listen, it's starting to look possible. The show has not fully confirmed that every supernatural threat in Fromtown comes from the man in yellow, but this scene absolutely wants us asking whether all these nightmares are different branches growing from the same nasty yellow tree. Then Sophia gives us one more clue. She cuts her hand, makes Clara join her in a blood pact, and yeah, the whole thing feels suspiciously familiar. And I immediately start thinking about Martin. Your blood is my blood. And Clara, girl, look like her whole soul just got snatched out her body. And this show stays committed to making every supernatural scene uncomfortable in at least 3 different ways. We then switch over to Boyd, Jade, Kenny, and Donna going over the bone heist in broad daylight like they don't already know that these monsters stay eavesdropping. Don't forget, Cowboy already quoted Boyd back to his face when Boyd said this town wouldn't break him. So yeah, discussing the secret bone robbery out in the open is not the best tactical decision. Either way, Donna immediately starts poking holes in the plan to make sure it's Donna-proof. She points out that if they rip the bottle tree out of the ground, that could break the talisman seal and leave whoever is in the chamber completely exposed. And then Jade, the mushroom detective himself, chimes in like, "Don't worry, kids will protect us." Okay, because yeah, what could go wrong? Donna basically calls the whole plan reckless, stupid, and deeply indignant. But she still plays along because she knows Boyd is not wasting time thinking anymore. Then she brings up they don't even know what to do with the bones once they get them. And this is why Donna matters in this scene. Donna's not just being negative. Donna is asking the questions the plan is trying to outrun. They know where the bones are, but they don't know what to do with them once they have them. And in this place, built on ritual, that's a terrifying gap. But Boyd is freaked out by the freaky yellow dish sniffer and is not trying to solve another Monster of the Week mystery with the man in yellow breathing down their necks. He's trying to warp to the final boss and get everyone out of this nightmare. Then Christy appears out of nowhere like a medically licensed ghost and pulls Boyd to the side. She lets him know that Fatima's vital signs are basically reading as not great, not normal, and absolutely not life positive anymore. Yikes. We then switch over to Henry in Colony House, drunk, staring at random background items like he's kind of like he's one of us, honestly. And this feels like another moment where the writers are talking directly to the audience, because I don't know about you, some of us do this all the time, right? We stare at horses, lamps, paintings, wallpaper, broken chairs, and random fruit bowls like every prop has a 3-season origin story attached to it. Patty walks by and offers Henry some cookies, but he declines. I wouldn't eat after her either. And I'm not gonna lie, Henry looks like he only eats out of ashtrays right now. Then out of nowhere, bam, we're back in the yellow nightmare. Victor is there and he brought Henry a burger. This whole setup feels like the first 48 when they bring somebody a coffee and a cigarette right before they start gaslighting them into a confession. Nightmare Victor sits down and asks Henry if he has given any more thought to what Dr. Boyd said about deleting the other Victor. Hell, Nightmare Victor even starts name dropping people from town just to flex. Hungover Henry starts asking questions, hypothetically, of course. Like, if someone did need to delete the other Victor, how would that even work? Would he have to use his hands? Would there be some kind of manual, a ritual? That is a mother flood pucking problem. Then Henry snaps out of it and sees the real Victor standing there, concerned and confused. And the way Scott McCord, my man has range between Nightmare Victor and the real Victor. That is wild. Henry sees both of these versions back to back, and you could tell his brain cannot handle it. So he does the only thing Henry knows how to do. He dips. Over at the sheriff's station, Christy starts pressing Boyd for an actual solution. She came here to tell him that Fatima's body is doing things a body should not be doing. And she needs Boyd to make a decision. And Christy snaps on him for taking too long to think. She even suggests that maybe they should talk to Ellis. And that is when Boyd almost loses it. Because Boyd's cup is not just full, that cup has been overflowing since the moment this man broke down in Ellis's arms. He just can't carry not one more nightmare. Boyd is standing there with every crisis in Frumtown sitting on his chest, and Christy is asking him for a solution he doesn't have yet. So Boyd tells her what he needs. He needs her at the bottle tree. He needs her ready. And more than anything, he needs this plan to work. Back at the Matthews house, Tamaranda is giving the kids another round of emotional damage with a side of honesty. This time, she tells them about the man in yellow being inside the house. She tells them about the dish sniffing. She tells them about the drawings. She tells them about the whole violation. And honestly, I love that Tabitha is not sugarcoating this stuff anymore. And Ethan stays on assignment. While everybody else is reacting emotionally, Ethan immediately goes into story parameter mode, asking, why didn't the talismans stop this fool from coming inside? And that's a damn good question that Tabitha does not know the answer to. But she does know that the man in yellow marked Jim because she remembered her other family. And Julie is not trying to hear that part. Julie is basically like, yo, F your other family. What about this family? She even brings up seeing the man in yellow while she was story walking. Maybe this place is just scrambling their brains and giving them seizures with extra seasoning. And then Julie asks another great question when she presses Tabitha to remember who made the talismans, Mom. Who? If you remember, you so smart, who made them? And I'm thinking the same thing you're thinking. Shit, I want to know too. But man, Randall messed Julie up. Clearly, she's out here asking whether anything in Frumtown can be trusted at all. We then switch back to the clinic where Clara shows up with the worst care package in Frumtown history. This blue tie-dye demon is outside mixing up a red and yellow cocktail right after swapping fluids with Sophia. She makes the drink strong too. She brings it inside and she hands it to Fatima like it's some old school home remedy. And what are we doing from? Like seriously, why does this show stay playing with Fatima's body like it has a season pass? First she's eating garbage, then she's fingering blood out of a corpse. Now Clara is walking in with mystery juice like she works works at an evil Jamba Juice? Why does Fatima always have to be the foodie? Clara starts gassing her up, telling her it should help, and then stands there watching until Fatima actually drinks some. That is nasty work. We then head over to Victor visiting Miranda's grave, and oh my goose. Oh my goose lips. Yo. This scene is not supposed to be funny. Victor had me crying, y'all. Victor's basically standing there like, Boyd said you're Tam Miranda now, so I guess you're not even in there. So why am I even doing this? And I almost spit my drink out. That shit is so sad. Oh my gosh, actual tears. Then Victor brings up Henry and says there's something wrong with him. But before Victor can sit with that, the boy in white shows up. And this little nugget is not gentle. He starts barking orders at Victor like Victor works for him and tells Victor that he needs to hurry up and go stop the town from yanking out that bottle tree. And I'm sitting there like, who exactly is he talking to like that? The boy in white tells him to move, so Victor moves. But don't ignore the boy in white here and his temperament. He's not casually suggesting Victor help. This little dude is panicking, and when the boy in white panics, that usually means somebody's about to pay the knowledge cost. We then switch over to Boyd, and I know exactly what you're thinking. This is how he prays? This is how Boyd Stevens prays. With 4-letter words, whiskey breath, and the energy of a man ready to fight in a parking lot. And right when Boyd is basically challenging the Almighty to answer the phone, Sarah walks in like the darkest angel you could possibly send. Boyd tells Sarah that Fatima is getting worse, and how he's not handling it well. This is his family. This is the woman he smuggled, protected, lied for, and now her body is testing negative for life. Boyd needs someone to carry the secret with him, and somehow Sarah is the safest person he can tell. In Fromtown, it somehow makes sense, I guess. You know, she says she's going to keep his secret, but only if Boyd keeps his promise to take her on that permanent exit mission. Yeah, she's still on that. We then switch over to Tabitha and Ethan on the porch of the Stevens house, and Ethan decides it's time to give his mom a grown man pep talk. This boy starts spitting, telling Tabitha that this place is gonna mess with your head until you do not know your ass from your elbow anymore, mom. Lock in. And that is exactly what Tabitha needed to hear. And I love this. I love it. And right when Ethan gives her that message, the Nkui kids show up to co-sign it like, yo, this little mother spitting. We even get the violin music and everything. We then switch over to the bar where Jade is showing Boyd and Kenny how he reconfigured the radio so they can signal each other during the bone heist. And before anybody can enjoy 1 full second of competence, Victor comes barging in like coked out Jade. This man is crashing all the way out. Victor tells them the boy in white warned him that they cannot pull out the bottle tree. And Boyd is not trying to hit it right now. What is wild though is that Boyd was willing to listen when the boy in white warned Tabitha and Henry that time was running out. Now that the warning is coming through Victor, suddenly Boyd has a problem with the messenger. Like that double standard there. And to be fair, Victor did walk around with a pistol back in the day in a lunchbox. So yeah, fair point. Victor says he's going to stop them himself, and he marches off like he's about to become Fromtown security. Boyd follows him, and the whole thing turns into a scene. Victor is yelling, Boyd is trying to contain him, and finally Boyd arrests Victor. And Victor crashes all the way out, and that is when Tabitha shows up. She sees Boyd holding Victor back, crying for his mom to help. She gives him exhausted stepmom energy, like, what, Victor? And I'm sorry, but that sent me. Yo, my gosh. Then Tabitha turns to Boyd and she lets him know that she has been Nkuiing again. And she understands something important now. Only Jade and her can go into the tunnels to get the baby bones. Boyd immediately asks a question any parent would ask. What happens to Julie and Ethan if something goes wrong? And Boyd knows that look. That is the look of a parent who already made the decision to leave a note. We then see Boyd ringing the bell for the day when he bumps into Sophia on her way to the diner to help with the ropes. She gets to the diner and immediately starts making herself too comfortable. Then she turns on the radio and it starts playing Doctor, My Eyes by Jackson Browne, which is actually hilarious. I know, every time this show plays a song, I feel like it is reaching through the screen and saying, yes, Anthony, overanalyze this too. I'm not gonna do that this time. I'm healed. And then the scene gets nasty because Unga Bunga, the show basically confirms Sophia is working with the forest monsters when the creatures show up outside and even taunt Patty specifically for good measure. And while everyone's getting mind Sophia starts cutting the rope ladder. Just, little pieces to make sure it doesn't work well. And if Sophia can coordinate with the monsters, then we need to revisit every scene where we thought the creatures were acting alone. During the montage, we start seeing the side effects of Fatima drinking Sophia's mystery mixture. Fatima is tossing and turning in her sleep. Then we see her hair falling out. And that shock look on her face, like she didn't drink something out of a bottle with the label scratched off. And the effed up part is that Clara stood there and made sure Fatima drank it. We then switch over to Boyd and Kenny going over the bone heist one more time. And this is where Boyd asks Kenny to stay back and VP the whole operation from a distance. Basically, if Boyd gets murked, Kenny needs to be ready to step in. And Kenny does not like that at all. Kenny's already lost both of his parents in this place. So the last thing he wants is Boyd casually handing him the emotional keys to Fromtown like this is a shift change at Target. But Kenny still takes the assignment. And to celebrate what might be their last quiet night together, Boyd pulls out the last of Father Khatri's liquor stash. We then switch to, Oh, wait, we're doing this now? Tabitha is locked in to go get the baby bones right now. And From took me by surprise with this one. I really thought they were going to save the whole bone heist for the finale, but nah, we doing it now. Let's go, Nixon 5. Tabitha and Jade go over the plan with Ethan and Julie before heading out, and I don't like the way Tabitha is talking to her kids right now. It feels like one of those conversations characters have before, let's just say Tabitha might not be coming back the way that she left. Either way, I don't feel like a normal goodbye. And then there's Clara's evil blue tie-dye ass just standing there watching everything. And for a second, she almost looked like she wants to say something. But this evil blue goober does not say not one effing word. Next thing we know, the people of Fromtown are setting up some kind of winch system to pull the bottle tree out the ground. And oh snap, this actually feels exciting. From is doing something. The whole town is moving. People are gathering supplies and setting up equipment and getting rope. We're seeing characters share space who barely ever interact. Even Ellis is out here helping. Then we cut to Jade and Tabitha making their way into the tunnels, and the bone heist has officially begun. And then the whole thing turns, because over in the diner, Elgin is in the storage closet moving boxes when he finds an old Polaroid of Sophia, the real Sophia. And from the look of that picture, the hair, the clothes, the whole vibe feels like the 70s or something. Before we can even process that, Clara walks into the diner and tells Sophia that, Jade and Tabitha are the only two who went into the tunnels. And Sophia looks at Clara like, what do I pay you for? For a second, it looks like Sophia's about to make an example out of Clara right there in the diner. But then Elgin walks in with the worst timing in Fromtown history. This man, he dreamed about the boy in white. He got played by a soaking wet kimono woman. He already knows this place loves tricking people with creepy visions. And his first instinct is still, let me just walk directly up to the suspicious shapeshifter and ask why she's being suspicious. Elgin, my Nova Scotian brother, read the room. This is the exact moment where Elgin should have walked backwards, left the diner, found Boyd, and minded every piece of business except Sophia's. Then Sophia gives him one of the biggest clues in the episode that she can only take the form of people who were deleted in this place. We just got some knowledge. But there's the rule. There's the limit. So now I have one question. Is Elgin about to become her next disguise? We then switch back to the caves where Jade and Tabitha have actually made it all the way into the chamber, and that is wild. Jade gets to work and he hangs up a tarp with a talisman, and this is a deep cut back to season 1 because a lot of us have been asking for years why the monsters did not murk Boyd when he first found the talismans. He was in this cave, there's no door or wall, just some foliage, but it worked, and Jade is applying that same logic here. They just need a boundary. We then switch back to Boyd and the rest of the town getting ready to pop the bottle tree out of the ground, and the whole thing feels real. Back in the cavern, Jade and Tabitha start digging, and oh no, the monsters are starting to catch wind of all that noise, because of course they are. And Jade and Tabitha are down there trying to quietly excavate baby bones in the nightmare chamber, but there's only so much stealth you can do with a shovel. Then the monsters start doing what they always do, creeping us all the way out. Cowboy starts making his way over. The nurse is coming too. The cheerleader joins the party, and I am sitting here like, where the hell is Smiley? Because if there was ever a time for that grinning menace to pop up and ruin ruin my evening, it would be right now. But Jade and Tabitha keep digging. The monsters keep creeping. And I have to give From credit. This is the most exciting slow speed chase since O.J. Simpson. Nobody's running, nobody's screaming yet, but somehow my blood pressure is still doing cardio. And this is where From gets slick. The scene is giving us victory and dread at the same time. The closer Jade and Tabitha get to the bones, the closer the monsters get to the tarp. Then Jade and Tabitha finally find the bones. The children's bones are really there. But before anybody can celebrate for half a second, Cowboy walks right up to the tarp. The tarp and the talisman they're holding for now. He just looks at Jade and basically tells him that he really shouldn't be doing that. And that warning does not sound like a threat. It sounds like Cowboy already knows the consequence. And then end credits. From, you nasty little show. And that brings us to the biggest question coming out of From season 4 episode 9. Did Tabitha and Jade finally make hopeful progress, or did they walk directly into a trap? Because it looks like the bone heist is working. Tabitha and Jade made it into the chamber. Jade used the tarp and the talisman to create the barrier. They dug into the ground. They found the bones. But this episode also keeps telling us that reaching the objective is not enough. Sophia told Clara that this place is built on ritual. How you do something matters as much as what you do. That line changes everything. That's why I'm calling it the wrong ritual problem. Tabitha and Jade may have found the right location, the bones, but did they follow the correct ritual? And what happens if they didn't? And that is why the boy in white's panic matters, because he definitely does not want them pulling up that bottle tree. He sends Victor into town to stop the operation. Victor crashes all the way out trying to warn Boyd, but Boyd is not thinking. He knows the freaky yellow dish sniffer is walking around town. He knows Jim just got deleted, Patty got burnt, and Fatima is failing her breathing exam. He knows even his own body is breaking down on him. So he's trying to speed run his way out of From town before the town takes anything else from him, and that desperation may be exactly what gets everyone in trouble. Then we have Clara. Clara has officially gone from background NPC to one of the most important people in town. Sophia made a bargain with her when she arrived. Clara believed she might earn her way home by helping when the man in yellow came calling, but knowledge comes with a price. Clara is learning more about the rules. She even had to swap fluids with Sophia. She got used to give Fatima that middle American home remedy, and also snitched when Tabitha and Jade entered the tunnels alone. So now we have to ask, how long has Clara been working against this town? How many plans has she quietly influenced? Is this the only plan? Oh, then Elgin makes the worst possible discovery at the worst possible time by finding an old photograph of the real Sophia. And by the 7 sons of Jupiter, Smelgen's ass actually thinks it's a smart idea to just see if she has a reasonable explanation. And she does. Sophia gives us Frumley a major piece of information when she shares that, hey, she could only take the form of people who were deleted in this place. So is Elgin about to become her next disguise? Because unless somebody interrupts that conversation, my guy may have just volunteered to become Sophia's next outfit. Then there's Fatima. Whatever Clara gave her is clearly doing something. Christy is already worried because Fatima's vital signs were looking flatter than a pancake. And I'm not ready to say Fatima is all the way gone, but I do think the show is pushing her closer out the door. Heineken Henry is also in serious trouble. The Yellow Nightmare is manipulating him into considering whether he needs to delete Victor with his hands. Is there going to be a tool? That means Victor is getting pressure and it's not going to look good. He's going to get pressure from his dad, but also the boy in white is sending him into town to stop the tree from coming down. So while the Yellow Nightmare is trying to turn his own father against him, he's also got to stop and save the bottle tree. And finally, we need to talk about Sophia, the woman in yellow. This episode makes the man in yellow feel bigger than ever. Sophia talks about playing multiple games. She has a secret connection with Clara. She seemingly works with the forest creatures. She screws up the rope ladder, and she might have a connection to Martin. Oh, and she seems completely comfortable with letting the town believe they're making progress. Sophia is not at all worried about this bone heist. Not really. While Boyd, Tabitha, and Jade believe they're finally making a move against the town, Sophia looks like she's already 3 moves ahead. Now, Cowboy is standing outside the tarp, warning Jade that he really shouldn't be doing this. So let me know what you think in the comments as to whether or not they are making progress or are they making a mistake. And before you go, do me a favor, hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and share this video with the Frumly because episode 9 just opened up a whole new box of problems. I also want to give a huge thank you to all my channel members, subscribers, and everyone who supports the channel through super chats, super stickers, super thanks, Venmo, Cash App, and donations. Seriously, I appreciate you all more than you know. Like, your support helps keep these breakdowns going, and it lets me keep spending way too much time staring at spoons, trees, drawings, Polaroids, and creepy yellow weirdos. That is not a normal way to live. Thank you for watching. Thank you for rocking with me, and I'm going to see y'all all in the next one. Frumly, we're almost at the finale, and I don't trust a single thing this town is doing. That's all for this one.